concerned the economy won't turn around on a dime.
Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, 19th Friday.
Additional $600 a week in unemployment aid set to expire at the end of July.
It's important to just keep in mind that some of the jobs are not coming back soon.
The states with the most unemployment claims last week: California, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, and New York. The states with the biggest drop in claims: Florida, Texas, Georgia, and Michigan. Back in Kentucky, utter frustration.
When are you going to help us? We are your people. You need to hear our voices.
So while 20 million Americans have now filed for unemployment benefits or are receiving those benefits, another 9 million are receiving pandemic assistance of some sort. So that's nearly 30 million Americans who are out of work and receiving some sort of help. Savannah?
Yeah, and then they need the help too. Tom Costello, thank you very much. Craig?
All right, Savannah, 7:19 now. Feels like it might be a good time to take that first look at the weather. And for that, no one better. What's up, Mr. Roker?
Well, I'm glad to see on this Father's Day weekend the Delano plaid making its return. Very nice.
That's right. He picked this out last year. You've got a great memory. Once a year, that's all we can all do.
Who can forget that jacket?
How about the weather, sir?
It's a beautiful jacket. It's a beautiful jacket. Okay, let's start off, show you what we have happening for today. Most of the action right now is going to be centered in the...
Put it in a museum. This is overdue and all to the good. Some of these statues were put up by the sons and daughters of Confederates, perhaps trying to find some dignity in defeat. Others went up around the time the Supreme Court ordered desegregation in Brown versus Board of Education. But in the end, they were all statues honoring people who committed armed treason to perpetuate slavery. In this overdue reckoning, though, there's always the question of how far to go. As columnist George Will once said, quote, "The four most important words in politics are up to a point." This past Sunday, a statue of Thomas Jefferson was toppled in Portland, Oregon. And in response, a 3-year-old debate I had with my friend and fellow commentator Angela Rye went viral again. She argued that statues of the Founding Fathers, including Washington and Jefferson, should be taken down because they owned slaves. They did. But I argued their position would be used by the right to resist taking down Confederate statues. It has. In recent days, a statue of Abraham Lincoln was defaced by protesters in London, and there's a call to take down a statue of Lincoln in Boston. Today is Juneteenth, marking the freeing of the slaves. And if we can't distinguish between a statue of Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis while debating the legacy of slavery, then we're in real trouble. Many of the Founding Fathers were slave owners. Some fitfully denounced slavery, as Jefferson did in the first draft of the Declaration of Independence. Washington freed slaves in his will. Others never owned slaves, like John Adams, or advocated abolition, like Alexander Hamilton. History is messy, but we have an obligation to reckon with it, to right some of the wrongs and provide crucial context. We should be building new statues to forgotten heroes of the Reconstruction, pioneering African-American congressmen like Robert Smalls and Hiram Revels. Finally give black Union soldiers the prominence they've been too long denied. We should rename Army bases like Fort Bragg for modern military heroes like Colin Powell, who trained there in 1962. In this reckoning, we must also try to find truth and reconciliation. We are all imperfect people struggling to form a more perfect union. But surely we can all agree that there is a moral difference between statues of Abraham Lincoln and Confederate generals. And that's your reality check.
Our thanks to John Avalon there. Coronavirus cases are climbing sharply across Latin America as the region becomes the new pandemic's epicenter. CNN has reporters all around the world to bring you the very latest developments.
I love you. For giving me Cosequin all these years.
Keep them. So, you know, I used to say to people, you know, somebody would ask me, what do you feel the greatest threat is against this country as a law enforcement officer? And I would say, you know, my biggest fear right now is global terrorism. Well, that's what I used to say. And I believe that, you know, as somebody that oversaw the aftermath of the attack on New York City on 9/11, the aftermath of that attack, what we've gone through since with regard to terrorism, I strongly believe that. But I have to tell you today, that's not my biggest fear for this country. My biggest fear is this socialist, communist movement, if you will. this surge of socialism that they're trying to push into this country to diminish the Constitution, diminish people's rights, to take over towns, like what's happened in Seattle. Things like this, it's extremely frightening because the people that lose, especially, they're calling for the diminishment or the defunding of police. When you think of a town like Chicago or Baltimore, St. Louis, where they're having murder numbers at the rate of a war zone, do you really want to eliminate the police in those towns? Who suffers? The minority communities, and I think I think people have to stand up, change their political leadership if they have to, yell out, go public, do whatever you have to do, but that kind of stuff has got to stop.
Jan is watching in Union City, New.
Engagement, they're good for business, and that's why these companies will not change unless their business models change as well. Before the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, we knew that this business model magnifies extremist content online. There's been a spike in hate crimes worldwide due to misinformation, propaganda, and mass conspiracy theories on social media and in search results.
A month, the average family's,
and we always will.
All from the brand you trust, today and
when life gets you down and you...
It's 26th Street. Nice. Just ask around.
Wishes he had a helmet now.
Babysitter.
Or call us now.
How about no? No.
Out of unwanted timeshares. Is next. Support job board.
Good morning, KELOland. It's 26 minutes past the hour. Thanks for joining us. Scott and Munch will have a complete look at the forecast in just a few minutes, but first, our news headlines. Today marks the anniversary of a major moment in history. June 19th, 1865 is the last day the last group of enslaved African Americans were told they were free, even though the Emancipation Proclamation had come a couple years earlier. And the day is now officially recognized in South Dakota. Governor Kristi Noem signed a proclamation yesterday declaring today Juneteenth Day in the state. Sioux Falls Mayor Paul Tenhaken also issued a proclamation urging people in the city to honor African Americans' struggle for freedom. Organizers of a local celebration say learning from our past can help pave the way for racial equality in the future.
Because you need to know exactly where you came from in order to understand where we are today is so important. To just tell those stories of what you remembered and carry that legacy on.
Yoakum says protests following the death of George Floyd have brought new awareness to Juneteenth. Her nonprofit group Establishing Sustainable Connections is hosting a virtual Juneteenth celebration starting at 10 o'clock this morning. And as you get ready to head out the door, you can get all your news headlines on KELOland.com. In just a few minutes, our online-only news program, KELOland on the Go, will post. Get all you need to know in news and weather coming up on the half hour. And right now, let's send it over to the live Doppler HD Storm Center to get a look at today's forecast. Scott?
All right, good morning there, Sophie. Good morning, KELOland. Temperatures this morning are in the 40s, 50s, and even low 60s now as Yankton is.
It's a virus that has been spread around the world, and honestly, no pun intended.
Special AC 360 tonight, not.
Gomez, here's a look at a few of your local headlines. Governor Kristi Noem proclaiming today, June 19th, as Juneteenth Day in South Dakota. This is to mark the 155th anniversary of the enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation, which is recognized as the end of slavery in the U.S. Noem says it's fitting and proper for all South Dakotans to celebrate the milestone as South Dakota prides itself on freedom. A family in the Aberdeen area is picking up the pieces after their home,
making your purchase that much easier.
Trump promising a new list of conservative justice picks in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision upholding the DACA program.
President now vowing to achieve a legal solution for Dreamers, but wasn't that what he's been asking for all along? Here's a flashback.
Our plan fully secures the border, provides a permanent solution to DACA.
They're good people, and the Democrats are trying to not do so. I offered a deal that was so good you can't refuse, right? But they don't want DACA. They really don't. They want to use it as a political football.
Well, here to react is the host of Justice with Judge Janine and author of those books right there, Liars, Leakers, and Liberals, and Radicals, Resistance, and Revenge. Good morning to you, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you agree with the president?
Look, the president has tried over and over to try to resolve this issue, and shame on Obama and Biden for setting up an untenable situation where this is never resolved. I mean, the Supreme Court case that came down was really a shocker because, you know, Chief Justice Roberts, who is now aligning himself with the liberal wing of the Supreme Court, basically says, you know, you didn't get the procedure right. Although what Obama did wasn't right either. And it appears that the court is getting involved in situations that are not only better left to Congress, but they're allowing themselves to become a political force right before an election. What should have happened here is that just as Obama issued that executive order on DACA, which was avoiding Congress and doing it illegally, this should have been allowed as well, where what Obama did was then taken down and Congress would have had the obligation to deal with it. Yeah. But, you know, when you hear things like Chuck Schumer saying, I was almost crying, the guy's crying all the time. He says, you know, when I felt the weight of the world was being taken off of the Dreamers. Look, the president has indicated he believes these Dreamers should probably stay. They're accomplished, they're educated, but he wants a deal. Congress doesn't want to commit to any kind of a deal. Judge, a wall is appropriate. We've got to stop illegal immigration. And what has happened now is we've got this all playing out in the Supreme Court instead of Congress. And Chief Justice Thomas, who wrote the dissent, made it very clear that they followed all the procedural guidelines and that this is a sham to kind of keep it in the Supreme Court and kind of use it as a political football.
You mentioned something, Judge, I just want to point out, and that is, of course, in 2012 is when President Obama issued that executive order, but in 2011, he was actually talking publicly about whether or not he had the authority to do what he did. Take a listen.
Now, I know some people want me to bypass Congress and change the laws on my own, but that's not how our system works. That's not how our democracy functions.
Judge, your reaction, should President Trump be forced to follow normal procedures when they've deemed a law unlawful?
You know, the shame of this thing is that the president is trying to do everything the right way. The president is, and has given Congress several opportunities, and he has made a lot of offers and a lot of, as he said, deals that shouldn't have been refused so that we can resolve this issue. The shame of it is that the Democrats continue to not want to resolve it so that they can use it against the president. But I think there's even a bigger issue here, and that is that when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is aligning himself with the liberal wing on issues that don't belong in the Supreme Court, should have been kicked back because this is an issue that the Congress needs to resolve, then now the president is saying, hey, look, that if they can do this, and you know we've seen Roberts on Obamacare, on the census, on the LGBTQ, now on this, then you know maybe religious freedoms are at stake, maybe the Second Amendment is at stake, and so the president is going to have the opportunity to get out there and say, you've got to reelect me. Even the Supreme Court has become politicized, and it's going left.
I have a feeling this is going to be...
And that's why there's a whole...
Judge, I have a feeling this is going to be your topic as you open the show tomorrow. What guests have you lined up? I see him in the teleprompter. You got an all-star lineup.
Well, we do have an all-star lineup, but...
would be probably the biggest effect on our bottom line.
Additional employees have been added to answer the phones, and runners are needed to take orders out to the guests waiting in their car. By mid-May, sales were picking up, and we did have our best Mother's Day ever, seeing double-digit growth over last year's weekly sales. So my Nebraska bakeries have now entered phase 3, starting this upcoming Monday. Governor Ricketts directed health measures. We anticipate our guests' desire to celebrate all of the life's events we missed over the past 3 months.
He's entranced by the presentation.
Anniversaries, retirements.
I'm going to look over.
With our ultimate hope that it will transfer into a much busier summer than we normally would have.
And this SCOTUS stuff.
I want to thank you for inviting
President
me.
Trump, a little distracted by his phone.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great job.
Oh dear. Oh my God. Jury roundtable.
Willie, that was a roundtable on small businesses by COVID-19, as the president could tell you.
All right.
You know, we've all been there in a meeting, but usually not in a meeting where a small business owner is talking about the hardship imposed on her by a pandemic with TV cameras focused on us. So not the finest hour for President Trump.
Must have been pretty important to him. Let's turn back to the momentous week
that killed hundreds of black people in Tulsa 99 years ago. We'll speak to descendants of those who survived. And a reminder, you can always get the morning's news by subscribing to the CBS This Morning.
Fund the police and invest directly in our communities. Remove Chicago Police Department from our public schools and invest in students' well-being. Institute an elected civilian review board to govern our police and establish Juneteenth as a paid civic holiday, just as was done for Columbus and Pulaski. To every demand, this mayor and the administration has offered a resounding no. Very quickly, are there some things on that list that you would consider?
Absolutely false. And again, do the homework. There's no mayor and no leader in the city that has been more assertive and aggressive on police reform and accountability than me. I led the Police Accountability Task Force. I led the police police board oversight that held more officers accountable than any other in the same period of time. So again, the thing to do is not list a list of demands, a manifesto. Work to build consensus in your ideas. That's what democracy is fundamentally all about.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot, we really appreciate your time.
Deposit it from here.
Your body over the fireworks to light them. As soon as you light it, move back quickly.
And many of us played with sparklers as children, but safety experts warn that sparklers and kids is actually a bad idea, saying that in reality it's a serious firework that burns at a temperature of about 2,000 degrees. It's basically a blowtorch, something you definitely don't want to hand your children, guys.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Extra giant, Jason Pierre-Paul, lost most of his hand with the firework, so you better be careful with that. Coming up later, the online student movement, how teens are using social media to share their experience with racism in high school and how they're pushing for change. And up next, the states and major companies recognizing Juneteenth as a holiday. Plus, we have our play of the day.
Empowering employees to manage their own
that I don't like, but he's going to be fair and true in his heart to the law and not to some overarching principle of what makes Republicans do better or Democrats or the like. And I do think that we've seen that borne out. And there's the potential for this Chief Justice to go down in history as one of the greats. He's one of the few grown-ups right now in Washington, D.C., while everyone else is sniping at each other. And, you know, I think I'm really grateful to see it.
Cecilia, it's Willie Geist. Great to have you on this morning. Working under President Obama, as Mika said, you helped to craft DACA. First, your impressions of this decision, but also I think it's important to talk to people about what DACA is and what it isn't. We talk in shorthand so often about who these 700,000 or so people are. What was the conceit of DACA? Why is it important to you, and why do you believe yesterday's decision was so significant?
Yeah, DACA is a use of the administration's enforcement authority. It basically says these people who came to the United States as children who have grown up here are low priorities for enforcement. that, you know, we shouldn't be expending enforcement resources to remove them from the country. And for that matter, they should have the ability to stay and work. So it's a temporary way of kind of lifting the weight off of these extraordinarily inspiring young people, so that they don't have to worry about deportation and so that they can go to school and study and work. We know that, for example, 29,000 of them are on the front lines of the COVID response in the healthcare industry. They're working as teachers, they're working as lawyers, they're working as healthcare professionals. And DACA is about protecting them from deportation and giving them the ability to work.
There are still a lot of questions, though, about what things will look like, not only here, but a few blocks from here, as this first rally will get underway tomorrow night, the first one since early March. The president had originally planned to host the campaign rally tonight on Juneteenth. However, he faced some criticism from Black America saying he was being insensitive to this date, so instead deciding to go ahead to tomorrow night. Now, what Tulsa will be looking like, we do know have some details. They include temperature checks at the door for those folks that will be going inside, hand sanitizer.
Excavate a possible mass grave in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, these killings happened more than 5 decades after enslaved people learned that they were free. Last month marked 99 years since a white mob burned a wealthy black community to the ground. An estimated 300 black men, women, and children died that day. Omar Villafranca went to Tulsa back in December. Now he has an update for us as the city continues to grapple with its past.
You have a clothing store, grocery stores, restaurants.
Brenda Nail Alfred's grandparents survived the 1921 race massacre, but their multiple businesses in the Tulsa neighborhood of Greenwood did not.
You're successful, you have homes, you have your businesses, and all of a sudden you don't. It's devastating.
In the 1920s, Greenwood was referred to as Black Wall Street because it had many successful black-owned businesses. The violence began in May 1921 when a white mob clashed with several armed black men who had gathered to protect a shoe shiner unjustly accused of assaulting a white woman. This rarely seen footage shared exclusively with CBS News shows the aftermath of the
outside and get your dream vacation. 6. Mamma mia, what a fight!
You do have to be done.
Thank you.
Enjoy every unforgettable moment. From our family to yours, Fairway.
Good morning, America. It's 8 a.m. Resurgence at the campaign rally. All eyes on Oklahoma as COVID collides with the presidential campaign. 100,000 people expected to descend on Tulsa for the president's rally. The state now hitting a record number of new cases. One of 20 states seeing cases on the upswing. Florida has a new single-day record, and California mandating masks statewide.
The wildfires raging out of rally there tomorrow. Oklahoma Senator James Lankford tells us why he supports it.
And fatherly advice, dads celebrating Father's Day tell us who they want to be for their kids during these troubled times.
Can't wait to hear what you have to say, Tony DeCopel, but first, here's today's eye-opener at 8. 155 years ago today, the Union Army general told the last enslaved people they were free.
Urgent new efforts to fight the coronavirus as more states face a major resurgence of the disease.
The arena in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where President Trump will hold a rally, is demanding his campaign provide a plan to ensure that attendees will be safe from the coronavirus.
It's a crowd like I guess nobody's seen before.
Former Atlanta police officer Garrett Roth will face a judge for the first time today in connection with the death of RAYSHARD Brooks.
Dreamers across the country are breathing a sigh of relief.
The Supreme Court issued a ruling that allows the so-called dreamers to stay in the U.S.
On Twitter, President Trump lashed out. He called the decisions horrible.
Love it. Oh, so cute. Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers. Happy Friday. Special thanks if you're just waking up and you're starting your day. We're glad to have you with us. Hoda has the morning off. Craig's Blazer has the morning on. We want to extend a special welcome to this favorite fashion choice. I love it.
My son picked it out last year for Father's Day, so I told him I would wear it every year to mark Father's Day. So that's hence the blazer. Well. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, speaking of Father's Day, we've got a special theme.
And smartly. We reached out to Dr. Eileen Marty. She's an infectious disease expert at FIU who's also giving advice to local leaders here in Miami-Dade. Here's her reaction to that. She said, quote, "To say that public health policy is aligned with business needs is a very unsafe perspective, and it is self-defeating." Let me share with you what local leaders have been.
Rights as Americans to assemble.
They kicked me off. Those people that show up tomorrow night will have this disclaimer. It says, "You are acknowledging that an inherent risk of exposure to COVID-19 exists in any public place where people are present. By attending the rally, you and any guests voluntarily assume all risk related to exposure to COVID-19. It also says for those supporters that show up that you can't sue the president, you can't sue the Trump campaign, and you can't sue the BOK Center right here behind me. Still a lot of questions about what tomorrow night will look like. We are expecting to get an update a couple of hours from now. Ed and Sandra, back to you guys.
Okay, Mark Meredith on the ground there in Tulsa. Mark, thank you for more on all this coming up.
Dr. Anthony Fauci just this morning called the surge in cases in Oklahoma and several other states very problematic. He said that being in an enclosed area certainly does increase the risk. Still in his interview with the Wall Street Journal this week, the president, who's 74, said he'd be good with his own daughter, Ivanka Trump, sitting in the crowded arena because he says she's young, adding that elderly people are the ones more likely to get sick and die. The president's campaign manager notably just told Fox and Friends just a matter of minutes ago that he will probably be wearing a mask. But on that issue of masks, the president allows in his interview with the Journal the idea that many people are wearing them not so much to avoid getting the virus, but to display their disapproval of him. And one thing that's notable, amid these rising cases, this public pressure that local leaders in Tulsa right now are providing, the BOK Center, where this is going to be hosted, they just yesterday sent a letter to the Trump campaign asking them to put their plan for tomorrow's rally in writing, detailing basically how they're going to handle safety, including social distancing.
At the Fulton County Courthouse behind me. Now, Rolfe faces 11 charges, including felony murder for shooting RAYSHARD Brooks in the back twice and killing him. The district attorney says he will not be pursuing the death penalty, but Rolfe still faces up to life in prison. His partner, Officer Devin Brosnan, turned himself in as well. He is free on bond. He's facing 4 charges, including aggravated assault for allegedly standing on Brooks' arms as he was lying on the ground dying. Meantime, morale at the Atlanta Police Department is said to be at an all-time low after weeks of protest, and now this. 8 officers have resigned since June 1. Some officers calling out sick Wednesday night and Thursday in protest of the charges some officers believe were unwarranted or filed too quickly and without due process. We are unsure how many officers are calling out, but a police union says in one zone, 1 officer showed up to work yesterday morning in a zone typically patrolled by several dozen. It's gotten so bad, the Atlanta Police Department had to reassure the public that they can still respond effectively to 911 calls.
The problem is they've been betrayed and backstabbed by their own mayor, the DA, and now
1866, parades and barbecues have been a staple of black communities from Houston and San Antonio to Chicago and Little Rock.
They have some really big Juneteenth celebrations, and I would love to go out to one of those because, I mean, there's thousands of people out there.
Back in California, the McIntyres feel their small celebration is one way to bridge the racial divide during this tense moment in our history.
My husband and I, we took our children to a peaceful protest, and I found myself walking with a fist in the air. And there was a movement that when I looked around, it wasn't just black people holding their hands up. And so that's why I feel like there is some momentum around Juneteenth.
James, I have to say first, bravo, love the McIntyres. What a great couple they are. I've known about Juneteenth for years and have occasionally celebrated, gone to some celebrations, but I can't honestly say to you that it's something I consciously celebrated every single year. But it really feels like we're in a moment this time with the death of George Floyd and others. It seems to be giving added importance to Juneteenth this year. Do you think so too?
Oh, absolutely. And sadly, because of a horrific event like that, many people are thinking about it. But the McIntyres are a perfect family example of that as they educate their kids and the ones in the neighborhood. Gail, look, we understand that Teaching involves explanation and demonstration, and from that comes a practical application and discussion, and it's so nice to see that the young people are embracing that.
Yes, I think so too. Many in corporate America are recognizing Juneteenth, including Viacom CBS, the company we work for. But you know, in TV news business, James, we work on holidays. So I'm thinking 9/01, I'm going to take the rest of the day off. But a lot of corporations for the first time this year are paying attention. I also think that's a good thing.
And let me be clear as well too, Gail, thank you for your honesty, and that's exactly what I'm doing today as well too, again, amplifying on what teaching is all about. And the fact of the matter is, all 7 mountains of influence in society, whether it's arts and entertainment, business, government, media, we ought to all embrace it because, Gail, it is shared history.
It really is. The president has raised a couple of eyebrows. If you looked at the Wall Street Journal, I know you've seen it, where he says that he made Juneteenth famous. Nobody had heard of it before. He mentioned the controversy in Tulsa where he moved his rally. Well, that certainly is not true, but a lot of people are learning about it for the first time.
Well, keep in mind, as Alvin Patrick and I indicated in that piece, Alvin being my producer, since 1866, people of color have been celebrating it, and in a growing number. I would think that it stands on its own.
Well, now that you know, you know. You can't ignore it any longer. James Brown, always good to see you. Have a good day off at 9:01. Well, yours can start now. Mine's going to start at 9:01. Thank you. Tony?
All right, Gail, JB, thank you very much. Former Democratic presidential contender Amy Klobuchar now says she does not want to be Joe Biden's running mate. The Minnesota senator says she told the presumptive Democratic nominee to choose a woman of color instead. The announcement does not change Biden's timetable. He has said that he plans to announce his vice presidential choice by August 1st. Contenders include California Senator Kamala Harris, Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, Florida Congresswoman Val Demings, former Obama administration National Security Advisor Susan Rice, and New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham. Anthony.
And the health concerns about President Trump's upcoming rally in Tulsa, where new coronavirus cases hit a new high. We'll talk with Oklahoma Senator James Lankford, who plans to be there. But first, it is 8:09.
We talk about the importance of the mask. We've not ordered them as far as people out in public, but it certainly is very, very, very important.
It's craving restaurant flavor? Honey butter chicken biscuit, sausage, egg, and Swiss.
Lawful. So it's just kicking this can down the road. But this is part of a larger problem. It's not just DACA, and it's John Roberts giving the deciding vote to rewrite Obamacare and make the individual mandate a tax, which he said he wouldn't legislate from the bench. He did it. There's all sorts of cases that have come down where Roberts is deciding outcomes and then finding a way to get avoid controversial outcomes. We need justices who have the courage of their convictions, and this is not what we're getting from John Roberts.
All right, here's the Wall Street Journal editorial board on that this morning on DACA. Obama can, but Trump can't. To your point, Mark, the Supreme Court endorses a double regulatory standard. That piece finishes by saying it's hard to avoid the conclusion that the campaign of intimidation and threat of court packing by Senate Democrats are getting the result they want. Want to finish off with this. Amy Klobuchar has now decided to formally drop out of Joe Biden's vice presidential search, says she's backing a woman of color. Here's Amy Klobuchar.
This is a moment to put a woman of color on that ticket. And there are so many incredibly qualified women. But if you want to heal this nation right now, my party, yes, but our nation, this is sure a hell of a way to do it.
Wanted to get your reaction to that and the latest Fox News national poll on if you had to choose the president, if you were voting today, how that would pan out. It turns out Biden would pull 50% of that vote today to President Trump's 38%. Final thoughts, Mark.
Yeah, so on Klobuchar, she's making virtue out of necessity. If she thought she had a chance of being the nominee, she wouldn't be pulling out. The reason she's not going to be the nominee is because she was a Minnesota prosecutor and didn't prosecute police who killed unarmed black men. And so whether those were right decisions or wrong, there's not a chance that Joe Biden would pick her for his vice president. On the polls with Biden, national polls don't matter. You look at because we've run the state by state. The election is going to be decided in a handful of swing states. Biden is leading in a lot of those swing states right now, but Hillary Clinton was leading by more at the same time in 2016, and she lost. So I'm not. And Biden's big problem is that he has a massive enthusiasm gap with the president, and so Trump voters are going to be motivated to get out there, and Biden voters are not.
That poll made a lot of headlines. Obviously, the Biden camp wanting to tout that 12-point lead, at least as it is for now. Mark Thiessen, great to have you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
She thinks Biden needs to pick a woman of color for VP.
Want to heal this nation?
Sensitivity in gum. It's really good dentistry to be able. Thanks.
Still to come hours from now, the ex-officer charged with the murder of RAYSHARD Brooks is expected to be in court for the first time today. We'll tell you what to expect from that. And in just the past 24 hours, Twitter has slapped a manipulated media label on one of the president's tweets. Facebook has removed one of his campaign ads. That's a first. We'll talk about why. And with coronavirus cases spiking around the country, could states' decisions to reopen their economies early backfire? Like we were just talking about, we'll talk about the economics of all of it with senior advisor to the president, Kevin Hassett.
That drives us. The history of this great black music that we've been making over the years and really celebrate the culture. And so Alicia and I were good friends and we've collaborated over the years. My first tour was opening for her back in 2005 after my first album, Get Lifted, came out. And so we have a long history together and we both play the piano, so we thought it'd be cool for us to do it. And so we're going to do it today, celebrating Juneteenth, celebrating just the richness of black culture. And I think it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful day.
Absolutely. Well, we'll definitely look forward to that, John. Of course, we're also looking forward to hearing your new album, Bigger Love, which drops today. And I understand that you recorded most of these songs before the pandemic, before the nationwide protests. But why did you feel it was important to release this album right now?
Well, it's an album full of love. It's a hopeful album. Hopefully it'll be inspiring for people. And, with all the tough times that this nation has experienced, that the world has experienced, I felt like people could use it.
We're looking at the video there. We see your family in the video. And Sunday is also a big day. Happy early Father's Day. We just saw the kids and Chrissy in the video with you. You guys have any, you and the family have any Father's Day plans lined up?
Happy Father's Day to you, Michael.
Thank you, my friend.
I feel so excited to actually have a day off on Sunday. I have no idea what Chrissy's planned for me, but I spent a lot of time promoting the album this week. Last week I was filming our Father's Day special for ABC, and so I'll be excited just to have a day off.
Hey, tell us about that special you're hosting here on ABC.
Yeah, so I just brought together a bunch of friends. We have some comedy, some music from the new album. I did a couple covers as well. And hopefully we'll celebrate Father's Day in a way that'll make people feel the love and feel some connection. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun for everybody. We had a lot of fun making it.
No doubt. We're going to enjoy it, man. We appreciate you getting up early. And as I said, a happy early Father's Day. And everybody out there, you can watch John Legend and Family, A Bigger Love Father's Day, Sunday, 7 Central, right here on ABC. And coming up, John's not going anywhere. He's going to perform not one, but 2 amazing songs for our summer concert series.
Well, now to our GMA cover story and how the growing Black Lives Matter movement has inspired an online movement. High school students are speaking out on social media, bravely sharing their stories about racism and what they say they encountered at school. Diane Macedo joins us now with more on that. Good morning, Diane.
Amy, good morning. We've counted at least 60 Instagram accounts, all dedicated to exposing racism at their respective schools across the country. To do that, they're asking current and former students to share their personal stories. And while those stories may be hard to listen to, organizers say it's time they be heard and it's time they be believed. As young protesters take to the streets supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, another movement is appearing on Instagram. High school students sharing experiences with racism they say they faced in their elite private and prep schools.
I won this leadership position in our school. A student later told me that the only reason I won was because they needed diversity and it was rigged for the black student.
A white student called me an illegal immigrant and told me to go get a green card at the border. I was born in New York.
Lauren Gloucester and Omia Hawk are reading anonymous posts from their Instagram account, True Colors of Columbia, dedicated to collecting first-hand stories of racism at their alma mater, Columbia Grammar and Prep School in New York City.
This is not something that ever leaves you. Those little comments, those jeers, those jokes, they stay with you forever.
It's just one of dozens of similar Instagram accounts about schools all across the country, like the Black at Tabor account dedicated to stories from Tabor Academy in Marion, Massachusetts. One post reads, "My first week a teacher came up to me and before even asking my name said, 'So what sport did they recruit you for?'" Tabor alum and account creator Yasmin Madmoon says her prestigious boarding school education came at a cost.
I feel like way too often, especially the Black kids at Tabor, you share your experiences and everybody tells you your experience isn't real or it isn't valid.
Ultimately, the hope of the students that are speaking out is that the administration of these schools will do something, that their peers become more aware of, what qualifies as a racist comment.
In a statement to ABC News, Tabor Academy writes in part, "We pledge to actively create a safe and equitable anti-racist learning community at Tabor." And Columbia Grammar tells us it is clear that we have important and long overdue work ahead. We are ready and committed. Organizers say it's time these stories are heard, believed, and acted upon.
I have hope for the generation that comes after us, that they won't have to experience the same things we did.
And we're told many of those accounts have also sent specific demands to their respective schools, asking for things like more representation in the curriculum, more representation among the faculty, disciplinary action for discrimination, and they want to see at least some of those changes implemented before the start of the school year. Whit.
An important conversation, Diane. Thank you so much. We are turning now to a sneak peek in honor of
To Mom's group.
Full step forward, but what would make it even more meaningful is that if on June 20th we continue the conversation, if we continue looking at policies and practices of inequality.
And that, he says, is why we celebrate.
We have to honor the people who laid the foundation upon which we stand. We have to celebrate the contributions of African Americans to America, and at the same time, remember that we still have a lot of work to do.
And as for Juneteenth celebrations today, Craig, you can certainly take your pick. Tonight, John Legend and Alicia Keys are doing a live concert on Instagram to celebrate. And you can typically go to cities around the country and find a Juneteenth rodeo or picnic. I remember going to Juneteenth parades growing up in Oklahoma. I'm sure that you had plenty of celebrations growing up in South Carolina. Dr. Knight said something to me. He said that the beauty of this holiday is that the celebrations are as diverse as the culture itself. Craig.
Wayne Alexander with a great history lesson for us this morning. Blaine, thank you. Music superstar Pharrell Williams, as you just saw there, has been very involved in the push to make Juneteenth a paid holiday in his home state of Virginia, an effort that became a reality earlier this week. Pharrell, good to see you. Good to see you on this Juneteenth. I caught that news conference on Tuesday, and I was struck at how passionate you were about Juneteenth. How did this become such a critical cause for you?
It's a critical cause because, our ancestors, their lives were given. They gave their lives. They gave their flesh. They gave their minds, and there wasn't much acknowledgement for the fact that we never really had our Independence Day like we should have. When July 4th, 1776 happened. It was only really our white brothers that were free. Their wives were not free. They couldn't vote. Africans could not vote. The Native Americans, whose land it was to begin with, could not vote. So it's just this is a time. It's like Juneteenth is an American celebration. The thing with us as a nation is, man, typically we do not know how to read the room, and that's because we have the hubris of assuming because we built the room, but we have to ask ourselves who actually did the labor, and consider those. When you look at what's going on in the streets today, it's not just Black brothers and sisters. It's our advocates and allies out there as well, which means it's American. It's a moment. And so if our lives matter, then absolutely the freedom of our people, that matters too. And this should be a paid holiday, respectively, not only for this country on a federal level, but for all nations. Every nation that's ever kidnapped and enslaved Africans and African diaspora should have a paid holiday. That's the fair thing to do. It's the right thing to do. It's the human right thing to do.
I understand that is what led you to pick up the phone and call the governor of Virginia last week. What did you say to him, and what did he say to you?
I said, Governor, look, there's a lot of things going on. And this is just as important to your legacy as it is the state's legacy. And if you would be willing to, and at that time I was asking for an executive order, which he said he couldn't do, but he said he would do his best to, he was going to let his employees off for the day, paid, and that he would promise that the first time he got a chance to get before the legislators in August that, they would get the bill passed. Spoke to him and the delegate, Lamont Bagby, the leader of the Black Caucus as well, about that. And I promised them both. I said, listen, if we can get this done, I will get on a plane. It's the first time I've traveled in almost 5 months. My wife is not playing. As you all know, we have a soccer team full of children. And so my wife is not playing with that COVID-19. You guys are seeing the spikes everywhere. But you know what? I had to do this because, this is for my ancestors. My ancestors absolutely came through the hulls of those ships in Virginia. So, this was very symbolic. It means the world not only to my ancestors, but to my family today and my children's children's children. And listen, man, if you love us, then this holiday should be a holiday for everybody. And we're asking not just for us to get the paid day off. But we're asking everybody. We want everyone to know that this is important and this is incredibly symbolic.
I've got about 30 seconds left. I understand that you've written a musical about the history of Juneteenth, and there's some news about that this morning. What can you tell us?
Yes, sir. So Kenya Barris and I have been working on this for like 2 years as a Broadway play. But now Netflix is into it, so we are also going to begin, getting the pens out for the movie as well for Juneteenth. It's important. It's important, and we're very grateful. And the other thing I want to state, I know you got 30 seconds, but not only just the state governors, and we should make this a federal holiday, but all the corporations. Look at the big Fortune 500 companies who are reading the room right. They're all getting on the right side of right. And honestly, if you don't do this, you should feel ashamed of yourself. If you're not with this, then stop wearing the color black. Don't eat black food. Don't do our dances. Don't do none of that. And that's not what you want to do because we're American and you love us. This is America. Just get on the right side of the right. This is which way the wind is blowing. Get your sails out and ride the wave, man.
Pharrell Williams, thank you, sir. Appreciate you, brother. Be well. We will be right back after your local news.
Coming up, Carla Hall joined us live. We'll be right back.
And good morning to you on this Friday. I'm Vanessa Gomez. We begin by taking a look at coronavirus cases around the region. In South Dakota, 59 new cases announced yesterday, but active cases dropped by 19. The state processed over 1,300 tests yesterday. Just over 4% came back positive. Minnesota state officials aren't yet ready to make a decision how the state's schools will reopen this fall. They're promising a decision by the week of July 27th. Iowa is reporting 291 new cases. More than 15,000 people have recovered from the virus. Big changes are in store for this year's Sioux Falls Marathon. The marquee event is being scaled back to a half marathon only. That means no full marathon, 10K, or 5K. Registration is also being limited to 550 runners. While COVID-19 canceled many events, there is one in Sioux Falls that is still moving forward. Porkpalooza organizers announced yesterday the free event will take place August 28th and the 29th. They do not have a spot picked out yet, but say it will be at one of the Lifescape locations. You can follow the Porkpalooza Facebook page for updates on entertainment and vendors. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Vanessa. It is a beautiful start to the day out there. We have a little bit of sunshine and we have some much cooler weather sitting in place.
Unparalleled array.
Showing afternoon highs in the 70s to near 80 degrees, a high of 78 in Sioux Falls.
Battery bundle. Real.
Trajectory that cannot just be explained by testing. The percentage of people who are testing positive has been increasing over the last couple of days. That is something that we have to keep a very close eye on, as they're going to be reporting new numbers at 11 o'clock this morning. Stephanie?
Thanks, Sam. Gabe, let's talk New York City moving into phase 2 of reopening, but we're hearing more and more health workers starting to prepare for a potential second wave in NYC.
Hi there, Stephanie. Yes, this is Lenox Hill Hospital behind me. We went inside earlier this week. They are now down to 1 COVID unit. And Stephanie, that is hugely significant because at one point, this hospital had about 20 COVID units dealing with more than 300 coronavirus patients a day. When we went earlier this week, they were down to just 6. So a dramatic improvement, but they're also preparing for the potential second wave later this year, potentially in October or November, coinciding with flu season. Now, they do know, those doctors say, that they can now triple the number of ICU beds in this hospital. So they say they are prepared. But the emotional toll for many of these doctors and nurses is still weighing on them, and they're beginning to process that several months after the peak of this. We spoke with several of those doctors and nurses. Take a listen to what they had to say.
Seeing a husband and wife die together of COVID in the same room of the same disease, I've never seen that in my career.
As patients were coming in rapidly and dying rapidly, every night when we were just thought we weren't ahead of it, when we might not have PP, we might not have vents, those were the moments where you said, is everybody going to be okay? That's the stress.
And the doctor you just heard from right there, she is the executive director of the hospital. It was on her to make sure Lenox Hill had enough PPE, enough ventilators, and enough beds. Again, they are preparing for a potential second wave later this year. And Stephanie, now New York City on the verge of phase 2 of reopening that is scheduled to start on Monday. We're expecting more details from Mayor Bill de Blasio later on this morning. Also, Stephanie, Governor Cuomo is expected to give his final coronavirus briefing later this morning. Stephanie?
Gabe, thank you. Quiet hum that we have seen. Sometimes it gets a little bit louder depending on the arguments and the situations diplomatically, but at the moment, it is this reopening. Monday, New York is supposed to reopen a whole bunch of areas, which is, of course, phase 2. Sandra, I'm just waiting for the nail salons. But regardless, it seems to be that the markets have slightly stabilized. But remember what happened a week ago, Thursday. We were down 1,700 plus points for the Dow. So there will be rockin' and rollin' days. Some days you will be happy about your portfolio, others not so much. But for the moment, we are well off the lows back on March 23rd.
Here's the president, Liz, touting the success of that small business loan program and how much it helped them and ultimately our economy. Here's the president.
Over 4.6 million small business loans, saving and supporting an estimated 50 million American jobs, Jovita. That's incredible. The small business owners that we have with us this afternoon all received the PPP loans, and now their businesses are on the road to recovery and they're doing really well.
So it's going to take some time before we see really how well they recover, and if they all recover, Liz. Of course, it could take months for some of them to fully bounce back. Meanwhile, as we do see some of these companies coming back, movie theaters, so many people who love to go to the movies, they've been waiting for this to happen. Now AMC says that they are going to slowly start to be able to open some of their movie theaters, although there's some controversy because they're not going to require folks to wear face masks when they enter the theater, Liz.
Yeah, this is interesting. Adam Aron, who is the CEO of AMC, has been spending the past 3 months desperately working and figuring out a way to reopen. It will happen in July, mid-July. And let me just tell you, 450 of their 600 theaters will open, and under totally new circumstances. They will be ripping out entire aisles and areas where you won't be able to sit in front directly of somebody. So every other row is going to be out, according to Adam Aron, and they've got brand new ventilation systems where he says they will filter out about 99% of all of the particles that are in the air. A lot of other things, but I would say this, requirements on masks. He says he will absolutely be wearing one. He will not, unless it's required by the jurisdiction in which the theater rests. He will not require it. There will be masks for sale in case people forget theirs. They'll be for sale for $1. He did say...
...and deaths. Quality of care problems have been exacerbated, as Mr. Brown noted. In this instance, as the chair noted, by difficulties in obtaining personal protective equipment and COVID-19 tests. I expect Professor Grabowski will have more to say on this topic, but I want to point out the lack of federal coordination that certainly has impeded facilities' ability to identify infected persons and to provide care. In particular, the absences remains important as facilities are attempting to open up, which requires an extensive reliance on testing to identify infections or lack thereof. I'd like to flag some other areas.
What I'm saying is, if we're going to have a national holiday recognized by everyone, then everyone should know the meaning of Juneteenth, and everybody should work toward trying to do the things that Juneteenth represents, and that is teaching everybody, not just African Americans, what this whole situation is about.
And Leon, I don't know if you saw a little bit earlier at the top of the hour, we read Usher's piece in the Washington Post. He says it's past time to make it a national holiday, but recognize the contributions of African Americans to this country when you make it a national holiday. And he says, rather than observing this as we do with other holidays by taking it off, we can make it a day when Black culture, Black entrepreneurship, and Black businesses get our support. What do you think about that?
That's a fairly good idea, but if I may add to it, I don't want Juneteenth to be like February as Black History Month. That's almost meaningless. I won't have to try to explain it, but it doesn't have that much meaning. I want Juneteenth to represent a lot of the changes that are being made today, but there need to be real changes regarding the systemic racism, not just something that you smooth over.
Okay. Leon there in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Reminder to turn down your television, just listen and talk through your phone. Michael in Pratton.
I'm adding some scallions just to finish it. You put that on right before you serve it.
You really making us hungry. I'm from Texas. We do love our brisket, but you know what? That pork is good too. We eat everything in Texas, and I did not know Witt had a thing for potato salad. I'm learning something. I do. Every day I come here, I learn something new about Witt.
See, information is power. That's what we do on Juneteenth. You see how you got that information?
so Carla, what's your favorite way to serve these two dishes?
So my favorite way, I love it like this, but I also love doing the pork on a sandwich, you know, but here I'm just going to slice it and I'm going to have the barbecue sauce on the side. I cook it to medium, which is so beautiful.
You know,
But,
we
you know, with the nice
usually
little
have
potato
food
roll.
demos here in the studio. We have nothing today.
The social distance
They're
is killing us right now.
That is hard to look at with the hunger I'm feeling right now. But also, hey, you might get thirsty when you're eating all this food, and we just saw that red is that traditional color to celebrate Juneteenth. You made a really refreshing drink to go with this. It's red. What does it symbolize?
So this symbolizes, like Tanya said in her piece, it symbolizes the blood that was shed by the enslaved people. So not only is that, you know, about the blood that was shed, but also when you think about the economic opportunities from watermelon and strawberries that are grown around Juneteenth. So that was one of the things that the enslaved people were doing. They were growing and selling their watermelons and their strawberries, and not only the hydration and the nutrients which are in watermelon, and because of that, they were demonized with watermelon. So when you think about people talking about, oh, blacks and watermelons, and you know, this signifies laziness, didn't come from us. So this is also why it was demonized, because of that economic opportunity that they had.
Well, Carla, thank you for the information, the conversation, and of course the mouth-watering food as well. We love you, Carla. Thank you so much. You can get Carla's recipes on our website, goodmorningamerica.com. And if you don't have the chance to cook up a feast like Carla's, consider picking up some food from black-owned restaurants, a chef or caterer. Many black-owned restaurants were hit especially hard during the pandemic.
That's right, and ABC News is presenting a primetime special commemorating the holiday and its significance titled Juneteenth, a celebration of overcoming. That airs tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on ABC. Lots of information in that. Coming up next, though, here on GMA, we have two performances from John Legend.
That and more in Pop Start. But first, this is Today on NBC.
That sometimes things in the national security area are on a need-to-know basis, and I'm about the least necessary guy to tell stuff like that, too. I'm an economist.
Kevin Hassett, thank you, and good luck to your team as you are grappling with all of
in multiple languages, and people need to register now or request their mail-in ballots now. It's kind of like RSVPing for a party, so that the states know, you know, how much food to tell the caterer to order. That's really important. And then, of course, there will be polls open on that day, but there'll be fewer polls, fewer poll workers, longer lines. We saw it in Georgia. We saw problems in Wisconsin. So I think we have to expect that not every vote is going to be timely counted.
We've had, I mean, you mentioned the long lines. We had record turnout in Georgia, I think in Iowa as well, but at the same time, registration appears to be down in some places. What do you see going on there?
Well, registration is down. It was up in January and February over 2016, but when COVID hit in March, it plummeted because under federal law, you register at the DMV, and the DMV is closed. And there are also, obviously, election sites where you can register officially, social services agencies, and also a huge get-out-the-vote efforts for registration at large public gatherings. None of that is happening. What we saw in Wisconsin, as I indicated, is people really do want to vote, but when they sign up later, closer to the election date, there was a tsunami of applications and just not the resources to catch up. So again, earlier is better. And as I've written recently in a piece in the Bulwark, apathy and cynicism around voting is one of the biggest objections to voting. And so I encourage people to grab a friend or two who's not used to voting and get them out, because there's really nothing more important in this moment. Whatever your issue is that you care about, immigration reform, climate change, it all hinges on a functioning democracy.
All right, the book is What You Need to Know About.
You have worsened breathing, chest pain.
Sorry, my whole family, and Jack, I tried to wake up Kyan, my 10-year-old, so we could have a home graphics department. He's knocked out, so I have to do graphics by myself today. But maybe next time I'll try to get one of my kids in. All right, so we have a good pop start for you today. First up, we're going to start with Jimmy Kimmel. This is funny. So the late night host has been doing his show from home for the past couple of months due to the pandemic. But this summer, his show is going to look even different. So that's because Kimmel announced he's taking the summer off to spend more time with his family, and a rotating roster of guest hosts will be filling in starting July 6th. The news
coming as a shock for Matt Damon, who has had an ongoing and hilarious feud of sorts with Kimmel over the years. Kimmel, of course, refusing to have Damon on his show. Damon, in turn, trying to sneak onto set. But now, Damon has taken things to the next level. Look at this.
I was telling the audience that I'm going to be off this summer. What does that mean, off? It means off. It means not on. It means I won't be here.
What am I going to do?
What do you mean, what are you going to do?
Well, I mean, I haven't been on. I mean, I've been back here 3 months waiting to get on.
You have?
Yeah.
You've been in that bedroom for 3 months?
Yeah.
Hey, what is my... That's my wife.
I love that he comes out with this mask. Here's hoping Jimmy gets that figured out and enjoys his time off. That was a good one. Oh, good times. All right, so next up, Jamie Foxx. You were talking about this one, Craig. This is good. The Oscar winner has been teasing his next big role for a long time now, but it looks like it is finally happening. Look at this. After years in development, Foxx says he has officially got the ball rolling on a mic.
We're just best friends.
And they are cute. Joining us live now from Denver, Colorado, Henry and Baloo and their humans, of course, Cynthia and Andre. Thank you so much for joining us. We know that the two of them have been on many different adventures all over the place, but if there could be one thing on their bucket list, what would it be?
So we've always wanted to go to Alaska. You know, we think it's a more wild and dreamy Colorado with lots of wildlife and mountains. So hopefully we can do that soon.
Oh, I'm sure they will love it. No question about that. And if they can actually speak human talk, that is, what would they say about this honor of being our pet of the week?
Very excited and proud to be on Good Morning America, of course, and always so shocked when people know their name on the trail.
All right, well, hopefully many more adventures to come for the two of them. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciated meeting them and of course, that relationship symbolic.
That violate the Constitution.
So how do you balance making sure a bad apple doesn't get away with it, while at the same time making sure that good police officers, good men and women in blue, can do their jobs without fear of a lawsuit?
Well, I think what you see is a lot of training in our bill that's very similar to what they have in the House bill for de-escalation, for situations where police officers are watching another officer use overwhelming force and to intervene. I think you also see more body cameras, more transparency and accountability. And we also have a different approach on a registry or keeping records of certain demerits or other egregious acts by police officers, so they don't just go from department to department. We have it kept at the local level. I think the House bill has it at the state level. The president has it at the federal level. But we're all trying to go for the same aim here. So I'm not interested in the political talking points that I just heard. I'm actually interested in listening to the cries of the people who honestly and genuinely have lost trust in their ability for our law enforcement officers to be colorblind.
Important to get past the talking points. You're absolutely right. So how do we get to the substance? There seem to be all of these sidebar debates that keep popping up. Limited immunity, I don't mean to say is sidebar. It's very important and central to this, but you've seen all kinds of other back and forth that you just referred to. Banning chokeholds, making lynching a federal crime. Some of the things that we've heard that are central to this legislation. How confident are you can get a deal that's fair and equitable to law enforcement officers as well?
Well, I would say the Justice Act does essentially ban chokeholds, and I'm all for that. The Justice Act also includes the anti-lynching legislation. And so we have a lot of commonality here. So if you want to reach a solution, go back to your studies in elementary school. You pass a House bill, you pass a Senate bill, you reach a compromise, and it goes to the president's desk. But if we don't get it to the Senate floor, if we're obstructed there for political reasons, the American people aren't going to get to see the debate on the greatest debating stage in this country, the United States Senate. So there is where I think we can make improvements and have amendments, have the full discussion on the sticking points. Remember, there's a lot of common ground here, but I think if we don't act, the American people are going to be really, really even more skeptical of our ability to get the important issues done.
Elementary school. I think Schoolhouse Rock is what it was called. I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. We'll see if it actually becomes law. Senator, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Sandra.
Okay, the nation's leading cancer doctor warning that deaths could rise by the thousands in the next decade after months of delays in screening and treatment due to the coronavirus pandemic. So how big of a risk is this? Dr. Mark Siegel here to talk about that next.
Well, no doubt she would be so honored and proud of you. Ogie, congratulations. The film releases today on Vimeo. Tremaine, always great to see you. Be sure to listen to his Into America podcast. We're going to leave it there. Next, 2 landmark decisions from the Supreme Court this week went against the president and his supporters. How that impact Trump's re-election pitch? That is all about the judges. And speaking of re-election, the line is growing to get into President Trump's rally in Tulsa, and he just tweeted about it, saying any protesters, anarchists, agitators, looters, or lowlifes who are going to Oklahoma, please understand, you will not be treated like you have been in New York, Seattle, or Minneapolis. It will be a much different scene. Well, I would say it's unclear what he means by that, but it's not. He's threatening them. He's saying the police won't be that nice.
Where staff live, COVID is soon to be in the nursing home where they work. This suggests COVID is not a bad apples problem, but rather a system-wide problem that can impact any nursing home in any state. This is a time to support all our nursing homes. So what should we do? Staff and residents are in desperate need of COVID testing. Until we get rapid and accurate testing for all staff and residents, we won't be able to contain COVID. And this can't be a one-off. We need a surveillance program that regularly tests staff and residents in order to identify new cases as they emerge. The virus also spreads because staff lack PPE. There is a huge shortage of masks, gloves, and gowns that has led to staff reusing these supplies or simply going without. Rather than pushing the logistics and costs of testing and PPE to states and nursing homes, the federal government needs to own this issue. The federal government should set a consistent policy across all U.S. nursing homes and then provide states and nursing homes with the resources to achieve it. And if we have testing and PPE in place, we would be able to move safely towards opening nursing homes again to family members, like Miss Lolly, who could have visited her mother. Another issue is supporting and growing the direct care workforce. Nursing homes need higher reimbursement for COVID cases to prevent layoffs and maintain staffing levels. Staff also deserve a wage that is commensurate with the risks they are taking. The federal government needs to put dollars in place that flow directly to workers in terms of hazard pay and other benefits. I want to conclude with a very simple statement. It didn't have to be this way. What do I mean by that? Much of the negative impact of COVID in nursing homes could have been avoided. However, rather than prioritizing the safety of the 1.3 million individuals that live in nursing homes and the staff that care for them, we fail to invest in testing, PPE, and the workforce. We allowed a problem that could have been contained to grow into a national crisis. Now that we are here, it is time for the federal government to make the necessary investment to mitigate the spread of COVID across all U.S. nursing homes. We owe it to our parents, our grandparents, and the individuals that care for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm 78 years old now, and that was 1946, 47.
Okay, thanks for the call, James. James in Cedar Hill, Texas. Pedro in Woodford, Virginia. Pedro, good morning.
Good morning, Greta. It's so good to see you.
Good to talk to you.
Favorite.
Oh, thank you. Good to talk to you, Pedro. So what does this day mean to you?
I just want to say I'm glad you guys are putting it up and letting people know about it, because some people don't know about it. And you're beautiful, Greta, and you have a great day. Thanks a lot.
Okay. All right, Pedro. Sammy in Birmingham, Alabama. Sammy, good morning.
Yes, good morning to you also. I want to say that, first of all, God made all of us already free. We were free when God blew his breath into us. But some people wanted to enslave African Americans. But Juneteenth, what it means to me is emancipation. And it's nothing new to me. I don't know what President Trump come up with the idea that he created Juneteenth, because we've been celebrating in Alabama Juneteenth for millions, not millions, you understand what I'm saying, but for years. We always get together at the park and we celebrate in our homes also. So, you know, it's offensive that he would even have this rally, and the people out there, they don't even understand what Juneteenth means to African Americans, because I feel that they are taking it lightly also. So Juneteenth means a lot to black people. So we need white people to really find out about Juneteenth, because black people, we already know what Juneteenth means.
So I want to just read this piece for you, and this is written in today's New York Times by Brianna Holt, and she's a cultural writer for the paper. She's from Texas, and she writes about what it was like to celebrate this when she was growing up in Texas. And she writes, "If I wasn't marching along with friends, I'd catch a ride in the back of my grandfather's pickup truck and sit next to my dad. Prince would blast from the speakers while dancing pedestrians followed behind the car. Several people would yell thank you to my father, and I could see that he was proud of his work and even more proud of the kinship present in his own neighborhood. The 30-minute route would lead us to the park, where bounce houses, horseback riding, basketball courts, and a swimming pool awaited for the children. The adults and elders would congregate around the stage or browse through the vendors, debating what makes someone a true Christian and spreading neighborhood gossip." And then she goes on to write, "This entire celebration lasted only 6 hours, but had the vitality to keep you feeling warm and loved throughout the summer. It acted as a reminder that there was a community of people who were rooting for you, supported you, and wanted to see you succeed. Every time you left a Juneteenth celebration, you took with you new stories, new connections, and a new sense of what it meant to be black, but specifically what it meant to be black in Texas." Patricia, in Dallas, Texas. Good morning to you, Patricia.
Good morning to you, and happy Juneteenth, America. I remember seeing old pictures from the 1940s, and I asked my mom, I said, what's going on? And she said that was the Juneteenth celebration in Dallas, Texas from the 40s. Wonderful.
Did people stop celebrating it then, Patricia, or did it continue throughout your life?
They still continue. They do. And I'm so proud that we're finally going to recognize it, because it's very important. The last state, you know, to get rid of slavery. Very interesting.
Okay. Nakomba's in Washington, D.C.
They take care of you and provide a great service. I highly recommend Siouxland.
Getaway. So actually, I'm going to do a little fishing today as well, so I'm looking forward to that. But that piece was so well done. We want to thank the producers and the people.
And your birthday's coming up, Carson. Happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for reminding me. Monday's my birthday, and
oh, wow.
Yeah, so
all right.
There.
Happy Father's Day, guys.
Happy birthday.
All right.
Happy Father's Day, fellas. That was fun.
Love
Thank
y'all.
you, ladies. Love you too.
We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
From the Global Sleep Score, just $35,876, or this.
We have to keep going with cancer treatments and for the research and for the diagnostics and the screening. Cannot stop. Now's the time to get it back on track.
If you could, Dr. Siegel, with the 30 or so seconds that we have left, what's your message to people who are listening right now who might still be a little hesitant to go back to see their doctor for these regular screenings or whatever it may be, for still fear of possibly exposing themselves to COVID-19? Should you make those appointments now?
I would urge people out there, Sandra, that's a great question. Start with the televisit. Get in at least virtually with your doctor and ask him or her what to do next. And screenings are starting to come back online. Delaying them months is not a problem. Delaying treatments by weeks or months is not a problem. But beyond that, it is a problem. Now is a wake-up call. Now is the time to get back on track. Now is the time to get those screenings. And be assured, we've learned how to sterilize the equipment. MRIs and CT scans and mammograms are much safer than they were a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago. We know how to keep COVID away from that equipment. We're doing well with disinfecting surfaces. And we also found out that COVID is less likely to live on surfaces and cause a problem than we thought before.
Right. All right, Dr. Siegel, always appreciate you coming on. Thanks so much.
Have some impact on the type of justices that are appointed and judges on lower benches, then you have to pay closer attention to that and get in that game.
Eddie, last word to you. This has been a massive week wrapping on this day, Juneteenth. What message do you want to relay?
Well, we stand at the crossroads. Juneteenth is such an important day because it's so full of irony. It gives us a sense of the afterlife, as some scholars say, the afterlife of slavery. Although it's a moment in which the enslaved hear that they have been freed. You know, the 13th Amendment passed in January of 1865, the Emancipation Proclamation 2 years earlier, but they hear it. And so, but yet they have still been exploited. They have still been kind of under the yoke of slavery. It's one of the ironies that even in the moment in which so-called freedom is being expressed, there is the ongoing result of this cruel shadow over American life, and we're still dealing with it. We're at a moment, we're at an inflection point. Let's make the right choice this time. And I'm excited. We have a chance, but there's no guarantee that we will make the right choice.
Well, every day we have an opportunity to make the right choices and make the world better and smarter. It just takes will and courage. Gentlemen, it is always an honor and a pleasure to see both of you. Thank you for joining me. That wraps us this hour and this week for me. I'm Stephanie Rule. My dear friend Kristen Welker picks up coverage on the other side of the break.
To pay for yourself for a full month for just a single
prior to admission or readmission. And I know some people talked about the testing, and I'm with you there, but the governor literally prohibited the nursing home from testing. This led to thousands of deaths. Finally, after over 40 days, the governor of New York rescinded this order, thank goodness, but thousands of people died during this period. And if that wasn't going on, it would be one thing. We still should find out about it. New York still needs to be transparent with the numbers. I don't know why they stopped reporting those numbers. They're out there, they're recorded.
So, Sandra, this is, to me, the heart and soul of it. You just touched on it. It's what we've learned. So for a lot of people, you know, I think across racial lines, the acknowledgement of black voice and the black experience has suddenly taken on higher significance, a higher profile in the American conversation. And that a lot of things that were swept under the rug are now out in the open. And I mean, when you go from the point of, let's just take the NFL, something like Popular Culture, condemning a Colin Kaepernick for kneeling, to now saying, you know what, we were wrong, you understand there's something going on. You look at the polls and you see that acknowledgement of the black experience and the whole notion of Black Lives Matter has been just lifted up in the last few weeks. And I think Juneteenth fits into that tradition. One historian said, you know, Juneteenth is about educate, but it's also about celebrate and then agitate. And so the educate part is to let people know, hey, this is the root of so much of the racial issue in America. There's no need to be ashamed of it, no need to run away from it. There's an opportunity to learn from it and to join hands and as Americans come together and overcome. In the words of Dr. King, we shall overcome.
Wonderful to have you with us today, Juan. As always, thank you and happy Father's Day weekend to you, Juan.
Sandra, you're too kind. Thanks.
All right, happy Father's Day. A police officer's life-saving act caught on camera as he pulls a woman from a fiery crash. That hero officer joins us next.
We have entrapment in the fire. Someone bring me a fire extinguisher. Someone bring a fire extinguisher.
Notice the same Tulsa police unit in Malcolm's case had been in charge of Corey's.
I did not believe that was a coincidence.
The parallels were unmistakable.
The system doesn't want to acknowledge that they made a mistake. And the fact that it happened twice in the same family, there are no words.
What are we doing now in society today that's going to stop things like this from continuing to happen?
Well, their incredible story is a part of Dateline's The Long Road to Freedom. It's hosted by Craig Melvin. That airs tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central, only on NBC. It's part of NBC News Network-wide series Inequality in America. Coming up, civil rights attorney and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, Bryan Stevenson, with his unique perspective on this moment we're seeing in the fight for racial equality. That's when we come right back. Stay with us.
At the top, but it was 4 years ago, September 16, 2016, that your son, Terrence Crutcher, show everyone a picture of him to honor his life, was shot and killed by a white police officer who was ultimately found not guilty. Talk to us about your son, Reverend, and also what you think he would make of this moment in America and the outcry in the streets of America right now.
Terrence was a very compassionate young man, and Terrence loved everyone. He would even go on the streets and cook meals. He loved to cook. He would cook meals and give to the homeless. I think Terrence would be very outraged at what's happening now in the United States, and especially what's happening here in Tulsa.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for your loss as a parent. I can't imagine it, and I'm very, very sorry. Reverend Turner, one of the ensuing tragedies of what happened in Greenwood is that the history of it was erased for so long, that it was not taught in schools, that many people growing up when they were younger didn't even know what happened on their own streets. As you think about this moment where we are in this country and the importance of teaching people what has really happened, how does that all sit with you?
It doesn't sit well at all, because it is again another example of how the history of black people is not important, and it shows in our educational curriculum that most Americans found out about this for the first time on 60 Minutes. It shows a great tragedy that a crime, the worst race massacre in American history, the first time airplanes were used to terrorize American soil, happened right here, and most Americans knew nothing about it. But we all, 9/11, we all know about Pearl Harbor, but hardly anyone knew about what happened here in Tulsa. And so it is sickening to still be in a country and a society where we have a president that brags about him bringing attention to something, saying that nobody knew about it. Well, I want to correct the president on that. Black people knew about it, and black people are somebody. We are somebody, and we matter, whether he believes it or not.
Well, it's a remarkable piece of reporting. I encourage everyone to watch it, and I'm glad that they're investigating and looking now into where these mass grave sites may be for all of those lives that were lost as a result. Reverend Crutcher, a common refrain right now among some black activists and leaders is I'm tired. They are tired of seeing their brothers and sisters and children killed on the streets of America. They are tired of very little to no change happening. You know, your son is on a list of so many killed at the hands of police. What is your message to those in your church and your community who are exhausted by all of this and who may not have much hope that this time will be different?
Yeah, well, we see all across America all of the protests that are happening concerning blacks being killed by police. I tell you, until it happened to you, you don't know the feelings that we have. I mean, I heard every day it's been coming up on 4 years, and each day brings back the memory. And the killing of Floyd just brought back the memory of my son. When I got the message that Terrence was shot and killed by a police officer, it's one of the most hurting things that ever have happened to me.
Yeah, of course. I thank you both for being here on such an important day. I really do. Thank you, Reverend Joey Crutcher and Reverend Robert Turner.
You're welcome.
We'll be right back.
How can Experian Boost help you?
The vehicle when one of the citizens came up and told me somebody was in that fire, and then by that point, the only goal is to get her out and get her out as soon as possible.
And to get her out, I understand you took out your baton.
I did. I actually broke the rear window out hoping that I could get the back door open or at least move her seat back, but there was no absolute way that that was going to happen. This car was absolutely destroyed. This is probably the worst accident I've seen in my 15 years in law enforcement, and one of the most terrifying moments of my career for sure.
I'm sure it was. How is she doing? Have you followed up? And did she?
We have. She's still in serious condition. Thankfully, the family has made contact with us, and they're keeping us updated. She still has a long road to recovery, but she's taking little steps, and every day we're hoping that she gets a little bit better.
Sergeant, I don't have to tell you, there's a movement among some in this country right now to defund the police. Others are saying go further than moving funds around, abolish the police. How do you react to that? What goes through your mind when you hear that?
This is how I see. I mean, first off, this is a team effort. Look, I knew my guys were on the way. The fire department, the EMS, the citizens who actually witnessed the accident and stopped. Those are good humans and good people. And being a good human makes me a good cop. It's not the other way around. So if we just are good humans, we can all just make this world a better place all together and move forward. If that means some of the responsibility is taken from me, that's fine. That's okay. But we just need to work together and move forward and make the country a better place.
There was a detective from the NYPD who caught a lot of attention a week or so ago by saying, look, I know there were some bad apples, but I'm tired of people treating us like animals. Do you understand that mentality? And what's your message to the American people this morning?
You know, I don't understand that message, but I come from a great community. Our police department has the support, and I know we have the support of our citizens because they tell us every day we're out there. Since this has started, I have had more people come to me and just thank me for what I do in my community, and that feeling just makes me feel awesome every time it happens.
Well, you deserve it. You mentioned it was a team effort. In the last moment we have, talk about the team you have that might not be perfect, but tries to work together every day to keep people safe.
Absolutely. You know, that night there were 8 of us on duty. 5 of us were directly involved, and the other 3 were controlling traffic and trying to keep us safe. This team that we have here at the Moore Police Department is awesome. We don't care who you are, where you're from, what color your skin, what your political affiliation is. Our job is to keep our community safe, and we would do anything we can to do that.
Sergeant, let us add our voice to that same message you've heard. Thank you. Thank you so much for your service, sir.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
All right, Sergeant Gary, we appreciate it.
Wonderful story there. Fox News alert. Meanwhile, President Trump gearing up for his return to the campaign trail this weekend with a big rally on tap in Tulsa. The first since the coronavirus shutdown began back in March. Laura, Trump
segregation in a way that motivates that same commitment. So that was the reason why we did this museum and memorial, and the reason why so many of us are now talking about a need for an era of truth and justice is because I actually think there's something better waiting for us. I don't talk about our history because I want to punish our country. I believe there's something that feels more like freedom, feels more like equality, feels more like justice waiting for us, but we can't get there until we understand the injustice, the absence of freedom, the inequality that shapes many of our lives.
Well, what a profound and perfect note to end this show and this week, quite frankly, as we commemorate, as we mark Juneteenth. Brian Stevenson, thank you so much, as always, for your insights. We really appreciate it.
Glad to be.
And we do want to thank you.
And I think perceptive about the mood of the country. She also emphasized the importance of the role she has to play right now in helping to be part of the healing in Minnesota. But what's important about what Senator Klobuchar said and did is that she made clear that this election, and whoever Joe Biden chooses among many very talented candidates, is about getting Joe Biden in the White House, somebody who can heal and unify the nation and remove Donald Trump and consign him and those who supported him in the Senate to the trash heap of history. We need each of those who have been considered or present or in the past to put all of our efforts, regardless of who he chooses, into helping get Joe Biden elected. And Amy Klobuchar reinforced that that was her priority last night, and I admire that enormously. And that's my view as well.
And is it your view that as a healing, as a moment in such need of healing, that an African-American woman, since he has said he's choosing a woman, that an African-American, a black woman, should be on the ticket?
Well, Andrea, you know, I'm not going to speak to anything of that sort. I think there are many, many qualified women that have been considered by Vice President Biden. He himself knows best who his partner ought to be in campaigning and in governing. And among the many on that list are enormously talented African-American women, any of whom would make a great vice president. And that's true of the other women on the list, the Latina and the and the white women on the list. So, I think this is a moment of importance and reckoning with respect to race in our country. I think there are advantages in bringing the country together and healing along racial lines. But at the end of the day, Vice President Biden, who served in that role and knows what he needs, has to make that judgment based on a whole multiplicity of factors. And whatever decision he makes, and I know all the rest of us will be behind him.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Susan Rice, and thanks for joining us on Juneteenth. And wishing you and your family well today and every day. Thank you. And coming up, sudden spike of shocking rise in coronavirus cases in Florida, which some experts fear is the next large epicenter. The latest from Miami as states continue to push forward with reopenings. You're watching Andrea Mitchell Reports. Stay with us on MSNBC.
Just to see that they want to open everything back up and back to normal, and everyone say, oh, this is like the flu. This is not the flu. This is a monster.
Of government. We're a diverse party. We're extremely proud of that. And I think that it's important that people see themselves reflected in leadership. It's not as if Republicans wouldn't like it if they could diversify. They desperately want to. They'd even like a few more women. I think there are only 13 female congressional Republicans serving in Congress right now, desperate to recruit more women. It's just that they don't want to do it. If you even look at what's gone on this week with the police reform bill that's come out that's being spearheaded by Tim Scott, the only black Republican member of the Senate, he's been the face of that. The president points to him on that issue. That's because, to some degree, he's black, and that representation matters. So I don't think it's hypocritical at all. I think it speaks to our values and that we uphold diversity. Okay. Lawrence is completely right, though, about Amy Klobuchar. She was out of the running, but what she did in taking a swipe at about Elizabeth Warren is notable, and it should also be noted that she's incredibly close with Kamala Harris, who is, by all accounts, in the lead for getting the VP spot.
Okay. Harris, so maybe if it's not hypocritical, do you risk then, if that woman is vice president, that people say, well, she was only picked because of the color of her skin, and if she wasn't black and she wasn't Hispanic, she wouldn't be the VP right now. And even if she would have been, some people will always think that. Is that the danger you run when you say something like this, that we're only going to consider African American or Latina women?
Gosh, I'm going to come at that with raw honesty. I've heard that my whole career. And people weren't right about me. So I don't think that they are probably calculating that as much as you think, Melissa. But I do say this. Let's just talk about that candidate for a second. Do you really believe that Amy Klobuchar stepping aside was blocking the way of a talented woman of color or anybody else? She's from Minnesota. She was having some problems behind the scenes as a candidate already, with questions about, well, when she was in the DA's office, what was happening with certain police officers on the Minneapolis Police Department. I mean, she was already dealing with some issues. Jessica, I'm not wrong about that. So her stepping aside just seems, well, it's interesting, but I don't think she was blocking anybody's door.
Well, it was very also Minnesota nice, the way that she did it, which people love to throw around. It should also be noted that Biden is performing a lot better in Minnesota and in the states nearby there than expected, and that his focus may have to be more on the Sun Belt, which would open up the door for other candidates for VP.
Juneteenth, a day of both joy and pain, now a national action. As the holiday marking the end of slavery takes on new meaning this year, we have a live report next.
Hi. Browse for cars that fit your budget.
Prosecutor's office about his
museum visit certainly.
Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Ayanna, for that meaningful statement. Is there any Republican who would like to be recognized for a statement? Another Republican member who would like to speak before we move to our presenters? Okay, I will now introduce our briefers. First, we have Keturah Heron, a policy strategist for the ACLU of Kentucky. Next, we have Cephas Uncle.
The electorate actually has representatives here to represent them.
You have term limits that are too short. The inmates are around the asylum, and you'll give so much power to unelected bureaucrats. And I also agree with Joni. This is a good article in the Wall Street Journal about the broken window syndrome as a results or the results it has in terms of fighting crime and cleaning up a city like New York. The same
Free campaign. And last but not least, we have Don Bongihi, host of the Bongihi Show. And with that, Ms. Heron, you are now recognized.
Greetings. My name is Keturah Heron, and I'm a policy strategist at the ACLU of Kentucky and also a member of Black Lives Matter in Louisville. I want to thank you for inviting me to speak on this important issue of race, policing, policy, and justice. I come before you to ensure we lift up Breonna Taylor's name, and as we continue to fight for justice for her and other Black people who have lost their lives to police brutality. We see protests across the country because enough is enough. During this time of the coronavirus, America and the world are essentially put on pause, which force people to stop and pay attention. For years, Black people have been screaming, and America has largely ignored us. I think the coronavirus, coupled with the horrific death of George Floyd, forced America to reflect. For 8 minutes and 46 seconds, the world watched as a Black man begged for his life and called out to his deceased mother as he lay dying. This is not something that people can easily erase from their minds. No distraction could take these images in the video away, and it's time for America to respond. When killings like those of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor happen, people will lend their voices from around the world. However, we understand that people and their attention spans are very fickle. There will be another story, the cameras will turn, the media attention will fade, and the people left in those communities that have been rocked by police brutality remain. They will be left to pick up the pieces. It is essential for people that live in these communities to know they can impact legislation on a local level to stop these senseless deaths from happening. In Louisville, we took the first step with passing Breonna's law, which bans the use of no-knock warrants and quick-knock warrants and requires all police involved in serving a warrant to wear body cameras. The law requires them to turn them on 5 minutes before serving a warrant and keep them on 5 minutes after the warrant is served. When Breonna's law passed, a huge TV was brought outside of the steps of City Hall so that citizens could watch the proceedings. Folks were engaged because they understood their voice mattered and their voices were able to impact legislation on a local level. They learned it was the judges they elect and the representatives they chose locally that would affect the laws that govern their day-to-day living. Now people are engaging differently in different arenas. People are organizing around a more just budget, and others are closely monitoring the collective bargaining agreement between the Fraternal Order of Police and our local government. When organizing with people who have existed in a survival mentality for years due to systematic racism, it is difficult to get them interested in local politics. The truth is, it is difficult to get anyone interested in local politics. Many people are simply trying to make it from day to day. As we organize, we are also educating people on how it is not just things that are done at a federal level, but also at a local and state level that would impact their lives. Many just do not fully understand how the political system works. Many people will go out to vote for a president
now to get Car Shield for yourself. Friendly.
And I want to show you here in the center of the intersection where people used to have sit-ins, this has now become a garden. You can see people are putting mulch down. And one of the things to note is that you have white people and black people working side by side. One of the gentlemen talked with out here, an African-American gentleman, noted that many white people coming out to this memorial as black people. White people are now learning what Juneteenth is, and he believes the death of George Floyd caused that. Significant on this Juneteenth is the special session of the Minnesota legislature. The death of George Floyd certainly impacted that. Police reform legislation proposed by the People of Color and Indigenous Caucus passed the House last night. Now, as the session is scheduled to wrap up, that measure is before the state Senate. It would ban the use of chokeholds, warrior training, and make reforms to police that would make police more accountable. That is part of the legislation that is before the Senate right now.
If destiny in history is not raining down on Minnesota today and tomorrow, I don't know what is. The image of us and the Senate walking away from systemic change on Juneteenth adds to the legacy of what the rest of the world is looking at here.
Chief Madaria Arredondo and Mayor Jacob Fry, both of Minneapolis, are supporting legislation that will remove the ability of an arbitrator to intervene and block disciplinary measures that would otherwise discipline bad officers. As we look around this occasion, this location, you can see there's an event being held at the end of this road. This is one of the first of events of about 13 events recognizing Juneteenth and the death of George Floyd in the Twin Cities. Harris?
Mike Tobin, thank you very much. We bring it out to the virtual couch now. And Lawrence Jones, I do come to you first because you had wished everybody a happy Freedom Day, as I call it, a happy Juneteenth. But it is interesting that we're having the conversations that we are this year at this time. And so it has taken on that significance that I spoke of. What are your top line thoughts?
Well, I've been celebrating this holiday my entire life. The interesting thing about that, and I'm from Texas, so it hits close to home.
So you heard me talk about that.
Exactly. So, you know, and you gave the history, so I'm not going to rehash the history of this. But what is interesting about this is that the reason why I celebrated is not because I learned about it in some history class. I was taught about this from my mom and daddy. And I think there needs to be a larger conversation because so often we separate things as Black history and then American history. This is American history. And the fact that it's 2020 and some people are just now discovering what Juneteenth is kind of sad. And it's an indictment on our current education system that this history isn't being taught. Part of the reason why we're not understanding each other as an American family is because we don't know the history. And we don't know where certain pains and fears come from. I would contend, while we're having this national conversation, that there needs to be a deeper look and deeper dive into these history books that our kids are reading today. Because if we're going to move forward as a country and we're going to love each other, you know, Frederick Douglass, one of the main people that I listened to and reviewed in his speech, July 5th, 1852, he talks about what the 4th of July means to the slave. Because during that period of time, we weren't free. And so again, if we are to move forward and we don't want history to repeat itself, I think we should learn it.
You know, it's so interesting, and if you guys will allow me to, I'm going to stay with Lawrence for just a second because I wanted to ask you, you and I have raw conversations on and off the air. This talk about taking statues down and taking plaques down, my main concern is that some people will only get their history lessons from the things that they walk past for the very reason that you're giving. I don't know that we're doing a good enough job in our school systems. And, you know, look, I don't mean to indict teachers. Both my parents have taught. But it comes down to let's talk about everything. And look, I'm not saying that I want people to fly certain flags or do any of that. None of that. I'm not getting into that. But if we take away too many reminders of where we've been, I'm more concerned about the fact that we will forget, not just repeat, but that we won't learn the lessons that have made us great to this point. And we are in it together. We can do better. We will do better. The people marching in the streets, we know we must do better. All of us together. But it's our Independence Day times two. We get one today and we get one on July 4th. That is what I tell my biracial children. You guys get it twice.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because there has been this large debate about the statues, and I think that's up to local communities to decide what they see is best. You know, I don't believe in anarchy and just tearing them down. You can be like Tyler Perry and buy an entire Confederacy base and turn it into a movie studio. So I like to tell that story. But I also like to tell the story of Texas as well. You know, in our capital, we had a monument of the Confederacy. And on the plaque, the history was wrong. On the plaque, it said that it was because of states' rights. That's not what it was about. And we corrected that history. So if we're going to leave the statues there, let's put a plaque on there and tell the people what it's all about.
Yeah. Wow. Everybody on the panel, thank you for letting Lawrence and I kind of lean in together today. Appreciate it. We're going to scoot. The White House press briefing, set to begin minutes from now. We'll take you there live as soon as it happens with White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. And President Trump says the Supreme Court needs more conservative judges, and telling us when he'll unveil his list of potential nominees. Next.
The progress continues on trying to come up with a compromise. And coming up next, a Juneteenth celebration at a black-owned soda shop right here in D.C., gaining new life after the COVID-19 lockdown thanks to the surrounding community and grateful customers. Stay with us. You're watching MSNBC.
Behind to this issue.
And take me through a little bit of the family history. Your dad integrated LSU's basketball team. Your grandfather challenged segregation laws. You know, we talked about the Dr. Kings and the John Lewises, but it's also important the names we don't know, or names that people might not know nationally, are taking steps every day in their own way, in their family and in their community. You can't escape this. I'm not saying you want to for a minute. But this is in your blood.
No question. So my grandfather, Collis Temple Sr., went to Southern University, the HBCU in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, to get his undergrad degree. He tried to go to LSU right after my father was born to get his master's degree and was denied because of the color of his skin. Thurgood Marshall had a class action lawsuit against the public universities in the South. My grandfather was going to join. LSU ended up appropriating funds for my grandfather to go to any other school except LSU. So he ended up going to Michigan State to get his master's. Fast forward 16 years later, and my dad became the first African-American to play on the varsity basketball team at LSU. So my grandfather put his pride aside and understood and believed that my father integrating the program would be best for black students in the future, and you know, the rest is history.
The rest is history, but it's important history. We appreciate your sharing it with us. On the question of coming back to play, one of your teammates, Kyrie Irving, who is not shy of speaking his views, as you well know, he says, I don't support going into Orlando. I'm not with the systemic racism and the BS. Something smells a little fishy. Whether you want to admit it or not, we are targeted as black men every day we wake up. Have you spoken to Kyrie, and what do you say to other players? You're a union rep as well as a player on the Nets, who say, you know, I'm not sure we want to do this right now.
Yeah, I've definitely spoken to Kyrie, and you know, I understand what he's saying. I think it's a choice. It's an individual choice by each player. Kai, as you said, will speak his mind, and we love that about him. I think each individual player needs to decide whether they want to go or not, and what they want to get from this. I think we all, at the end of the day, are fighting the same battle, and there are, you know, a lot of different ways to skin a cat. So I personally believe that we have the opportunity to, as I said, you know, continue to speak on the things that we believe in with the amount of cameras and the audience that we will have there. Guys that do not believe that believe that they shouldn't, that don't want to go, I completely support them. And you know, everybody's not going to have the same exact thoughts, but we're still a brotherhood.
Are you certain that we will have NBA back on the court at the end of July as planned?
I'm not certain. I'm not the guy that can hit the switch, but I do believe that we will. And I'm ready to get back to playing. This is our job. But at the end of the day, I think, as I said, we can still make a difference while we still play the game.
Garrett Temple, thanks for sharing your time today, and especially the story of your remarkable family. We're very grateful for it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir. Best of luck in the days ahead. President Trump picking another public fight with a scientist at the top of his administration. Just tweeting just moments ago, Tony Fauci has nothing to do with NFL football. They are planning a very safe and controlled opening That's the president's view. Dr. Fauci yesterday telling CNN Sanjay Gupta he believes football may not happen this year due to a number of factors, or that if it does happen, the NFL will likely have to put its players in some sort of a bubble to isolate them from the community and the coronavirus risk. Still ahead for us, a global look. Coronavirus cases surging in Latin America.
For supple.
They're gross, but we've all been there. I'm talking.
Nothing in me.
Vote in 2020. Emily is finally back with us. The gremlins have been worked out of your system over there. Let me ask you, since you are the lawyer on the panel, what is your response to this?
I think it is always important for citizens to have the benefit of a judge list being sort of published by whoever president is sitting and or incoming potential candidates. I'm not a fan of that knee-jerk response to this decision in that form, but I do have to point out that what the decision did for us is underscore and illustrate the importance of the Administrative Procedures Act. Now, this wasn't about the merits, right? This was about the justices saying the administration has failed to articulate sort of an acceptable policy and reason why we should make changes to this. And I think we should all be concerned with the fact that 4 bills were ignored, so there wasn't a permanent legislative reason or permanent legislative recourse for these DACA recipients to have. But that being said, there's a trend with this administration, and is that they have
solved. That's why the structural and intersectional dimension
of government's role in it, and it's directly tied to the issue of the debt.
For the courts to accept for some of the decisions that they're making, but it doesn't mean that the merits are what's being litigated here. So I think moving forward, the takeaways for viewers are that if they care about these issues, it's important for them to lobby their elected officials to make legislative changes, and also to, yes, be involved with and look to see what judges and potential justices, their names are being put forward.
Again, extraordinary response, and people were able to respond to us and help us in our call for help, and it just took off. It was overnight. It was really an overnight thing.
It's so great to see the pictures of you guys, 4 sisters working together with your own creation, your own enterprise. Brittany, what does that mean to you to work with your sisters and to be doing this and pulling it off?
It means everything. You know, me and my sisters were raised very, very close. And so we do everything together. One of us starts a milkshake, the other one finishes it. My sister said it best yesterday. It's so relieving to be able to trust each other with your finances, trust each other with wanting to succeed. You know, we want nothing more for each other to succeed.
And Brianna, what's on the menu today? Because in case we can get down there, we don't get out of the house very much these days with our home studios, but it sure looks good. What do you recommend,
so today,
I should say?
I recommend today we have our, as we do every day, our cake explosion, which is like an ice cream parfait. It's a layer of cookies, a scoop of ice cream, a layer of cake, a layer of a scoop of ice cream again, and then 3 toppings on top, and it's really popular. A lot of people, they see the picture on Instagram and Twitter. That's what was involved in the week, and so they're showing us the picture, asking for us, requesting this, and putting a twist of it on their own. So I would recommend the
Oh, congratulations to you. I love to see 4 sisters working together. You can't have enough sisters, in my point. That's my point of view.
Right.
And as well, a happy Father's Day to your dad, who started it all and created such a great example for you as entrepreneurs. Thanks a lot, and we'll be down. And that does it for this edition of Andrea Mitchell Reports on Juneteenth. And I wanted to end with a quote from one of the lyrics that was written, the lyrics, of course, written for the Black National Anthem from James Weldon Johnson. He also wrote a poem during the Harlem Renaissance, and I heard about this from a sermon that was done virtually here in D.C. He wrote that at the creation, this great God kneeled down in the dust, toiling over a lump of clay, until he shaped it in his own image. Then into it he blew the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So the message is that the breath of life is the essence of life, and when we can't hear, I can't breathe, you have to think that no man has the right to take the essence of life away from another man. Only God can do that. Thanks to the clergyman Riley Temple for bringing that message to us. And to Chuck Todd and Katie Turr are going to pick up our coverage after a short break, and a happy Father's Day to all.
My A1C is under 7.
And you may lose.
This linked to an outbreak that started in a market not too far from here, but that market has been blocked off. They put up physical barriers. We've seen some of the freedoms that were given in the past few weeks taken away and restrictions put back in place. Places like public spaces, restaurants, bars, gyms, shutting back down in some of those quote-unquote high-risk areas, as they have labeled it. And they are keeping people who live in those areas, those high-risk regions, sealed inside their homes.
The project is a local nonprofit looking to educate people on diversity through film. For 3 years, filmmakers Daniel Bergeson and Bobby Peacock have worked on a short film titled Hazard. It's about a black family taking a road trip and the adversity they face because of the color of their skin. A story that Peacock says touched him personally.
Yeah, this is very personal. There's been many life experiences where people judge me because I have tattoos, or that I am black, or I have dreads, or I look like a thug, instead of like, hey, I'm actually a decent dude.
Bergeson wrote the script with input from several members of the local black community. Peacock is the executive producer. You can help donate to the project by going to the link under this story at KELOland.com. We'll take a deeper look at the film coming up Monday on KELOland this morning. Well, turning now to our first look at the midday forecast with meteorologist Adam Rutt. Good afternoon, Adam.
Hey, I almost say good morning too for the record. I feel like it's already Saturday morning, but hey, you know what? It's still a nice day to get outside if you have the chance to do so. It's not windy. That's already working in our favor. And temperatures are pretty seasonable out there.
For the president and his re-election, we also know that there will be people here who believe otherwise, and if they're going to do it peacefully, they're welcome to be here. If they have other thoughts in mind, they're going to meet a much different response.
You know, I want to ask you about what's ahead in this election year. The New York Times is reporting that the Trump campaign wants to have more debates with Joe Biden, bumping it up to 4. One more than is typically held in a general election cycle. This is the Trump campaign issues a question of the day for Biden this morning. Quote, your campaign says you oppose changes from past practices on debates. Does this mean you will not agree to an earlier and bigger debate schedule? Why ask that question? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I think there's two things. Number one, Joe Biden is hiding in his basement. His staff is sequestering him away. They're afraid to let him speak to reporters. And so one of the things is he's got to get out and talk to the American people, and we'd like to see him out on the campaign trail. But the other thing is we are going to see more early voting this year. We know that, whether it's absentee or through other.
This is what Dr. Fauci is responding to. We're seeing what happens even in a fairly protected bubble of campuses where they have tried to make the athletic departments, they have created isolation. They're still having pretty bad spread of the virus. So this is Fauci, the scientist, not Fauci, a Trump critic.
Well, Fauci and Trump are responding to two different things here. Fauci is responding to the health crisis and to the science that's coming out, the statistics and what he's seeing. Donald Trump is responding to electoral politics and what he needs to win again in November. And he believes it's presenting this idea that we are okay, that we can reopen, that the virus is behind us. Chuck, going back to Bolton, though, and all of the long list now of the...
that brought DACA into place, but we want to find a compassionate way to do this. So that's the notes I have as to how we'll be moving forward. Kristen.
Thank you, Kaylee. Now that we're about 24 hours away from this rally tomorrow in Tulsa, you have the World Health Organization director saying that the world is in a new and dangerous phase in terms of COVID cases. You have cases rising in Oklahoma. You have the Tulsa mayor declaring a civil emergency. Given all of this together, are there any discussions, any reservations within the West Wing about going forward with this indoor rally tomorrow in a state where COVID cases are on the rise?
Well, first, let me note about the civil emergency. Bynum declared a civil emergency after law enforcement informed the mayor about the individuals from the organized groups that I just noted who are intent on engaging in destruction. But with regard to Oklahoma, I would refer you to Governor Stitt's comments. He said yesterday we went to phase 3 on June 1st, so we're 56 days into our reopening plan, and currently we have under 200 people in the hospital across Oklahoma, and he welcomed the president and his supporters for coming.
And I guess my question is, behind the scenes, are there any White House officials, just expressing a bit of reservation about going forward 24 hours out?
So we are all on board with going to Oklahoma. We're taking appropriate measures like hand sanitizing and temperature checks and masks being provided at the door. But I'd also note to you from the governor of Oklahoma that he says that most of the cases he's seeing are in the 18 to 35 group where there's...
For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities.
And injury. Our third witness is Dr. Rick Stevens. Dr. Stevens is the...
We must have the fortitude to look at the institution, not the individual, root out the culture, and what remains will be a public safety system for the 21st century.
For a year now, it's a special relationship, and their parents are good friends as well.
Where's Finnegan? I mean, there's not anyone else that comes close to Finnegan's status in Maxwell's eyes.
Political statement? Is it because the president would be disappointed in you if you don't wear a mask?
It's a personal decision. I'm tested regularly. I feel that it's safe for me not to be wearing a mask, and I'm in compliance with CDC guidelines, which are recommended but not required.
And if I can ask you about last night, the president tweeted out some fake videos, one of which was labeled manipulated media by Twitter. Why is the president sharing fake videos on Twitter about two toddlers who are obviously showing a lot of love for one another? It seems as though he's exploiting children to make some sort of crass political point. Why is he sharing fake videos?
He was making a point about CNN specifically. He was making a point that CNN has regularly taken him out of context, that in 2019 CNN misleadingly aired a clip from one viewpoint repeatedly to falsely accuse the Covington boys of being, quote, students in MAGA gear harassing a Native American elder. That's a harassing video, a misleading video about children that had really grave consequences for their future.
So you're saying it's okay to exploit two toddlers hugging one another on a sidewalk to make some sort of political point. As you know, the president has described members of the press as fake news during the course of this administration. When you share fake videos like that, doesn't that make you fake news?
I think the president was making a satirical point that was quite funny if you go and actually watch the video. I think he was making a satire. The point is it was a play on CNN repeatedly taking the president out of context. Like the time when you guys had a chyron that read, "Trump slammed some illegal immigrants, they're animals." Well, guess what? The people he called animals were MS-13 illegal immigrants who regularly mutilate people in this country. Those things are entirely misleading.
Pointing out the president has referred to some Mexican immigrants as rapists. He has tried to pass a Muslim ban in this country. He has described black NFL players as sons of bitches if they take a knee during a football game.
That's an absurd attempt to justify the misleading headlines that are regularly on your network. Like I was just walking in, watching CNN as they lauded the quote rallies in the streets.
Are you saying that the president
gotta let me finish, Jen. This isn't a cable news segment. I'm answering your question right now from the White House podium. When I walk out of here, when I walk out here, Jim, and I see on your network celebratory headlines about the rallies and the protests outside. And you actually said protests and rallies. So in light of a protest, if these gatherings happen in light of a protest or a rally, as you say, that rally is to be condoned, but not the president's rally. I mean, it's appalling. You have one person on your network saying that this is a celebration in the streets, a carnival-like atmosphere. There's a guy with a sign that says free hugs. It's beautiful what's happening in the streets. There is music. People are hugging. You celebrate hugging in the context of a protest, but in a Trump rally where we celebrate historic low African-American unemployment, criminal justice reform, HBCUs, that rally is not allowed because guess what, Jim? It doesn't fit The ideological agenda of CNN. Peter Alexander.
Let me ask if I can, Kelly, why does the president keep hiring people who are dumb as a rock, overrated, way over their heads, wacko, and incompetent?
So the president makes hiring decisions based on the fact that he likes to have countervailing viewpoints. I spoke to him this morning about the hiring of John Bolton in particular, and he said, I like to counterbalance my own opinion with individuals that oftentimes have the very opposite opinion of my own. He likes the model of having a team of rivals, like what we saw in President Lincoln's administration. I've been a part of that. I often see rigorous debate, and the president uses his gut and makes the best decision as to how to move forward. So that's what goes into his hiring practices, and I think the team of rivals with President Lincoln worked quite well.
There's obviously value in hiring a team of rivals. It's worked well in the past, but then if you're going to hire rivals, why hire rivals who are dumb as a rock, overrated, way over their heads, wacko, and incompetent? How does that help?
Well, sometimes those rivals prove those labels to be true, and that's particularly true in the case of John Bolton, who repeatedly praised the president, then turned. He's been widely criticized by the New York Times for his book. I think John Bolton has proven it.
Or atopic dermatitis, even between. The new Weber Smoke Fire Pellet Grill does it all.
Defund the police concept, something as a guy who wore the uniform.
Funded by NIH. The second drug,
as a federal holiday, and yesterday in an interview with the Wall Street Journal this week, the president was speaking about Juneteenth, and he said that nobody had ever heard of Juneteenth. What does that say about the president's relationship to the black community if he would say that when millions of African Americans in this country commemorate it each year?
Well, look, what I would say is this president's routinely commemorated Juneteenth. The president, what he said is...
You said he learned about it this week?
No, he did not say that. As Secretary Carson emphasized, I talked to the president about the Juneteenth event. I was pleasantly surprised about how much he knew about it, the whole history of it. He did not just learn about Juneteenth this week. That's simply not true. And as to Juneteenth, there were a lot of people who didn't know what Juneteenth was, and Google searches prove that. And you can see, I looked at the chart on Google searches on Juneteenth, and this year, they went like this, and that's thanks to President Trump. Yes.
I wanted to ask if the White House is planning to issue an executive order in the coming days to suspend visas for foreign workers, and any detail you can provide in terms of what types of visas, for how long that would last, etc.
So I have no announcements on that front today. I'm aware of the reporting, but no announcements.
Okay, could I follow up quickly and ask if the president plans to take any health precautions at the rally tomorrow?
We are administering hand sanitizer, masks to those who are in attendance should they decide to wear them, and we are taking temperature checks. Danny.
Hi, Kaylee. Arizona is seeing surging coronavirus cases, as well as Texas and Florida. Does the president think that they should all keep doing what they're doing, or is he concerned about, this rise in cases and how to stop that?
This is a state-led reopening with the assistance of the federal government and our medical experts, so we're regularly consulting with each state. It's their decision as to whether they remain their reopening processes, but we're very confident that they will be able to get it under control. We've had CDC deploy teams to 4 states, and when we see these spikes in cases, a lot of times, and we're able to isolate them and stop the spread further. So with the help of the federal government, these states should be able to safely continue reopening, though it is their decision whether to do so.
What does the president think of his niece, Mary Trump's new book that's coming out?
Yeah, so on the Mary Trump book, what I would say is this. I haven't seen the book. The president hasn't seen the book, so I'm not going to sit here and speculate about what it may say or what it may not say. David.
Yeah, given all the hoo-ha over Tulsa, isn't the president taking a big risk this weekend? Because if things go south on Saturday, isn't that going to make it harder for him to schedule rallies in the future?
Look, I think that we are confident that we can operate safely in Tulsa. As I noted at the beginning of this, Governor Stitt said under 200 people are in hospitals across Oklahoma. Most of those, a lot of those, between the ages of 18 and 35. So we're confident that we can do this safely, and we're very much looking forward to going to Oklahoma.
Why don't y'all schedule more rallies? Are y'all waiting to see how things turn out on Saturday?
That would be a question for the campaign. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Kaylee. 2 quick questions. In an interview on NPR on Tuesday, Dr. Fauci said he hasn't spoken to the president in, quote, 2 weeks. Why have they gone so long without talking, and is this still a priority for the president, the virus?
Absolutely, it's still a priority. It's why the task force meets regularly. The president is given that information. The vice president has been leading on the task force, and the president ultimately makes the decisions and is constantly kept up to date with the latest numbers.
And then the second question, obviously, the president is very against violent protest. He's spoken out specifically against anti-fascists who've been responsible for some of this violence. But in terms of his personal ideology, is the president an anti-fascist?
The president is absolutely anti-fascist. What he's against also is lawlessness. He's against anarchy. He's against what we've seen in our streets. He's against the fact that you have in a city block in Seattle, multiple city blocks taken over by anarchists. It's amazing. You have the Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best saying, quote, "Our 911 response times have tripled in the area. They've gone from just over 5 minutes to about 18 minutes. There have been rapes, robberies, and all sorts of violent acts that have been occurring." He's against fascism. He's against anarchism. And he is for rule of law and the American way.
Thanks, Kaylee. The EU nations are starting to ease their travel restrictions between their own borders. Is the president planning on rolling back the EU travel restrictions? He said back in May that he'll probably ease them out sometime in the future.
The president knows that the travel restrictions were a very important component to saving.
Well, we don't know what this virus is going to do. If there's anything we need to do right now is be very humble and say that if you, and you led with a program with this, if you look at the 50 states and the district
protocols, and both of these will likely be completed in the coming weeks. Networks like
meaningful testing and contact tracing strategy, and above all, I hope that every member of
to pass a bipartisan bill. We passed that bill in March of 2019, and it's been in the state Senate now for 469 days.
I have no announcements on that front. I haven't spoken to the president on that specific matter. Yes.
Back to DAKA, if you would please. After the Supreme Court decision the other day, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops issued a statement. I'll just read it briefly. Next, we urge the President Trump, to strongly reconsider terminating DAKA. Immigrant communities are really hurting now amidst COVID-19. Moving forward with this action needlessly places many families into further anxiety and chaos. Will the President consider the Bishop's appeal to this?
Well, the president said to me, I'm going to take care of DAKA far better than the Democrats ever did. Democrats had 2.5 years to make a deal on DAKA. They didn't do it. He wants to take care of these individuals, but it needs to be done in a lawful way, and it needs to be done in accordance with assuring that our border is safe, that it's protected, that we have an end to lawless immigration and MS-13 and the havoc that we've seen wreaked in this country. So he's for a measured response, and he's offered deals to Democrats previously that have been rejected. So Democrats really seem to be using the DACA recipients as pawns, and that is despicable. Emily.
Thank you, Kaylee. Given that the campaign had attendees at the rally on Saturday sign a waiver to indemnify the campaign if they should get sick with the coronavirus, would the president consider starting or contributing to a fund for the sick or the bereaved if we see a spike in cases come out of the rally Saturday?
I think that's a hypothetical, and that's a speculative question. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. Looking towards the election, we know that the Biden campaign is pushing back on adding any additional debates to this schedule. How many debates would the president be willing to participate in?
Yeah, so the president talked about this yesterday. The president is happy to debate when given the opportunity. Right now there are 3 debates, and he's happy with that, but certainly if others were proposed, he'd be willing to look at them, and he very much looks forward to those debates. One thing I would note, and I think it's just very important, especially as we go into the weekend and we begin to look at some of the news coverage out there, is that I would encourage all of you to cover the protest in the same way that you covered the rally goers. It's really quite something when you look at this extraordinary video by Media Research Center and Newsbusters, where you have multiple hosts on MSNBC, CNN, and CBS boasting about the, quote, massive crowd. I mean massive. Tens of thousands of people, thousands and thousands, up to 200,000 people, they exuberantly exclaim, but then they have grave concerns about the size of the Trump rallies. You have MSNBC contributors saying social justice over social distancing, but when the president looks to celebrate the accomplishments for minority and communities in this country. Our rallies are derided as breeding grounds for coronavirus, while Lawrence O'Donnell celebrates arm-in-arm protests. So I really think that we should have internal consistency here in the way we cover large crowds. We should be guided by science, not cherry-picking science, as I see all too often on the airwaves, especially from CNN.
Stay safe.
And with that, the White House press briefing and press secretary Kayleigh McEnany has now ended. We weren't sure if she was serious about this, but it was about 20 questions or so, invoking what she jokingly said, her 20-question rule, and reporters in the room definitely fired their questions away at her, and she took them. Charlie Hurt, the opinion editor of the Washington Times, joining me now. Judy Miller, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and author, both Fox News contributors. Charlie, I was watching social media as that was playing out. I mean, it's always a battle. But there was some news to be made in all of that, particularly with the rally in Tulsa.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And it's too bad that we got sort of bogged down in this long exchange with Acosta about CNN, and you know, it's kind of ridiculous. The other thing that I thought was very interesting was at the top of the presser, she was talking about the economic numbers that they are predicting.
I know you're citing the Heritage Foundation. I don't disagree that their tradition has been conservative.
Okay, but you don't believe their data. And
I heard three things. COVID-19 therapeutics, she listed them and where they are. And we are back, and we will be booming with regard to what Charlie is saying about the economy, and that unemployment rate falling in 43 states and D.C. I mean, those are the areas that I would think that a Joe Biden campaign is paying attention to. Judy?
Absolutely. And as the Democrats used to love saying, it's the economy, stupid. And I think what we're going to see is the White House emphasizing more and more the turnaround. That is, we've come through the worst. We're now going to go into a period of growth and sustained growth. The question is, will the American people give Donald Trump the benefit of that doubt, or will they blame him for what many perceive as the mishandling of the economy, the sharp shutdown, and the mishandling of the coronavirus? So these questions need to be seen. We are a long way out from the election. I know it doesn't feel that way, but it is, and the polls so far don't help it, but we'll see.
Well, it's so interesting because it's almost like a double thing that you got going there. We're a long way out, but pay attention to the polls today. Charlie?
Yeah, I do think that we are a long way out. If you think about it, you know, there hasn't really been that face-to-face, mano-a-mano between Trump and Biden that we're going to get between now and the election. And I think that a lot of
Do you think there should be more debates?
I would love to see endless debates. I would love to see daily debates. And I think that's what President Trump is sort of banking on, is that he's got the stamina to do that. And Biden, well, I don't know that Biden does have that stamina.
Yeah. I've just seen Charlie.
But we know exactly during this session to do that. So, you know, my desire to protect Georgians from the COVID-19 is not based or influenced in any way by reparations. And I will point out to you that there were instances in Republican areas in
Great weekend. The daily briefing starts now.
President Trump set to hold his first campaign rally since the pandemic began. That'll be tomorrow night in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as the city's mayor declares a civil emergency before the event. Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon. I'm Chuck Todd. It's still morning out west, but it is 2 p.m. here in the east, and we begin the hour with news out of Louisville, where one of the 3 officers involved in the fatal shooting of Breonna Taylor will be fired. Police Chief Robert Schrader has started termination proceedings for Officer Brett Hankeson. The decision comes more than 3 months after that no-knock raid, basically to the wrong apartment, ended up ending Taylor's life.
Appreciate it. Speaker David Ralston talking to us from Atlanta. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brianna.
I'm Brianna Keeler, and I want to welcome viewers here in the U.S. and around the world. It is a monumental day, June 19th, or Juneteenth, a day that commemorates the end of slavery in the United States, now at a critical time in the nation's history, as the country wrestles with systemic racism and police brutality. The demand for change echoing across cities and towns for weeks, it's now central to the Juneteenth marches and the rallies that are underway right now. And you're looking here at some live pictures from Chicago on your left, Washington, D.C. there on your right. And we have correspondents at protests fanned out all across the country, and we're going to take you there live. First, though, the latest on coronavirus as the world...
But just rise above it and continue to make something of ourselves and just the history of greatness and them not giving up. People just need to celebrate that. You know, whether you're just at home and you're just taking a moment and reading up and understanding more about our history, or whether you're having a celebration the same as the 4th of July, you know, in terms of freedom, because Juneteenth is my 4th of July.
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Right, Ludacris,
thank you. Wish you happy Father's Day.
Oh, yeah, this weekend is Happy Father's Day. So have a wonderful
Thank you. Again, all these women in here, you know what? It's crazy because I kind of joked earlier about how I'm being driven crazy, but to be completely honest with you, they're all taking care of me. I'm going to be well taken care of as I get older. I have all these ladies. They're cooking, they're doing their chores, they're cleaning. I'm out here playing chess with them. They're playing games. Like, I couldn't be happier right now, surrounded by all of these beautiful women. The same way I'm happy surrounded by all of these beautiful women that I'm talking to right now. So, hey.
Thank you.
And we're so happy to be surrounded by you today. All right, Ludacris, thank you so much. And for more information on Kid Nation, which we can't wait for, and the new song, Get Along, go to thetop.com. All the information will be there, and we'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy Father's Day. That's a real...
Hey, Baloney here.
Great. Right. HPV can cause...
With these children.
And a decent bit of sunshine. What's the first time you saw that clear?
Areas in California also.
A lot of you here live in big cities.
For increased testing on the other side of this event. I mean, I know that cases are on the rise there. You've got people coming in from other places where cases seem to be on the rise, according to the CDC. Is there a public health plan in the aftermath of this large-scale indoor event where masks won't be worn by the White House press secretary or the president himself?
Yeah, sure. So we've really been planning as a community since the beginning, and we had a little bit of a peak in April when things kind of settled out across the hospitals. And right now our numbers are relatively low compared to some of the surrounding states. However, with the increases we've seen, the rate is actually pretty concerning. We just about a week ago in Tulsa, our increase was about 30 cases per day. Now you've heard we've had over 150 new cases yesterday, and across the state we had 450, which is almost a 2.5x from what it was several days ago. And so we feel prepared in terms of our hospital capacity, but that can be chewed up pretty quickly. In terms of testing, we have a good amount of testing. And I think one thing worth addressing is that these increases that we are seeing is not due to increased testing. Our positivity rate currently is at about 8%. And a few months ago, our positivity rate was at 1.5%, and we were actually doing more testing then.
Particularly for a guy who's 77 years old. He's got to have somebody on there that the public will say, yep, they could be a heartbeat away from the presidency. And if he doesn't pick somebody like that, if there's somebody that raises questions whether they could replace him should anything happen to Joe Biden, I think that's a problem. He's got to pick somebody that everybody says right away they could be the president.
You're going to be stacked on Sunday. Well done, Chris. On this show, Chris talks with Dr. Tom Inglesby, as he mentioned, director of the Johns
Holiday, and Opal Lee joins me today. Miss Lee, I admire you. I am honored to speak to you. Welcome.
Thank you.
And let me clarify something. I walked from Fort Worth to Washington, D.C., but not 1,400 miles. I started that way and got past Dallas, Texas, and one or two other places before my team decided that I would only go to the cities or towns that had Juneteenth celebrations and where I was invited. So I was invited to over 20 cities, and I got to Washington on January the 10th, 2017. We had asked President Obama to walk with us from the Frederick Douglass House to the Capitol, but he was in Chicago. So I didn't get what I wanted, but I haven't given up. And today was a tremendous day for us.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, and I appreciate the clarification, and I had a feeling you didn't walk every single step of the way, but listen, I appreciate that you have been fighting the good fight, and I'm curious, Ms. Lee, just what it would mean for you to have Juneteenth become a federal holiday, and do you think these announcements from members of Congress on both sides mean that you are getting close?
I do believe we're getting closer. I'm just elated. I keep telling people when it happens, I'm going to do a holy dance. I am so grateful for the number of people who have joined in making it a holiday. I'm wanting people to continue to go to our website, JuneteenthUS.com, and sign the petition. We need 1 million signatures to give to Congress to let them know it's just not one little old lady in tennis shoes walking across the country, and that our group, the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation, that's working just as hard. We want the millions of people to let Congress know that they agree that Juneteenth should be a national holiday.
Ms. Lee, if I may, I think this, to quote you, little old lady in tennis shoes has managed to do quite a lot for this country and for Juneteenth. And my final question really is, you are 93 years young. You remember when you were not allowed to vote in this country because of the color of your skin. And look at where we are now. All these marches on Juneteenth in 2020. I'm curious, what do you make of the last few weeks in America, and how much hope do you have for real change?
I've got a lot of hope. It's just, I don't know how to put it, that we go through these cycles, that we have to lose somebody's life before we get around to protesting. And if I was young enough, I'd be out there protesting with them. Then we do something to placate the community, and before you know it again, this has happened again, and it's happened too many times. And we simply need to be able to alleviate these problems, and they're so pronounced. Juneteenth is trying to address the hopelessness, the homelessness, the education system that needs to be addressed, the housing situation, job disparity. Juneteenth is just not a festival. These are things that we take to heart and want people to know we can solve these problems if we just do it together. And I'm advocating, and I hear some other companies too, that we have Juneteenth from the 19th to the 4th of July. You know, slaves weren't free on the 4th of July. But if we could just come together and work our problems out.
Amen to that. Phenomenal, phenomenal woman. That is Opal Lee. Opal Lee, thank you. Happy Juneteenth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coronavirus cases, they are spiking in Oklahoma, but that is not stopping the Trump campaign from going ahead with tomorrow's rally, an event that health officials in Tulsa desperately want to stop. We will take you live to the site of tomorrow's rally next.
Need to invest more resources to make our schools great because they can be, and kids need education in our society.
This has been a tough time, not only for the country, but for African Americans in particular, and maybe I'm putting myself on the couch. It's been hard. It's been very difficult.
I think the recovery has begun in the sense that we've probably come off the floor. As I said last week, Bill, we let in 21 million runs in the first inning by losing 21 million jobs. And now we had one good jobs number we need, which made up for about 1/10 what we lost in that first month. So we need that to be extended. I certainly hope that Kevin Hassett is right. Seeing that the number of cases of COVID is now starting to rise in the United States has got me sweating it, because the virus is the thing that is driving the economy down.
All right, 21 million to nothing. I don't know what inning we're in now, but man, I hope we're moving that game along. Steve, has the recovery begun? And if so, what level of earnest would you rate it?
Well, look, we are running ahead of schedule. We got really good jobs numbers. We got really good retail sales numbers. The numbers that we're seeing in terms of shipments and things of that, which are good kind of lead indicators of where the economy is heading, they're all positive. I think we're probably running a month or two ahead of where I thought we would be. We got some really interesting jobs numbers by state today. They were released by the Labor Department, and what they show is that red states like Florida and Georgia and Tennessee and Texas are seeing, fairly impressive declines in unemployment rates, but states like where Austin lives in,
Governor is not giving an inch. I know he doesn't want to go back on any of the freedoms that have been granted. I also understand this morning it was announced the average age has fallen to 37 of positive cases. Orange County, average age 29. And could this be true? Seminole County, the average age of a patient is now 26 years of age. What dynamic do we think is driving that?
Well, that's interesting, Brian, because the other numbers that he listed this morning also were Palm Beach County around 40 or 41 and Miami-Dade County early 40s. But you're absolutely right. Instead of talking about the positivity numbers going up, which we now know they are going up, or more testing, I think there were 30,000 tests that were given in this last batch of numbers versus the 50,000 that we'd seen a week and a half ago. The governor is arguing right now that the people who are testing positive are largely younger and asymptomatic, and ergo, that would not have a taxing effect on the healthcare system here. What he said was that the median age right now for Florida over the last week was 37 years old, and that trending into this week, he's seeing that coming down largely. But as far as the numbers themselves, Brian, I mean, no matter how you dissect this, it's concerning. 4,000 just in one day. We're pushing 20,000 cases in just a week. That is a lot of cases, 17 straight days where the state of Florida has seen 1,000+ new cases. And keep in mind, this was a state that was watching the curve going down by the end of May, and then all of a sudden, starting early June, it just shot right up, and that's where we find ourselves right now.
Unbelievable situation in Florida.
NBC's Sam Brock, thank you for that reporting. Sorry about that, Brian. I was looking at the breaking news that just came through. We learned this hour that the Navy has concluded its investigation into the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Remember the aircraft carrier that suffered an outbreak of coronavirus on board. The Navy found that the ship's top commanders made poor decisions in response to the outbreak, and it decided Captain Brett Crozier will not be reinstated to command the ship. And his boss on board, Rear Admiral Stuart Baker, will have his promotion to 2-star admiral put on hold. So, Brian, this pandemic, people's response to it, reaching into every aspect of American life today.
Unbelievable. What a broadcast it's been thus far. Quick thanks to our producers and for our guests, because we've learned a lot since the 3 o'clock hour started. We've talked to some terrific people. All they had in common was they're on the front lines. People are in the streets. We have an ongoing pandemic. And I feel like we've gotten the freshest possible intel. I'll be watching. Thanks for having me. Have a good weekend.
We'll be watching you too at 11. Brian, thanks for joining us. Up next, after a week of big losses, Donald Trump is heading to Tulsa. New polling underscores the deep political trouble he's in as he makes his way there. That's next.
Employed, or because what's happened is we're paying businesses right now to keep people on their payroll even if they're not working. So I agree with us, and I think the actual unemployment rate is higher than is being reported. And the only way to bring that number down is to get people back on the job. And one other related point I mentioned, we cannot continue to pay people more money not to work than to work. That's a big problem,
I think
Bill.
that's the point of the piece that I was mentioning here. Steve, where is the unemployment rate at the end of summer? Go.
I say we're going to be about 10 or 11%.
Austin?
Tulsa County here, for the 4th time this week, set another 24-hour record for number of new coronavirus cases. The last record was yesterday at 120. Today it's 125 new cases. So it's clear there's a spike right here. Just as you point out, as about 100,000 people come in for the president's rally. There's a group that came from New York today. They were handing out these full-on face shields. They're giving these, or attempting to give these, to every one of those Trump supporters that is in the front of the line to get into the rally. 20,000 people potentially could be there. They've got 40,000 masks. So far, some people took them, most did not. They're very concerned, Brooke.
Yep, understandably. Hopefully they wear those masks in there tomorrow. Martin Savage, thank you very much in Tulsa. Joining me now, John Rogers Jr., the chairman and co-CEO of the Ariel Investments, one of the largest black-run investment firms in the country. And his family also has deep roots in Tulsa, dating to the early 20th century when his great-grandfather owned a hotel. And during that 1921 race massacre, a mob essentially came and his family fled for his life. So John, a pleasure to have you on. Welcome.
Good to be here.
Let's talk Tulsa. Just talk to me about how you feel about the president holding his first rally in Tulsa tomorrow, especially just given your roots. John, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, let's try this again. It's all good. This is television in the era of COVID over the internet. So what I want to know is just how you feel, given your roots in Tulsa, given your family's story, how do you feel about the president holding his first in-person rally there tomorrow?
Well, I think it's really totally inappropriate. It's really a problem for him to be there for all the reasons that we all know. He has not, has not been a believer in the African-American entrepreneurial story. And so to be there in Tulsa after we've gone through this horrendous attack 99 years ago, it really is a problem the president would be there at this time.
I just want to hear more about your family's deep connection to Tulsa. How has that connection, John, shaped who you have become, really one of the most successful black men on Wall Street, and what can we learn from Tulsa's past problems with racism?
Well, I think we can learn one thing that was really, really important is that there's been a long history that when African Americans are successful in business, there always seems to find a way for society to come and push us backwards and push us back down. And so we've built up this great business community in Tulsa. My great-grandfather, J.B. Stratford, was one of the wealthiest people in the country. He owned the Stratford Hotel. He was doing extraordinarily well. And it was all destroyed in that race riot. He had to start all over again. So it just shows you throughout history there's always been a challenge when African-American entrepreneurs start to get great things done. There always seems to be a new challenge that comes in to make life much more difficult for all of us.
And I'm curious just also with your extraordinary business perspective, we are seeing more companies now recognizing Juneteenth this year. Target and Twitter are making the day a company holiday, for example. And it's not just Juneteenth. We're now seeing hundreds of companies vowing to give workers paid time off on November 3rd on Election Day. But this is just the first step. So what do you think? What is the #1 actionable item that corporations should be taking just in the wake of this movement we're witnessing in America?
Well, we have this huge wealth gap in this country. and we have not been able to fully participate in our capitalist democracy. So what we need to do is have major corporations agree to do business with African-American companies in everything we do, not just supplier diversity, but professional services, financial services, technology services. We will.
Oh, darn. I think we lost him. John Rogers Jr., we'll have you back. Thank you so much. Still ahead, the SEC and the NCAA issue an ultimatum to Mississippi: lose the Confederate symbol on the state flag or lose our business. I'll talk to the SEC commissioner live next.
On the award-winning WW app, you can take
out SanfordInternational.com.
I don't think it's any coincidence that you have at the same time Trump's poll numbers plummeting, where more and more Americans are thinking the country's off the wrong track. And if you get inside the details of this, you do see that his approval numbers and his overall support numbers are kind of in line with the percentage of Americans who think Donald Trump respects racial minorities. I think, Nicole, what you're seeing is particularly for white middle-class America, especially white college-educated voters, they woke up with the Floyd protests and said, oh my God, racism really does exist in America. My black and brown friends aren't actually making this up. There's real racism happening in America, and doggone it, we should do something about it. I think that is very different from what we've seen in the past, and I think more so than ever, I think justice and equality and racism will be on the ballot in 2020. And I think when that's on the ballot in 2020, I think a president who, as Matt has talked about, has spent 3 years deliberately trying to divide us, I think that puts him in an awfully awkward position, and also puts some of his Senate friends, I think, in an awkward position also.
Colonel, let me follow up with you about what you see in Biden's poll numbers and in some of the exit polls from the primaries. It looks a whole lot to me. It does not look like anything like 16. It doesn't look like 12. It looks like the 08 Obama coalition, where you have Biden doing obviously very, very well among African American, I think women, men, and then kind of bridging that age divide, but then also picking up college-educated white women, college-educated white men, and then really reaching into the kinds of voters that any Republican that has ever had an electoral victory in the last 60 years has needed to be in their coalition. They seem to, at this juncture, and I'll stipulate things can always change, but the Biden coalition, as it looks right now, looks a whole lot like the Obama 08 coalition. Does it look like that to you?
Well, one, you know, I want to dampen sort of enthusiasm, sort of curb folks' progressives' enthusiasm. We can't get too caught up in comparing what's happening in primaries to general elections because they're apples to oranges. That said, I think I want to back up, underline some of your point there. Look, when you saw the turnout in Georgia from the primary that just happened this past week, we tripled the turnout in a primary. And the most telling thing, I think, Nicole, about that turnout difference was before Killer Mike addressed and before the protest, before Killer Mike addressed the folks in Atlanta, the young people in Atlanta, and after the turnout proportion of that electorate that was younger after the protest happened and after Killer Mike addressed that and had that conversation was dramatically different than what it was before. I think there is something there that about the energy that we're seeing on the streets. I think there is something there that says we may be able to, in fact, connect this energy up to politics. And to your point, Nicole, when I look at those young people, those young black and brown and white people taken to the streets all across America, they do very much look like the core of Obama's coalition. So many of them who sat out in 2016, and so many of them who protested their vote and voted third party in 2016. If they come back to the polls and Biden can mobilize them, he's going to have at least 51%, maybe 52%. Because remember, Nicole, as you know, every election cycle, the electorate should get 2 points browner, at least 2 percentage points browner, unless there's a plan that I don't know about. It should get they should get browner each 4 years.
And to begin to ban military equipment going to local police departments. We see it in the ways in which he tried to interrupt DACA, but the Supreme Court said no to that yesterday. We see it in the ways that he continues to try to marginalize women and move us to the places of society that we have fought so hard to emerge from. So I don't believe that this is accidental. I don't believe that this is just an experience of someone being out of step. I believe that this is someone being seen and found out for who he has always been. And we need to keep the eyes on the prize, not just when it comes to the election in November, but about ensuring true equity and justice for all marginalized people in this country, even beyond this next presidential election.
Cornell, let me come back to you with one more short question. Are you surprised that 26% more Americans now align themselves with the mission and goals of the Black Lives Matter movement than did in 2015?
I'm gobsmacked. You don't see this type of change in reaction and attitudes toward these sorts of issues. Nicole, it kind of reminds me of how quickly we saw America turn around on gay marriage. We're at a different place, and all of a sudden you have a majority of Americans are for even white Americans led by college-educated white voters now saying the Confederate statue should come down. We are at a really special moment in America where I think the possibilities for us to not kick the can down the road on these issues of racism and inequality is better than I think it's been in a long, long time, because you have, in fact, the majority of Americans saying racism does exist, that police this is systemic, and that some of these Confederate, ghosts must now come down.
And it's always exciting if you've spent a career in politics, any moment where public opinion on anything shifts so dramatically is always one that's studied for a very long time. And obviously seeing large numbers of Americans get on the right side of these issues gives me hope. Cornell Belcher, Brittany Pagnett Cunningham, thank you both so much for spending some time with us. I hope to see you both again soon. Deadline White House begins next.
In the United States. Many people didn't know about this, Holly, particularly the white community, but over the last couple of days they have, and there's a move afoot even by some Republican senators to go ahead and make it a national holiday. Ben Carson, of course, just telling our own Bill Hemmer that he thinks that's a good idea as well. They are moving for that as well. We're following these developments, of course, because peaceful now, they expect right now this to continue throughout much of the evening. Ahead of what's going to be a very busy weekend. The president, of course, planning to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma tomorrow at an event where it's going to be jam-packed, close to 20,000 in the house. Let's get the latest from Mike Tobin in Minneapolis, where they are also recognizing this day, and for obvious reasons. Mike.
And those obvious reasons, Neil, are that the Juneteenth celebrations are getting momentum because of what happened here in the Twin Cities. Where I'm standing is one of 13 different marches, events, demonstrations that are taking place today. This is located in the parking lot of that Target that was looted during the rioting, very near the 3rd Precinct building that was overrun by rioters. This is billed as a family-friendly event. You can see the numbers aren't that great because it's just getting started. But it's not just here. Much like the rioting, these Juneteenth events are spreading all across the nation. In New York, the event manifested as an anti-police march with demonstrators chanting, "How do you spell racist? NYPD." Similar marches in Oakland, California, and Chicago. George Floyd's death motivating people both white and black to recognize when the Union Army showed up in Galveston, Texas 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation and essentially put it into effect, freeing the slaves.
There has been an effort to try to make Juneteenth a federal holiday and or a state holiday for decades. But now major companies like Google, major universities like Georgetown University are making Juneteenth a holiday. So this is why more and more people are talking about it, because frankly, a lot of people didn't know it exists.
And the one thing we're hearing from people in Minneapolis is that the tragic death of George Floyd is motivating people, both white and black, to talk about problems with race.
If you look at 1950s, it probably would have not been that many white people out here, but it's 2020, and there are more white people out here than black people. So there's definitely a change, and I think in due time it will change.
It's a beautiful thing, seeing, you know, a lot of different races out here to come together on this magical day of our freedom, our independence for African Americans. I'm here with my co-workers that I brought out here, so we're having a good time.
And that last person you just heard from, Brad Robinson, wrote a letter to the bosses at his property management company, asking the company to recognize Juneteenth, and the bosses agreed. Neil?
Mike, thank you very much. Mike Tobin. Ditto in Chicago, where you're seeing a lot of businesses recognize the day by essentially closing and let their workers go outside and celebrate it. Matt Finn is there right now. Hey, Matt.
Hi, Neil. Chicago-based Grubhub tells us that 2,700 employees have off today. Also, Lyft is now recognizing Juneteenth as a corporate holiday. And then Kraft Heinz, which is based here in Chicago, tells us that corporate employees are off today. And Kraft Heinz is encouraging those employees to focus on service today. And there are several Juneteenth marches here in Chicago. Governor Pritzker and Senator Dick Durbin just led one of the faith-based marches right here in the heart of Chicago. And today's marches were celebratory and jovial, with marching bands and dancing to celebrate Juneteenth, a holiday honoring the liberation of those who had been held as slaves in the United States. But also in today's marches, we did see anti-police sentiment and more calls for defunding police. And then back here live in Chicago, we want to show you some of the businesses that are still recovering from the recent riots and looting here. They are boarded up, and the city is allowing takeout service and outdoor dining, but unfortunately some of these places probably cannot do that because of the damage to their storefronts. Right now, on a typical beautiful Friday afternoon like this is, in the heart of the Loop, this area would be shoulder to shoulder with workers, corporate employees, tourists, and families. So you can only imagine the hit that these businesses continue to take because of the pandemic and also some of the damage from the riots and the looting. Neil.
Is doing tomorrow. Yeah, that's right, Nicole. Two people familiar with these discussions are telling us that they cautioned the White House against holding rallies, these large-scale gatherings indoors, because of the health risks of that. Now, we know that Dr. Fauci said publicly in an interview that he wouldn't attend these rallies himself, that absolutely not, he wouldn't go. And the White House says that a White House official told us that they did discuss this with members of the task force and sought their input, but point to the fact that Oklahoma is in a phase 3 of reopening, and that the task force had a hand in writing those phase 3 guidelines, and they feel comfortable with where they're at. And this is just part of a larger pattern that we've seen since the coronavirus task force's inception, and as the pandemic continued and the president started to push back on the closing up of the country and really focusing on the economy, that tension has always been there, where you have the members of the task force who are health experts saying that they recommend one thing, and the White House and the president saying that that's not exactly the direction that they want to go in. And that's what's happening with their rallies and happened behind the scenes. And it comes also at a time when we've seen these briefings from members of the coronavirus task force really just go away. And White House officials told us that we shouldn't expect them to come back anytime soon. One of them saying that that's not going to happen unless there's some very significant event. There are clinical trials for a vaccine, for instance, or there's a very significant, massive uptick in the number of coronavirus cases. That for now, what you're going to see is not Dr. Fauci or Dr. Birx from the White House podium. They're going to direct Americans to their state and local government officials, and they're going to essentially use the White House press secretary as the translator of whatever those folks are saying, the experts are saying behind the scenes, and that she can say, give their message once it goes through, obviously, the White House's preferred filter from the White House podium. But, you know, the big headline here is that these
financial assistance from multilateral organizations and official bilateral creditors, including temporary debt relief, will also be needed. The U.S. can use its leverage in the international
that we have to take, because we represent America in this country and around the world, have more customers and clients, more communities we serve. And, you know, it's an idea that we've got to give fulfillment.
Because we're 56 days into reopening. But what's interesting, it's the 18 to 35 group that we've seen a slight increase, but they're the asymptomatic, and we're testing so many more people right now than we were initially, and the positive cases are still 3.8%. So we've seen a steady decline in the hospitalizations.
What's your reaction to that, Sanjay?
Yeah, he threw a lot out there. I mean, some of it is just, you know, stuff that you can find. I mean, testing rates have actually gone down a bit. Case rates have gone up, not a little bit, but 140%, like you mentioned. So those are just the numbers. Hospitalizations have also gone up a little bit. He's right, not as much as the positive cases. The issue is this, Jake, and we've talked about this for several months now. There's a lag time in between the time someone gets exposed to the time that they actually get tested for the infection. A few weeks can go by to the time that if they need hospitalization, they're going to end up in the hospital a few more weeks. So if you start to see cases go up significantly, then at some point the hospitalizations are likely to follow. That's just the evidence that we have about how this virus behaves.
And just to put that graphic back up, we should note hospitalizations in Oklahoma were indeed declining in April and May, but in June they remained stable. And in the last few days, we see this, they're ticking up. Is that cause for concern for people in Oklahoma?
I think we're starting to see the beginning of that lag time. So cases have been heading up in Oklahoma for some time. You can start to predict it's going to be different in different populations, but the hospitalizations will follow shortly after. If you're talking about a more vulnerable population, like in Oklahoma, in this area, if you look at the pre-existing diseases among this population, higher than in other parts of the country, hospitalizations are likely to tick up more quickly and higher ultimately than in other places. Possibly the same problem in Florida, Jake.
Not all doing what happened to George Floyd. There's even talk of a sick out coming on July 4th of law enforcement security types who feel that they've now been just painted all as awful human beings. What do you think of that?
Well, I think we've got to resist any monolithic views of any institution or any peoples. Of course, there's always going to be decent peoples in whatever institution, whatever color, whatever group. But the problem is when you have a whole culture, let's say in a police department, where the police will not render each other accountable, knowing that there's chronic to systemic mistreatment, abuse of civilians. You see, that's a larger institutional problem. So it's not just a matter of bad apples and good apples in that regard. But keep in mind, though, remember that, you know, anytime you're talking about fundamental transformation, you have to be very, very subtle and nuanced in the language that you use. So that anytime you're using slogans... You
know, let me ask you about that, though, Professor, if you... I apologize. I did want to get your sense of where all of this is going. You know, an issue that's come up again and again is whether the president is helping or hurting the problem. I know you've been critical of his response and his outreach to the black community, but he has said that he has done more for African Americans as a president since Abraham Lincoln, and that prior to the virus and the shutdown of the economy, no president, and he says this, has done more to bring down the black unemployment rate and to create more jobs for the minority community in general, and that he was a big reason for that. So do you think the criticism of him that he doesn't care, or worse, you know, targets African Americans is justified?
Well, make note, you've got LBJ, you got Abraham Lincoln, and of course Obama symbolically did much for black folk, but I don't think he did enough substantially. But all three of those presidents could be easily pitted against Brother Trump himself. You know, I've been very hard on Brother Trump. I just think that he's got these gangster sensibilities such that it's not just a matter of the name calling. Look, I mean, we calling black people sons of B-I-T-C-H-E-S's. You see, that he's talking about my mama. You see what I mean? So how in the world any black folk going to think?
Well, I think it was, wasn't he referring at the time to NFL players? No, Reverend, wasn't he talking at the time about NFL players who kneeled during the national anthem? I don't think he was making a generic statement about African Americans.
Well, but Colin's my brother, you know what I mean? Colin's my very dear brother. To call his mama that is in some sense a principle of transitivity, so I feel a certain hit and a certain hurt in that regard, but that's just the beginning of it. You know, the various attacks on Sister my dear sister from Los Angeles, caught attacks on her, want to dignify. But the point is this: there's no doubt that there has been, prior to the virus, a reduction of the level of unemployment, and that is significant. I give him credit. That is significant, but it's completely undercut by tone, temperament, vicious name-calling, unbelievable attacks and assaults, the SHITHOLES associated with black people. Those are brothers and sisters of mine, too, in those third world countries. That kind of xenophobic, racist language simply cannot in any way allow him to view himself as somehow making grand contributions to the black freedom struggle. And that's just the beginning.
You mentioned Barack Obama. You mentioned Barack Obama, Doctor, and obviously his vice president is the Democratic nominee, will the complete now.
Yeah.
And there's strong pressure on him to pick an African American woman. Do you think that's important? Would you be disappointed if he did not do that?
Well, I'm no great fan of Brother Joseph Biden. I want to vote for him because I want to push Trump out. I'm part of an anti-fascist coalition, but I'm no great fan of Biden. And so if he does choose a black sister, of course, it's going to be a high-quality candidate. We shall see. But I'm not really holding my breath one way or the other in that regard. I have a critique of the system as a whole, as you know, and therefore, I'm just at this point. I just want to make sure that Trump makes his exit.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going. And Doctor, thank you very much, Dr. Cordell West, Harvard University professor, best-selling author. We'll have more, including Pastor Darrell Scott, who has a read on the significance of this day that goes way beyond politics, and who is ever in control of a police department or a mayor's office or a governor's mansion after this.
Hearing from Dr. Fauci a little bit more, but certainly not enough, and certainly we need more voices to try to help us, because I really have to believe that kind of science should prevail, that if we understand what we can do, just practically speaking, we shouldn't be going to large indoor rallies, but we can safely express our opinions with distance, with masks. I think that is the way to avoid kind of all these inevitabilities. And I really do hope that people listen to that and pause before they fill that stadium tomorrow and think about what they're doing and the consequences.
And we're prepared to help. If you currently work with us and need assistance, contact us at rocketmortgage.com.
The 21st Century Task Force report, you have not heard him say anything over the last 3.5 years that recognized that he appreciates the fact that there is a problem between police and communities of color. That does not mean that every policeman has or woman has an issue, but there is a systemic problem that we have to address, or we would not have initiated those 25 different cities for these pattern and practice investigations. And so it is frustrating to see the work that was underway that was abandoned that led to the deaths of Americans. And I think, look, and obviously we're both black, but I'm sure when you were being raised, your parents gave you the same talk that all black families give their sons. And I just want to say to the people who aren't black who are listening, just imagine what that is like. Put yourself in the shoes of those black families all across our country for all too long who have had to sell their sons and now their daughters. You can't behave like your white classmates or your white colleagues. You have a different standard. Imagine what it's like to go past statues or look at the Confederate flag and know that it is a reminder of slavery. And this flag is outrageous.
Yeah. And I want to switch gears really quickly because we've only got a couple seconds left, but there's been this debate going on. I think, I don't know if you've officially said, but I suspect that you'll be supporting Vice President Joe Biden in this election. There's been this debate about whether he needs to pick a black woman as his running mate. As a black woman, as someone who's been an advisor at the top level, Where do you stand on that debate? Is that something the Vice President needs to do?
This is what I think. He has the good fortune of an embarrassment of riches of vice presidential candidates from whom he can select. There are many qualified African-American women who are also names that we've been hearing about. But I think that Joe Biden knows better than anybody what he needs in a partner. We are going to face a recovery of the worst economic crisis in all lifetimes. We know we have a health crisis and health disparities. We have to tackle this pandemic and be prepared for the next wave. We have to restore that economy that I mentioned a minute ago. And we have to heal our country's racial tensions. And he should look for somebody who will be his partner in that effort. And I trust him completely to pick the right person. So this isn't just about winning a campaign. It's who's going to help advise him over the next 4 years. And I would also hasten to add, I care a great deal who is his Attorney General. I care who's his Secretary of State, the Defense Secretary. I care about a lot of the Treasury Secretary, people who are going to be holding positions that have enormous sway in how we recover and whether we recover in a way that is beneficial to all Americans or just the same ones that have always benefited. So I think we should look where people stand on issues, and we should look beyond just the vice presidential running mate and to all the senior positions that he picks as an example of what he stands for. And I'm confident he's going to pick just the right person, right people for his team.
Yeah. Ms. Jarrett, thank you so much.
The makers of the dictionary agreed with her. They wrote her saying, a revision to the entry racism is now being drafted to be added to the dictionary soon. I mean, talk about affecting change. Let's get Kennedy on the line. Hi, Kennedy, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
I am just sitting over here very impressed with you. So tell us about the issue you see with the current definition of racism.
Yeah, right now, the definition now basically states that it's the belief that race determines a person's capabilities and that these racial differences make one race better than another, but it's just not that simple. I mean, racism isn't just, calling someone the N-word. Racism isn't just a derogatory term. It's not just thinking you're better than someone because of the color of your skin. You have to include the word systemic when discussing racism because a huge part of racism is, putting systems that are in place that are designed to keep one race of people behind.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. So how did you feel when you heard back and they actually agreed to change the definition so quickly? Like usually, I don't know, sometimes people don't even text you back, email you back, you know what I'm saying? Like the fact that they not only got back in touch with you, but said, you know what, you're right. I think, I don't know, it gives me hope. I'm not sure about you, but it gives me hope that like change is happening because people are listening. And that's the most important part right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, how did you feel when they did that?
I was really, it felt like a really nice victory in lieu of a lot of chaos, in lieu of a lot of things that are sad that's happening all over the world. I mean, in a lot of these systems, you wouldn't expect, I just thought I was going to get maybe a spam reply from the dictionary, saying, yeah, we'll get back to you one of these days. So it was exciting that I honestly felt like my voice was finally being heard. And it was even better that they actually decided to do something about it.
Yeah, no, I think, and it's something maybe small to others, but I don't think so. I mean, words are very powerful, and the meaning of them are even more powerful, obviously. So, well, I'm liking your post right now. This was just such a gigantic thing in such a small way, and I applaud you for it. So thank you so much, Kennedy.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, of course. And I also want to say thank you to all of our guests today, Kevin Costner, Nicole Byer, John.
Weekdays on PBS. Not always used.
To tell the whole world that basically I'm a social Darwinist. If you die, I don't care. I just want my beer and burger is really, I mean, even kindergartners have more empathy for other people. It's really upsetting.
Dr. Akhtar is one of more than 3,000 doctors and nurses to sign this letter. The goal, to get Arizona's governor to issue a statewide mandate requiring masks, writing, please stand up and help educate, as well as protect those who do not understand the importance of masks. Doug Ducey instead says he will leave those policies to each mayor.
The governor of our state is saying, I'm going to let the mayors decide. I mean, the mayors could potentially say, I'm going to let the neighborhoods decide. And as you can imagine, that breaks down pretty quickly.
So ineffective.
Not as effective as it could be.
Publicly, Governor Ducey has shifted. Last week at his weekly news conference, he carried his mask in his pocket. This week, he arrived wearing it. As Ducey prepares his state to host the perpetually maskless president on Tuesday for a rally at an indoor megachurch, the governor says the White House protocol will call for masks. Ducey stressed the 3,500 capacity event should go on.
We're going to protect people's rights to assemble in an election year.
Now, the city of Phoenix just this afternoon passed an ordinance requiring masks in public places. So will this impact the Trump campaign when they arrive here on Tuesday for that rally? The short answer is yes. If the president or attendees are not wearing masks, does that mean that they could be subject to tickets? Well, a source at the city of Phoenix tells me unlikely. If you look at recent history, Jake, they're using education. They're only ticketing repeat offenders. Jake?
All right, check law in Arizona. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Waters, along with Juan Williams, Dana Perino, Greg Gutfeld, and Judge Janine Pirro.
I believe the next step is putting together a full-fledged plan to present to either our city leaders or our city council so that we can actually take the next step into creating equitable policies. But before we actually create the equitable policies, we need to break down the current system. And for me, that's not just our law enforcement officials. That comes into our boardrooms. That comes into what city government looks like.
Organizers add that the equality they are pushing for will make life better for the entire Sioux Falls community.
I think sometimes the misconception about what we're talking about is that the things that we're advocating for are only going to benefit people of color. That's not true. The thing about it is the closer we get to justice, the closer we get to representation, the closer we get to a truly diverse community, it benefits everybody at every level.
Julian and Bonnie have both sat down with city leaders and police, but those talks are just scratching the surface of the conversation.
So I have had an opportunity to have some of those conversations. I'd like to have more. I'd like for them to be a bit deeper.
And organizers hope that it's those types of conversations that continue over the summer. In Sioux Falls, Cole Molesky, Dakota News Now.
Authorities, meanwhile, have arrested a 17-year-old police say fired a gun toward officers in Sioux Falls. According to police, Decimus Lorles was taken into custody in Kansas earlier today. He had a warrant out for his arrest. This was in connection with the riots in Sioux Falls. Investigators say Lorles is seen in footage from the incident firing a gun at officers. He faces several charges, including attempted murder. In Vermilion today, we're turning the tone here to something very positive. Dozens turned out to help chalk the walk downtown there today. It was done in support of the Black Lives Matter movement, Juneteenth, and the effort to just better connect the community overall. That city, by the way, officially this week issued a proclamation declaring June 19th, 2020 as Juneteenth Freedom Day in Vermilion, citing it as a day of remembrance, contemplation, and continuing action. So we want to know what you think. Should Juneteenth be recognized as a state holiday in South Dakota? South Dakota, by the way, in case you haven't heard, remains one of only 3 states in the country that does not officially recognize Juneteenth as an annual state holiday or observance. So far, there are your results. We're hoping you will still vote. 54% of you so far that have taken this poll or contributed have said yes to this. You can weigh in at dakotanewsnow.com or on the Dakota News Now app. It was a beautiful day. We actually just returned from Vermilion. Ton of people outside. It is gorgeous out, Phil.
You know, we have the pleasant temperatures, the lower humidity, light wind, all combining to make a really nice day. You know, a mix of clouds and sun out there, but still really good stuff going on. But we do have some unsettled weather that's going to return on
day. Anyway, it's interesting because, I mean, obviously we've been talking about how the media portrays these rallies versus protests. They weren't too concerned about what they were doing to protect themselves in the protests. And now with this, it's like everybody's evil. It speaks to the fact that never has a leader stirred such a panic and so much bile from the establishment media. And what it's telling you is that Trump is not a threat to you. He's not a threat to the people. He's a threat to the establishment media. He's essentially the Hells Angels, the 1970s Oakland Raiders, the Magnificent Seven and Harry Callahan all wrapped into one. And he scares the media so much that they have to demonize him in every single way. Looking back when Trump said fake news is the enemy of the people, it might have been the most meaningful statement since tear down the wall. I know that's going to upset a lot of people. But the country is now seeing what he knew, that the media is manipulating us. And they're trying to manipulate us so that we hate each other. Because as long as we fight each other, if it's black versus white, male versus female, the media is able to stay in power. Because once we come together, they're out of business. So it's in their best interest to keep us at our throats.
That's a great point. Let's go to one of the members of the Hells Angels, Dana Perino. Dana, to Greg's point about the threat that President Trump poses, right? You mentioned the other day that, I think it was you, that the build-up to this rally has really been spectacular. What do you expect to see on Saturday night? Because I know you'll be watching our coverage on Fox News.
I never miss Saturday Night Lineup. So, yeah, I think it was yesterday I said it was like the build-up to the Super Bowl. I think there's a lot of pent-up demand. Americans don't have any sports to watch, so they're ready for this, the great sporting event of America, which is our elections every 4 years, which actually never really end.
The right time. Now, Morgan, a couple of developments just in the last few hours. They've rescinded a curfew that the mayor had put in when the president requested that rescinding. And I guess the final, the Supreme Court and the state decided they weren't going to intervene. So the rally's going. What kind of crowds are you seeing?
Yeah, well, Chuck, those crowds are growing by the hour here near downtown Tulsa. We're about 2 blocks away from the BOK Center, where they will hold about 19,000 people. An estimated 50, 60, 70,000 others expected to surround the city blocks around that area, where the president is expected to make those outdoor remarks either before or after he addresses the crowd inside the arena. His campaign telling me they're going to have massive screens set up throughout downtown Tulsa where people can watch what's happening on the inside of the rally. But you mentioned those changes that have really happened over the past 12 hours here. And I think it's important to note that it was the Secret Service who recommended it to the Tulsa mayor to put that curfew in place. And it was for 10 o'clock to 6 a.m. And that was very much going to happen today until the president appears. He tweeted, and then that curfew disappeared. So as of right now, there is no curfew in place here in the city. We do know that crowds are growing by the hour here. And I had a chance to speak to a lot of these folks earlier, Chuck. They're from all over the country. I said, are you going to wear a mask when they're handed out to you as you walk inside? They tell me, I'll wear one if I have to, but if they just give it to me, I'm not going to. Chuck?
Turning down a request from a couple of local business leaders to try and shut this rally down because of COVID concerns. The state Supreme Court saying it is within the guidelines of the governor's reopening plan, and said that it is incumbent upon the campaign and the venue to practice responsible social distancing. Well, of course, as we know, the campaign has no plans to instruct the rally goers to have proper social distancing at this event tomorrow.
Yeah, full speed ahead to that huge indoor rally tomorrow night. Art, Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. Let's get some more on all of this.
Saturday from 5 to 9. Congratulations. Good to see new businesses opening. Still to come at 4, 2 popular cough medicines for kids are being recalled.
Call a super spreader event. How great is the cause for concern?
Well, it's you know, the worst case scenario as far as gatherings go, and I think, you know, most people sort of fundamentally understand that right now. You got a very contagious virus out there, putting a lot of people, tens of thousands of people, into an indoor space with no physical distancing, no mandated masks, lots of people putting virus into the air. I mean, look, I don't think this is going to surprise anybody. This is a high-risk situation. You know, I spent the day yesterday, we tried to figure out, like, how do you contextualize the risk? Our CNN contributor, Aaron Bromish, helped put up some of these numbers here. If you look at the incidence of the virus in that area right now, you'd expect about 100 people, roughly, would show up at that event already infected. Maybe they don't know they have the virus, but they have it. If you look at certain principles of public health, about 20 of those people are going to be significantly shedding the virus. So 20 people, they're out of 20,000. Here's the problem. Because of the sort of environment there, those 20 people could infect 40 to 50 people each, which means 800 to 1,000 people could become infected as a result of this. That's just looking at the modeling, Wolf. Those people then are infected. They may go home, spread it to other people in their community and their family. That's the anatomy of an outbreak. That's what happens, and that's why public health officials are so concerned.
Yeah, those numbers are so stark and worrisome. You know, Dana, the president is, however, boasting about what he calls big crowds gathering for his rally. The White House says masks are a personal choice. Are they in denial about the ongoing threat to public health there in Tulsa?
You know, perhaps, but being in denial, it assumes that this is something that they are, the information that they are consuming, but not really understanding. I think, more to the point, this is information that is out there. They know it. They see, not only see Sanjay on television, they have their own task force giving them the daily information. But what the strategy is, which is about as transparent as we've seen ever in politics, is for the president and his team to want the country to move on. Because what that means, just a few months before his re-election day, or the day that he wants to be re-elected, is for the things to get back to normal, for the economy to be doing better, for everything to return to the space where it was before the pandemic hit. It's wishful thinking. In a lot of ways, he is kind of trying to wish that and will that to be the case, which, you know what, it's kind of hard to see how that's going to happen because he can't do that with a virus. But that is kind of the world in which he is approaching and his team is approaching this rally. They also argue that what you're seeing on the streets now, even though, and Sanjay will tell you, it is very different to have a crowd outside rather than inside when it comes to the transmission of this virus, they argue that people look at the protests and say, give me a break. Why are people allowed to protest and to be out and gathering in crowds and hugging for Black Lives Matter and other issues and not for Donald Trump? And you know what? In many corners, that is probably a salient argument.
But as you point out, Dana, and Sanjay points out, there's a huge difference between huge gatherings outdoors as opposed to indoors. And this indoor rally, Sanjay, isn't happening in a state that's past the worst of this virus. Oklahoma just set a record for new daily cases.
Yeah, that's right. And let me just say as well, both these situations, what you're seeing on your television screen, people gathering, not physically distancing, hopefully a lot of them are wearing masks, I can't tell from here. They're both public health concerns. I mean, make no mistake, the world is in the middle of a pandemic. That's the truth. Nobody likes it. Nobody in the world likes what's happening right now. It's happening. But these are both concerns. But indoors, if you just want to give some context to the increase in risk, they say it's about 18 times more likely, the virus, to spread indoors versus outdoors. So they're both risky, but you know, life right now is about risk and benefits and trying to contextualize that as individuals and our behavior. So they're both risky, but as you point out, Wolf, the rates are going up in Oklahoma. So what does that mean? That means that the virus is circulating more robustly. You know, there may be areas of the country where it's not circulating as quickly. Now you're putting a big event indoors in an area where you know the virus is in the process of community spread. So that adds another level.
Screen fits over your existing. The number that the lawyer for John Bolton says is already in circulation. And
that majority of people have. And racism isn't something that you're born with. Racism is something that you get taught. And I feel like people get taught racism once they're like young, and they grow up learning that someone else that's not the same race as them, that they're lower than them, and that they should be treated differently than them. And I feel like that's how it is in America. If you're a white person, you get taught that your skin color is better than someone who's dark.
You might not be teaching your children about how they're much better than their black peers, but schools also are teaching them that they are better than their black peers. In my history book, where the history books that we currently have at school, and I currently took history the first semester of my junior year last year. We were talking about Christopher Columbus, but not once were we ever taught about the Native Americans who are already here before Christopher Columbus came here. It seems like no other race existed. What we're taught in history, it seems like only white people were here, like they started everything. When I look at my history books and I go look for Black history, we only have 4 pages.
For me, I would say as a teenager, I would like to see change in schools. For example, the N-word, okay? You're at school and you see a white classmate calling another black classmate the N-word, and they hear it in music and they hear it among like movies and whatnot, but they don't know the history. They don't know that that slur was used to degrade black people.
A few days ago, me and my little sister, I was with my little sister and she was getting a new doll, and she didn't want to get the black doll because she didn't think that it was as pretty as the white doll. And just watching that was a little bit sad. Barbie was one of the biggest things for me when I was younger. I would always watch Barbie, and I clearly don't look like Barbie, which was kind of an issue with me because I wasn't that comfortable being a black person and being just in my skin, because I felt like I was never going to be seen as beautiful, and I wasn't kind of matching up with beauty standards when I was younger. And having that engraved in your head kind of makes you feel like you're worth less than you actually are. And that's something we need to start teaching not just younger people, but ourselves.
It's not enough to just not be racist, you have to be actively anti-racist. Yeah. So it's more, you can't just do a whole hashtag BLM on Instagram, like whether it's going out to a protest or like spreading awareness of different resources for help, like petitions or hotlines and stuff like that. You know, it's just so important that you use your voice. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are, use your voice, use your platform, spread awareness, and keep fighting the good fight.
I do feel like things could change, or at least get better at a sense, because I feel like our generation right now is really powerful, which is why I do see like a better future ahead if people continue to move forward, because with everything going on right now, a conversation has started, and that's not something that has really been going on before. And a conversation is really what people needed to speak out their mind and start to negotiate like a change and see what can happen better.
Those girls and so many others really feel like we need to seize this moment in time. I want to thank them and their parents for allowing them to have that conversation with us. We have got our whole half-hour special that we did last night at dakotanewsnow.com. If you have a chance, please check it out. We are going to take another check on your forecast, folks, when we come back. Stay with us.
Eric, Vanessa, and Aaron, weekday mornings on Dakota News Now.
At this point, but I don't want to see the hospitals filled up. It's never good when anybody goes into the hospital with COVID. Most of them don't walk out, and so that's our reality. And then our frontline workers in the hospital, they are just now recovering from that first spike, and you know, this just makes it very hard on them to have to gear up again and deal with it in the next 2 weeks.
The White House says masks at the rally tomorrow night are optional. At the press secretary at the White House, Kayleigh McEnany, says she won't wear one. Does that put your community at risk?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it puts them at risk. But I'm personally hoping that they're branded masks and maybe people will get excited about wearing them. I don't know. I don't know. Of course, everybody's already, they're milling around. They're in the community now, and they're not wearing masks in our restaurants. And our restaurant workers are wearing their masks, and they're having to put up with comments by folks who think it's silly, and that we're being sissies or something. But, our population has done such a good job of really trying to keep our numbers down. But this is going to impact us. But it's also going to impact all these other states from people who've come here and then they go back home.
it's a serious issue. And the president earlier, he said, any protesters, anarchists, agitators, looters, or lowlifes who are going to Oklahoma, please understand you will not be treated like you have been in New York, Seattle, or Minneapolis. It will be a much different scene. Very quickly, Commissioner, is that a threat from your perspective?
Well, I think we're stretched really thin on our ability to handle all of this. I mean, it is all hands on deck with our chief of police he's reached out to all of the suburban police departments. We've got the highway patrol, our sheriff's department, and of course, Secret Service is here, and we've got the National Guard on standby. But let's hope we don't need, that everybody stays calm. And I just ask everybody, please treat our city like it's your home.
All right.
We have a beautiful city, and I just don't want to see it destroyed, and I don't want to see, please be kind to our city.
Commissioner Karen Keith, good luck tomorrow. We'll be watching more breaking news right after this.
They will, but with accident forgiveness.
And the legislature needs to take over and make this vote. We celebrate Juneteenth today. We just had George Floyd. I mean, there are instances where we have in this state of Mississippi where you still have individuals who are holding on to the old flag as their religion. And that is not right. And he said that he wanted to be a governor for all of Mississippi. Well, if you want to be a governor for all of Mississippi, let the legislature vote to remove that flag.
Rice had said was born with a birth defect, but is one that we have worked to excise. And we have a common identity, and that is that we are Americans and we are all rooted in the rights of the Constitution. And I think as we go forward, having a holiday to recognize that is a good idea.
Dan, thanks so much. What do you think, Greg? We have to be quick.
You know what? We're still going to have to work, Juan, because on the 5, we work at every holiday, no matter what.
We do work.
Okay. That's it for us this week. We'll see you back here Monday. Stay.
Good evening, I'm Mike Emanuel in for Brett Baer. Breaking tonight as tens of thousands of people converge on Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Broadcast this hour, we are seeing gatherings, meetings, rallies in cities across the country marking this Juneteenth holiday.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Will Flitzer in the Situation Room with breaking news. We're following marches and rallies across the United States.
And I really don't remember learning much about Juneteenth in school, so I also came down here to learn from others that might be here. So
Shannon Petrie and her 4-year-old daughter worked together on a message that says, courage. Speak up if you think something is wrong.
And I kind of think that might be part of what's wrong with society is we see things but we don't stop. Whether it's like a racist comment or an action taken against somebody.
It didn't take long for parts of the sidewalk to fill up with phrases and pictures promoting solidarity and fighting injustice.
This is really special, and I think it's a really, really cool moment for the community, and I encourage everyone to, make sure you're staying informed and, talking about things that need to be talked about and having those, not comfortable conversations and really pushing yourself. And I think a lot of people here are doing that.
While this chalk is only temporary, Purdy hopes to see many more Juneteenth celebrations in the future.
I hope it's something that we'll continue to put a lot of thought behind and celebrate and discuss for every year from here on out.
This week, Governor Kristi Noem proclaimed today as Juneteenth Day in South Dakota.
Thanks, Kelly. A different type of event is taking place right now in downtown Sioux Falls. KELO's Dan Santella is there, and he joins us now with a live report. Good evening, Dan.
Don, I'm between 6th and 7th on Minnesota Avenue. Behind me is a demonstration for the Black Lives Matter movement. You see behind me somewhat obstructed by traffic, but a lot of demonstrators taking a knee. They're holding up different signs saying no justice, no peace, justice for Floyd. They have chanted George Floyd's name, but also that of Tamir Rice and Breonna Taylor. One of the things that really grabs your attention right away when you watch or talk to the vocal demonstrators behind me is how young they are. Quite young. Not exclusively young, but mostly young. And of course, today's demonstration falls on Juneteenth. I talked to a number of different demonstrators about that and the reason for being out here and continuing this conversation. I'll have that report for you at 10 o'clock on KELO News tonight on the Night Beat. Reporting live in downtown Sioux Falls.
Circle. Rob. Police say video from that night at the Empire Mall shows him throwing rocks at officers, then walking away, but then pulling out a gun and firing multiple shots.
A follow-up tonight to this week's near drowning at Wall Lake. A community-led group is starting a collection drive for children.
Wear a mask if they cannot practice social distancing.
The best way to protect yourself and to prevent acquisition of and spread of infection is to avoid crowds. If, in fact, for one reason or other, you feel compelled to do that, which we don't recommend, then wear a mask at all times.
The White House is also defending the president's tweet exploiting video of two young toddlers hugging one another to take potshots at press coverage of racism in the U.S. In a rare rebuke of Mr. Trump, the tweet, which included phony news graphics, was labeled manipulated media by Twitter. When you share fake videos like that, doesn't that make you fake news?
I think the president was making a satirical point that was quite funny if you go and actually watch the video.
The White House also tried to explain what the president meant when he told the Wall Street Journal that he had just learned the history of Juneteenth, the day the end of slavery is celebrated in the U.S., from an African-American Secret Service agent.
He did not just learn about Juneteenth this week. That's simply not true.
And an update on a story we've been following. Pentagon officials have decided to fire the captain of the USS Theodore Roosevelt, Brett Crozier, who tried to warn his superiors about the coronavirus spreading aboard his ship. The Navy's decision is a major reversal after a preliminary investigation recommended that he be reinstated, and one other
safety precautions if they want to.
The barricades are going up around the venue, streets are being closed off, and some businesses are boarding up. City officials are planning for crowds of 100,000 to converge on the area, a mix of Trump supporters and counter-protesters.
This will be the first undertaking that I'm aware of for the department to handle this massive of a situation.
There is also anger in this community over the timing of President Trump's trip. Juneteenth celebrations are being held here and across the country, but they're especially raw here in Tulsa and the city's Greenwood district. This is where, in June 1921, white residents torched some 35 blocks of African-American-owned homes and businesses, killing some 300 people. It's known as the Black Massacre, and some say the president's visit has galvanized the people who live here.
For the community itself, ironically, it mobilizes the community to get them to come together.
Live here in Tulsa tonight, later, the Reverend Al Sharpton will be speaking at that Juneteenth celebration where thousands are expected to attend, and the organizers are urging people who go to practice social distancing measures and to wear face masks amid the COVID threat. Mike?
Casey Stiegel live in Tulsa. Casey, thanks a lot.
Good evening, and people are starting to just grow in this square block area. We're about 2 blocks away from that center right now. And keep in mind that people have been showing up to this part of the city since as early as Tuesday to make sure that they have their spot inside that arena when President Trump takes his stage for the first time in about 3 months. And we just learned today that whenever they walk inside, people will be handed a mask, but they will not be forced to wear it. There will be hand sanitizer stations kind of scattered throughout the building, and there will be temperature checks as well. As you can imagine, this is kind of becoming the epicenter of the campaign for all of the supporters of President Trump, and I'm joined by one of them now, Jason Burkus, who drove in from Fort Smith, Arkansas today. Jason actually drove in a couple days ago, and this is your first rally. You could be a lot of places right now. Why was it so important for you to wait day by day to get inside that building come Saturday?
It's Donald J. Trump, and I tell you, the enthusiasm that he creates, coming through with his promises, staying to work, not giving up, fighting back, it makes us proud. And since day one, I've always told myself that if I could get to a rally, I'm gonna go. And this one isn't so far from Arkansas. I made the choice and got in my ride with my boy Flex, and we did it.
Right, and you mentioned your boy Flex. I don't know if the camera can pan out just enough to show the 22-month-old Rottweiler friend of yours that you travel with everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Jason, tell me this. You were talking about getting a chance to hear the president for the first time the other day. What message do you want to hear from him ahead of this upcoming election?
Good question. There's a lot to discuss with everything that's going on in today's news event. Okay, so I would love to hear him talk about completing the wall. I would love to hear him talk about his pick of justices. I would like to hear him say, phase 3, let's turn on the lights. As a business owner myself, it's very important to me and my family, and then the families of my employees who have kids. Without the lights on to this country, we're drowning. And it's time to stop. We have to make the right choices, use protection if we have to with the mask and sanitizer, but we have to move forward at some point.
All right. Well, Jason, thanks so much for taking the time to share your thoughts with us ahead of the big rally tomorrow. And I have to ask real quickly, when you go inside, are you going to be wearing a mask tomorrow?
If I'm forced to wear a mask, if it's a rule to wear a mask, I will wear a mask, guaranteed. Gotcha. Anywhere I go, I will wear a mask. However, if it's an option, I will definitely not wear a mask.
Got it. All right. Thank you, sir. So for now, Ari, the crowds are growing here in downtown Tulsa. A curfew that was put in place last night has been lifted, and we'll send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky, as with all of our correspondents, thank you very much. I want to bring in now some of our experts, having heard from these perspectives on the ground. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee is the host of the Into America podcast and
for misconduct. Law also bans chokeholds and limits other uses of force. The George Floyd death and subsequent focus on racial issues are making this Juneteenth different from any other. There are several rallies and marches happening around the country, including a gathering at this hour in New York City. Tonight, Lauren Green looks at what the observance means and how it's changing.
The mood in the country is different this year. Juneteenth celebrations are getting national attention and promotion following weeks of protests over systemic racism and police brutality. Juneteenth, once seen as part of African American tradition, is being embraced as American history.
I think that celebrating Juneteenth nationally will help heal the wounds of slavery because it will educate people. And so by learning about slavery, by learning about the effects of slavery, and learning about the lingering mistreatment of this large group of people in the United States, I think people will begin to understand.
Juneteenth marks the day in 1865 when the last slaves of the South in Galveston, Texas, learned they were free. The Union soldier, Major General Gordon Granger, announced to them that President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had ended slavery nearly 2.5 years earlier. Celebrations of Juneteenth usually include parades, picnics, and community events. The coronavirus pandemic forced many to be canceled, but rallies and marches took their place, along with online celebrations. Most states recognize Juneteenth in some way. Now, as the Black Lives Matter movement gains momentum, protesting police brutality and racism, there is a push to make it a national holiday.
I believe it's very important that there be an executive order declaring Juneteenth as a national holiday. That won't be a time to just celebrate, but to use transformation, love, and peace to have America come together.
Target, Nike, the NFL, and many others have now made it a company holiday, and more are following their lead as change is happening. Texas Senator John Cornyn, a Republican, says he plans to introduce a bill making Juneteenth a federal holiday. A group of Democratic senators also announced plans to introduce similar legislation. Mike?
Lauren Green in New York, thanks very much. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says if
the American people start realizing that we have a spike and we owe it to each other to use some common sense.
It's important you say that, Chief, because the White House said today that masks are optional for that huge indoor rally tomorrow night in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which the president will attend. It's a political rally. But it's not just the people attending who will be at risk. That also creates risks for the police officers, others who are working this event indoors tomorrow night. I assume that concerns you.
Well, look, I mean, I set a bad example during all our protests because I took off my mask. I apologize to everybody for doing that, but sometimes you have to take some risk. And the reason we did that is we needed to connect with our community in some very trying times here. But since then, I've warned this, and quite frankly, common sense in life goes a long way. This is not a time in our nation's history for political dogma, for political theater. This is not a time for people to try to take shots at each other. This is a time for us to use some common sense, and I would just urge people. Our own department, because of what went on with all these protests, we have seen a huge spike. We've had about 50 or 60 positive tests come back here in a very short period of time. In a matter of less than 2 weeks, we've doubled after doing a really good job because of the close proximity. Take the lesson from us. Please wear your mask. It's the right thing to do. It's not about politics. It's about common courtesy and personal responsibility.
Certainly is. Good words. Chief Acevedo, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for everything you're doing in Houston. We're grateful to you. And just ahead, I will have more on the...
Throughout the month, Mallander's appliance experts will help you find the Bosch appliances.
Proclamation in Galveston. Here we are 155 years later, tripping over ourselves to engage with this question of freedom, if we're truly engaging with it. And you hear it, talked about in terms of celebration, but more so to me, it's a commemoration of black folks who have struggled and fought for their freedom. It wasn't anything just handed, right? But it's also been bloody and violent. And I've been cautioning all day in these hits. It's like, whenever we've seen progress throughout history, there is a backlash. When you talk about those 12 years of Reconstruction, then you had redemption. You come through with more progress and you get the Jim Crow laws. Through the 50s and 60s, in the 80s and early 90s, you get crack babies and welfare queens and the militarization of the police. You always get that pushback. So right now, it's amazing that we have a glimpse of an awakening, and this moment offers the time to recenter the narratives that we tell about ourselves. But my concern is, it's so early. Is this a moment, or will this be something much bigger and see real systemic reform, or is this just folks patting themselves in the back because, hey, we celebrated Juneteenth?
Well, you're asking, is it a moment or a movement, which is one of the headlines on the screen, which, of course, Tremaine, you didn't know, but I guess we call that a mind meld. But that is a question that has coursed through other times that were only moments, and then we can learn from the civil rights history of the movements. Brittany, we have also, of course, the footage right now in Boston, in places in North and South that are gathering, that are tying this into the protests, as mentioned. And I'm curious what you see as the summer marches on, as some of these judicial cases will become very long-term. Because usually the issue was, and we've documented this, that because of systemic racism, there's not a charge in the first place. So that's the first problem. But now that there are charges, that's not going to be on a traditional timeline of protests or what's happening next week. Even a fairly run case can take a year or more, depending. So I'm curious, as we look at these gatherings today on the screen, Brittany, what you think about the prospect for Tremaine's call for the, or analysis of that potential call for a longer-term movement.
What I want to, say is that this is a movement, right? Let's remember that this is what we were doing in the summer of 2013 when George Zimmerman was acquitted for the murder of Trayvon Martin. This is what we were doing in the summer of 2014 when Michael Brown was killed. This is what we were doing in the summer of 2015 when Charleston happened. So we have been in a sustained movement moment. And sometimes when we look back at civil rights, we think of that as 1954 Brown versus Ford, or we think of it as 1964 and Civil Rights Act. But think about about the 10 years between Brown and the Civil Rights Act. And so we're in a long, sustained period of protest. The other thing we're learning in this country, which is deeply uncomfortable for us, is that nothing actually happens that makes us really stand by our stated creeds until people take it to the streets. So I think you're going to see a long, hot summer, Ari. I think that folks are going to continue to protest because it's not enough to just have charges. We want convictions, but we don't just want convictions. We want the police to stop killing African American people. We want policing to have a fundamentally different relationship to our communities. We want the money that we have poured into policing and the militarization of the police that happened a lot after 9/11 to stop and to move back into communities, to move into funding schools, to move into funding public health, to move into funding mental health. The fundamental argument being made here is that you wouldn't have a focus on crime if you actually created conditions that were livable for African American people. If they could go to work, if their children could be in good schools, if our kids could be raised in safe neighborhoods. And so this strategy, this push is all about demanding that we stop thinking about the police as the solution to our problems, and we begin to really have a conversation about how structural racism has created these barriers and how what the U.S. has done is instead to criminalize Black people and to say that the solution is A, for Black people to behave, and B, for the cops to treat them terribly when they don't. That's a terrible analysis of structural racism. That's why folks are going to continue to be in the streets. The other thing is, you know, I've gotten so many emails from white institutions being like, Black Lives Matter. My Amazon Prime account had Black Lives Matter movies. That sort of thing. Like, there's a corporate reckoning, and what we want is not just for you to put up movies that we like or send us a pretty note. We want you to change the policies that make it hard for African American people to earn a living wage. That's not a call out to any specific corporation, but we want you to change the institutional conditions that Black folks are working in. So these folks are in the street putting their bodies on the line in the middle of a pandemic because they are saying, we don't want your symbolic gestures anymore. We are ready for you to really change, or else this reckoning is going to get out of control and our country is going to come apart at the seams.
Very well put. With an experience, Brittany, that many people...
Agitators, looters, or lowlifes, his words, will be handled much different in Tulsa than they were in other cities. What's the atmosphere there like right now?
Well, right now, Wolf, what we're seeing is really more of a party than a protest. And we are in the Greenwood district of Tulsa. This, of course, where the awful Black Wall Street massacre took place back in 1921. Keep in mind, Wolf, that the city was originally not planning on any kind of organized celebration of the Juneteenth holiday because of the coronavirus. But when President Trump announced his plans to bring his rally here originally for this day, things changed and this kind of organically sprouted up here in the community. You can notice a lot of people here, not many of them practicing social distancing, most of them in masks, but we are, of course, outside, and that raises the question about what we're going to see here over the next couple of days, particularly tomorrow. We know that there are going to be more pointed, organized protests of the president's visit here tomorrow by Black Lives Matter and other groups concerned about the increase of police brutality against Black men and women.
Howard Kurtz takes a look tonight.
President Trump hasn't just had his administration sue John Bolton over a book. He called the former national security advisor a wacko, incompetent, a disgruntled, boring fool, and a sick puppy.
In terms of Bolton, he broke the law. He was a washed-up guy. I gave him a chance.
The president has escalated his attacks on all kinds of targets, assailing the Supreme Court for 2 decisions he called shotgun blasts into the face of Republicans and conservatives. One ruling on gay rights was written by his appointee, Neil Gorsuch. The president said Seattle Mayor Jeremy Durkin and Washington Governor Jay Inslee should be ashamed of themselves for ceding control of one area to protesters. Now the New York Times is quoting unnamed Trump advisors as saying, after he tweeted when the looting starts, the shooting starts, that his political self-sabotage has damaged his re-election chances and questioning whether he really wants a second term. What this misses is 2016 and all the media predictions that Trump's slashing attacks would doom him. And that's why, since his supporters often overlook his harshest rhetoric, he believes he can prove the establishment wrong again. As for the press, the president accused the far-left fake news media of trying to COVID shame him by focusing on the risks of tomorrow's Oklahoma rally. Twitter itself has felt the president's sting as he's ordered a legal review of social media firms. Twitter last night slapped a manipulated media warning label on a Trump post of an obviously fake CNN video with the tagline, "America isn't the problem, fake news is." The president is often punching back. Bolton's book denounces Trump as unfit for office. CNN's coverage of him is largely negative. And the media rarely mention the coronavirus risk of the racism protests.
I would encourage all of you to cover the protest in the same way that you covered the rally goers.
The president had few defenders when he went after an injured elderly Buffalo protester, but what's clear is he's not going to change. As the Times quoted him as telling aides who urged him to tone it down, "I have to be myself." Mike?
Howie, thanks a lot. Up next, the wildfire season's already doing damage in the western U.S. We will
clarity. There's not much of a wind out there. The water is pretty flat. Seen a few boats.
This type of event should not happen. I mean, this is trying to make the best of a very, very dangerous situation. Testing can help. Testing afterwards can help. There's concerns about false negatives. It's still tough to get tested. Well, make no mistake, in many places, unless you're already having symptoms of some sort and have a doctor's recommendation, it can be tough to get tested. In Tulsa, the testing rate has actually gone down over the last few days, whereas the number of cases, as you just showed, Wolf, has gone up. So that's the worst thing, where testing's gone down and you're still having an increase in overall numbers.
Well, I think it says, number one, there is a consciousness that has never existed around issues that have impacted the African American community. And it says that the nation, I believe, is prepared to take immediate action. At least that is what my hope is. And I am really inspired by the hundreds of thousands to millions of people who have come out and protested in peaceful ways to advance and move this nation forward.
You know, Laura, today Louisville, for example, announced the firing of one of the police officers in the Breonna Taylor death. We saw charges against the two officers involved in the shooting of RAYSHARD Brooks. Do you think we're starting to see a shift in how these kinds of cases are handled?
I think we are. I think we're seeing sort of the expedience in some respects and some of the shortened delay that we see in normal criminal prosecutions, where you don't have the lengthy period. There's no opportunity for there to be an internal disciplinary investigation handed down by the police union or otherwise. It is much far more swift, is intended to be, when somebody is killed in this country. It's also a very important note to know that you have women, black girls, who have really sometimes fallen off of the conversation grid when it comes to issues of social justice and the killing of unarmed people in this country. And so Breonna Taylor has lagged behind several other men who have actually been killed as well, and there has been a nationwide cry not to forget about what's happening to women in this country as well. This is another example of that.
You know, Martin, President Trump, he's heading, as you know, to Tulsa, Oklahoma tomorrow night. The site, by the way, Tulsa, the site of one of the country's worst massacres of African Americans. The president will be at an indoor rally that was initially set for Juneteenth. It was moved by one day. He also tweeted this today. Let me read it to you and our viewers. Any protesters, anarchists, agitators, looters, or lowlifes who are going to Oklahoma, please understand you will not be treated like you have been in New York, Seattle, or Minneapolis. It will be a much different scene. What's your reaction, Martin, to that?
Well, it's traditional and what can be expected, which really shows why we have to really come together, galvanize, mobilize, organize, agitate, and vote like never before. Because America needs to hear a different tone of leadership. It's all right to be political, but it's not all right to divide people and divide our nation. We are better than what we are seeing, certainly coming out of the White House. And I think the people on the streets who are protesting show us we are far better than what maybe the White House would want you to think.
You know, Laura, the president clearly playing the tough guy once again. And then we're also see these shows of support from police officers for their fellow officers who are now being held accountable. Some Atlanta officers haven't been showing up for work for days right now. How much does that worry you?
It does worry me a great deal, because you want public servants to be responsive, not to be reactive and petulant because someone is calling for transparency and accountability, generally speaking, with officers. Remember, we expect our officers to be on not only the front lines, it's a very difficult atmosphere they're working under, but they should be in tandem with anyone calling out to root out the so-called bad apples among them, to restore and perhaps introduce faith for the first time. But I also say that, remember, this is a very dangerous conflation by the President of the United States to loop in agitators with protesters. The First Amendment guarantees the right for people to be able to petition and assemble and freely speak about the issues that matter to them. That's what our democracy is. And so for him to threaten them is a very odd and worrying and troublesome state that we're in right now.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. Laura Coates, thanks very much. Martin Luther King III, as usual. Martin, thanks so much for joining us. We'll stay in close touch with you. Just ahead, we're going to get more on the corona
with the rock scheduled for today, Juneteenth.
For infection.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best.
Later claiming in an interview with the Wall Street Journal that he, quote, made Juneteenth very famous, adding that nobody had ever heard of it. Today in Oklahoma, a march through what was once known as Black Wall Street, Tulsa's Greenwood district. This historic black neighborhood, the site of a 1921 massacre, where a white mob killed at least 300 residents, hundreds of homes and businesses burned to the ground. It sits less than a mile from Saturday's planned rally, where up to 20,000 people could pack this arena. The mayor bracing for the crowds, declaring a civil emergency. The president today issuing a warning via Twitter, writing, "Any protesters, anarchists, agitators, looters, or lowlifes, you will not be treated like you have been in New York, Seattle, or Minneapolis. It will be a much different scene." This is Trump's first rally since the pandemic began. Oklahoma hitting a record number of coronavirus cases just yesterday. Those attending the rally required to sign a waiver, agreeing not to sue if they're exposed to the virus. But most supporters we met are not deterred.
I personally am not going to wear a mask. It's our option. It's our choice to wear a mask. I do trust my immune system.
I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of people inside the BOK Center. Are you worried at all about the spread of this virus?
I'm concerned about it, yes. I've got to step out of my comfort zone and get here. It ain't just to support Donald Trump.
The White House says there will be temperature checks, hand sanitizer, and masks at the door, but there's no requirement to wear them. Health officials are warning about the risks.
We have been spiking since last week, and I'm not talking like this, I'm talking like this. So it's going straight up, and all this can do is take us this way or that way, over the top.
As city leaders in Tulsa prepare for a massive rally, thousands more celebrating Juneteenth and calling for change from coast to coast, from the nation's capital to Chicago.
This day, June 19th, represents freedom, it represents hope, it represents our future.
In Oakland, California, 100 rallied. At the port, work halted for hours to protest racism. In Atlanta, crowds marched to the state capitol, and crowds marching across New York's Brooklyn Bridge.
And Marcus Moore back with us tonight from downtown Tulsa. And Marcus, I know the Oklahoma State Supreme Court ruling today on this rally.
Yeah, that's right. The Supreme Court here has denied a request to stop this rally. And David, there's a lot of energy here in downtown Tulsa tonight. We've seen speakers on megaphones talking to crowds that have gathered in the streets. And there was a 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew in place this weekend for downtown Tulsa. But the mayor says he has rescinded that at the request of the Secret Service. David?
All right, so many eyes on Tulsa this weekend. Marcus, thank you.
Dozens of companies, including Nike, Lyft, and Twitter, making Juneteenth an official holiday. Back here in Chicago, marchers say they're fighting for their future.
Why is it important, do you guys think, to come out?
If we just stayed home and wished that there was a change, nothing would change.
Momentum to recognize Juneteenth is growing. This week, New York and Virginia made it a paid holiday for state workers. And today, bills were introduced in both the House and Senate to try to make it a national holiday. Nora?
Adriana Diaz, thank you. We turn now to the breaking news from Louisville, Kentucky. Tonight, the city has begun the process of firing one of 3 officers involved in the deadly shooting of Breonna Taylor. The 26-year-old emergency medical technician was shot and killed by police who broke down her door during an attempted drug sting. CBS's Mola Lenghi reports on a case that is drawing national attention.
Tonight, nearly 100 days after Breonna Taylor was shot and killed in her apartment, one of the officers involved will be fired. Louisville's police chief issuing a scathing rebuke of Officer Brett Hankinson's actions, calling his conduct a shock to the conscience, saying he brought discredit to the department and that Officer Hankinson violated standard operating procedures when he wantonly and blindly fired 10 rounds into the apartment of Taylor. Earlier today, images captured FBI agents searching Taylor's home for the first time. They're conducting an independent investigation. It was on March 13th that Taylor was shot at least 8 times after police used a battering ram to enter her apartment after midnight, believing it was being used by a drug dealer to receive packages. While the plainclothed officers contend they identified themselves, Taylor's boyfriend says they did not, and he opened fire to defend himself against what he thought were intruders. He later called 911 as Taylor lay dying.
Can you get her turned over on her back? See where she shot at. Oh my God.
For weeks, outrage over the fatal shooting of Taylor has been simmering, with protesters demanding swift justice and the arrest of all 3 officers. Breonna Taylor's mother still struggling to understand why her daughter was targeted.
They portrayed as if she was some drug dealer, or they bust down this door and her and her boyfriend are shooting at them and they're returning fire.
Well, the other 2 officers involved in the shooting have not been fired, but they have been placed on administrative leave. Breonna Taylor's family, through their attorney tonight, tells us that today's action was a good first step, but ultimately, they want to see criminal charges filed against all 3 officers involved. Nora?
Mulalengi tonight. Thank you. Today, the Trump administration asked a federal judge to halt public publication of former National Security Advisor John Bolton's tell-all memoir. But with the book's release set for Tuesday and copies already in circulation, there may be little the White House can do to keep it out of the public's hands. CBS's Ben Tracy reports tonight from the White House.
The contents of former National Security Advisor John Bolton's scathing critique of President Trump are already widely known. Today, Bolton's lawyers cited our own Paula Reed holding up the book at the White House as evidence that the horse is out of the barn. The administration claims it contains classified information. Bolton says that's not the president's actual concern.
The roof over your head.
Book. He's worried about the American people reading this book.
The book, published by Simon & Schuster, a division of Viacom-CBS, depicts President Trump as highly uninformed and motivated purely by self-interest. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is calling Bolton a traitor. Former Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney takes issue with the book, but admits President Trump did not hire the best people.
He didn't hire very well. He did not have experience in running government and didn't know how to put together a team that could work well with him.
Today, the White House called Juneteenth a celebration of our nation's unsurpassed ability to triumph over darkness. But an hour later, on a day celebrating the end of slavery, President Trump retweeted this sarcastic message about George Washington owning slaves. President Trump's response to racial issues has led a top African-American State Department official to resign in protest. Her name is Mary Elizabeth Taylor, and she reportedly wrote in her resignation letter that the president's actions cut sharply against my core values and convictions. Nora?
Ben Tracy at the White House. Thank you. Tonight, the World Health Organization says we are in a new and dangerous phase of the coronavirus pandemic after shattering a record number of new cases in a single day globally. More than 2.2 million cases have now been confirmed just right here in the U.S., and nearly 119,000 people have been killed nationwide. And tonight, at least 24 states are reporting increases in new infections. Here's CBS's Jamie SIOUX.
New spikes tonight in coronavirus cases in states from coast to coast. Apple is now closing some reopened stores in newly hard-hit states. COVID-positive tests in the MLB, NHL, and PGA are forcing some sports facilities to close. Major cruise lines are agreeing to suspend operations in the United States until September 15th. And AMC, expected to open 1,000 theaters next month, will now require customers to wear masks after first announcing they would be optional. California
saying it will uphold his firing. Here's Kira Phillips.
He was famously cheered by his sailors as he left the carrier he commanded.
But tonight, the Navy upholding the firing of Captain Brett Crozier.
If Captain Crozier were still in command today, I would be relieving him.
A stunning reversal for Gilday, who earlier recommended Crozier be reinstated after an initial Navy investigation.
They did not effectively carry out our guidelines to prevent spread of the virus, and they failed to move sailors to available, safer environments quickly.
In a March letter, Crozier pleaded with Navy leadership to get his sailors off the ship due to the rapid spread of COVID-19 on board, writing, "We are not at war. Sailors do not need to die." After the memo leaked, Crozier was fired by then acting Navy Secretary Thomas Modly for allegedly going outside the chain of command. Modly flying to Guam, belittling Crozier over the ship's PA system.
If he didn't think that information was going to get out into the public, then he was A, too naive or too stupid to be the commanding officer of a ship like this.
That audio shared with the media site Task and Purpose, causing Modly himself to resign.
Investigators also reprimanding Crozier's boss, putting his promotion on hold, saying both men showed poor judgment. More than 1,000 sailors on that carrier tested positive for COVID-19, and David, one sailor died.
Kira Phillips with us from Washington. Thank you, Kira. Now,
Shooter shirts with tiny vent tag. From Root.
Do not expect that this is going to be a quick solution. So, for example, my understanding is the Air Force IG wants to have the investigation wrapped up by the end of July. That's ridiculous. You know, this is a decades-long problem. You're not going to find problems and solutions and causes in 2 months. Second thing is that Congress needs to make it clear to the DOD that they expect them to be reaching to outside entities to help with the solution. True experts on disparity, true experts on what causes racial bias, true experts on finding racial discrimination, and then as has been required in the most recent NDA, that they continue to report back to Congress with the same vigor that they do with the sexual assault report that is released each year. That has to have the same kind of detail, the same kind of depth to it.
I just can't get anybody in. That is going to be a godsend for some of these businesses that can't.
Really low. We just have never instituted them stringently. It's not clear the president believed in them or think they could control the virus. He seems more preoccupied by getting the stock market up than by saving lives. The real example is Taiwan, 100 miles from China. It's had less than 500 cases, 7 deaths. And it's not because they have some vaccine or better medication or even a better hospital system than we do. It's because they followed the public health measures.
You look at these videos that you see online, you see millions of people being murdered, beaten, senselessly shot, lives taken. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's people are fed up with it. Even white people fed up with it. Mexican people fed up with it. You see protests in Australia, people fed up that far, so many miles away, fed up with it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, and the message is not far-fetched that we're trying to reach. It's actually a simple fix. Treat everybody fairly, treat everybody as a person. Humanely, you know what I'm saying? Don't locking people up. You got a man in handcuffs on the street, face down, facing the street, with a knee to his back. You know what I'm saying? 5 officers on him. Like, this is not a gorilla. This is not a threat. Like, this person not finna knock a car over. You feel me? With handcuffs on his. You're not finna kill somebody with handcuffs. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's basically simple things that we can fix and touch on that can go such a long way. And people, you know what I'm saying? People go back to normal. You know what I'm saying? People go back to living their lives. We just want, you know what I'm saying? People just want to, don't forget about the Black lives. They matter too. That's what people are trying to say. Don't forget about the Black lives matter. You know what I'm saying? Well, every human life is cherished, but don't forget about us either. That's what people try to say.
Yeah. And Swaley, you've been all over the world. You mentioned what you felt about this holiday growing up. Do you feel now like this time, this protest, you being out in the streets with people, this time feels different?
I had to hit the streets. Yes, I feel like this is, you know, I wasn't back there 40, 50 years ago when they protested, but I feel like the people that are participating in the protest, it's an international thing. It's not just one city. It's not just the South. it's not just California. Now it's the message has, people just, like I said, they fed up. It's reached everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's a message. Like, I hit the streets. When I tell you these people are superheroes in the streets right now, like, I was in there firsthand. I was out there firsthand. I was in those streets. Like, it was like Grand Theft Auto, bro. Like, as soon as I hopped out the car, I hopped out the truck. You know what I'm saying? I met up with a group of my people that were out there protesting. And as soon as you hop out the truck, you see men on the roof, grenade launchers, you know what I'm saying? Not grenade launchers, my bad, tear gas, but it looked like grenade launchers, you feel me?
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? People running fire, you know what I'm saying? People shooting bullets at people dodging bullets, people laid out in the streets, you know what I'm saying? It's real out there, like. And like, the media can only capture so much. The media can't capture the emotion that you feel when you're out in the streets. Like, you can feel everybody as one. It was just crazy. Like, you feel so uplifted. Like, when I was in the streets, I felt uplifted. Like, as soon as I hopped out of the car, people started, even when they recognized me, like, yo, Sway. I had about 400 people just marching with me, like, feeling like they my gang, like, you know what I'm saying? Black people, white people, Spanish people, Asian people, everybody was out there, like, stay with Sway, stay with Sway. It was such an uplifting feeling, like, but we all just want the same thing, man, equality. And that's like, do the right thing.
I love righteous thing. I'm running over my time limit to pass the next show, but I love you saying that notion of Juneteenth, of uplift. And we got the two Lees here, Sway Lee, you hooking up with Tremaine Lee. I just hope Slim Jim doesn't get jealous. You know what I'm saying?
Slim Jimmy, my boy.
I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Let's go. Where we going, man? Let's go.
Please. Me and Slim Jim, man, I'm on the way too. Shrimp 4 on the way too, man. Reality Check. You know,
Shrimp 4, Reality Check, a new song. And I'm sorry I ran late on the hour, but it was important. Thanks to both of you.
We got time today, man.
For the beat tonight. Good night, everybody.
If the inexpressible cruelties of slavery could not stop us, the opposition we now face will surely fail. Good evening and happy Emancipation Day to all. I'm Joy Reid. And those words, written by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in his letter from a Birmingham jail, also express the spirit of Juneteenth, the holiday celebrating the date in 1865 when the last enslaved Black Americans learned of their freedom, 2 years after Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation and Union troops ended the Civil War. This year's celebrations were especially poignant across the country, particularly in the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is bracing for a perfect storm tomorrow thanks to none other than Donald Trump, President of the United States. In Tulsa this afternoon, Black Lives Matter protesters marched.
In moments, Oklahoma Senator James Lankford will join us to defend why he's planning to personally attend the rally and his thoughts also on how this could be a pivot point in the president's campaign. But let's begin on the ground in Tulsa with correspondent Casey Stiegel. Casey, good evening. Ed, good evening. Yeah, we're about 24 hours or so until everything gets underway, and there has been a lot going on right here in downtown Tulsa, all around the Box Center where this is going to be happening. Right here, these giant barricades have gone up to close off a lot of streets. They're trying to seal off a big perimeter, and if you keep following me over this way, look at that Arby's restaurant there. It is all boarded up. A number of businesses and shops have decided to do that, not taking any...
I recommended that it be postponed until it's safer, until the data tells us that it's not as large a concern to have people indoors and enclosed.
As he says that he is not a fan of the syrup. Williams is well-known sculptor whose Martin Luther King Jr. statue is in Van Epps Park. He's going to share his thoughts about how the statue has been a centerpiece in recent protests. That's next week on Eye on KELO. On this week's Inside KELO, we continue the conversation on race relations in America and within our own communities. Join us Sunday night after the late local news as we discuss current issues with two community
staff are COVID patients or regular ICU patients. So it's tough.
While 14 states are seeing a significant decrease in COVID cases, 21 states are currently recording at least a 25% spike. Florida setting another daily high after 16 straight days of more than 1,000 new infections, including 5 players for the Phillies training in Clearwater. There's also trouble in Mississippi, where a new cluster of cases is connected to fraternity parties.
They're violating the law in the number of people who are at these parties.
Today's cruise lines voluntarily suspended all trips out of U.S. ports until September. AMC, the nation's largest movie theater chain, reversing course, now requiring face coverings upon reopening in July.
And just as more people test positive for the virus here in California, a new wave of businesses, including bars and nail salons, have reopened.
In Colorado, Michelle Hart just tested positive for the virus.
An argument. When she tried walking away, police say Murphy grabbed her and put her in a car.
Good evening, Ed. How are you?
Fantastic. And my understanding, just to be clear, is that you were trying, the lawsuit wanted to require certain COVID-19 measures fall in line with the CDC measures, not necessarily cancel the rally altogether, but you wanted it brought into line. You did not succeed, and I heard you say the virus won. What do you mean, sir?
Well, let me see if I can reframe the discussion a little bit, Ed.
Sure.
First, happy Juneteenth. As you said at the top of your hour, it's a day of deep celebration. What really concerns me most about what this lawsuit has surfaced and what's going on in our country today is that there's a lack of love and tolerance for people whose views we don't agree with. Let me give you an example. If I were to say that I'm grateful for President Trump for passing the criminal justice reform that he did, and all practitioners like me in the criminal justice system should be appreciative of the significant legislation. If I were to say that, which I just did, people on the far left would maybe call me a racist or a Trump lover. And if I were to say that, I think it's a good idea not to have this rally right now because of the pandemic concerns, people on the far right are going to call me and have called me anti-American, and I should go to hell. I'm neither. Both of those things, being a racist and being anti-American, are so far away from my heart. And let me give you a more personal example. You have talked a lot about your sister and wrote a book about you giving a piece of your liver to your sister. I had a liver transplant 13 years ago. I had a liver transplant. You talked about the prayer army that lifted you up.
Absolutely.
I had a prayer army. And I don't need to even meet you to know that I love you already and respect you, because no man can do what you did. And
I appreciate that. I hear everything you just said, and I appreciate that, but let's bring it to the issue at hand. Having said all that, with great respect, and I totally framed exactly what your lawsuit said. I don't want to take it out of context. Here's my question. What I think the Trump campaign is looking for is some consistency. I went to TulsaPeople.com before the show. It's one of the news organizations. I'm sure you can find others. And they had all kinds of photos of protests in your city of Tulsa after George Floyd's death. And some people were wearing masks, other people were not wearing masks. There was some social distancing. Elsewhere, there were hundreds, maybe thousands of people together. Did you file a lawsuit there in dealing with the protests?
No, and that's a false narrative and a false comparison.
No, it's not false. If you're concerned, if the concern, pardon me, sir, is public health with the Trump rally, do you have the same concerns? It's a fair question about the peaceful protest.
Ed, you be fair, that's a different question. You asked me first, did I file a lawsuit? I said no. You asked me next, am I concerned? Am I concerned? You bet I'm concerned about any mass gathering, including protesters who aren't maintaining social distancing. The reason you can't file a lawsuit against protesters is because they're disorganized, they're sporadic. I can't get my arms around who I would sue. This event was scheduled for 2 weeks or a week and a half. It's a known date, it's a known event, 19,000 people in a big box. If I was trying to design a system for mass delivery of a virus during this pandemic, this would be it. So yes, I'm concerned about the protesters, but the legal analogy falls apart because it's a completely different standard, completely different.
Answer this, we've only got a minute to go. The Trump campaign, as you just heard, they say, look, they're handing out hand sanitizer, they're handing out masks. They're going to encourage people to social distance where they can on the outside. The inside is obviously going to be packed. I didn't hear a lot of mayors in a lot of big cities handing out masks, handing out hand sanitizers. Why are the measures that they're going to take not enough for you, sir?
Well, all you got to do is look at the CDC, Ed. All you got to do is talk to doctors. If they're not socially distanced inside the arena, spacing 3 or 4 feet, this is going to be a disaster. 2 blocks away from the BOK Center is the Tulsa County Courthouse. We can't have jury trials at the Tulsa County Courthouse because 12 people can't assemble safely in a jury box. But 2 blocks away, 19,000 people can assemble. If anyone thinks that those boisterous Trump supporters are going to be distancing themselves from each other, and I'd like to know what medication you're taking, because that's not happening, and you know.
You made your case. I'm going to press a Republican senator on this, and I genuinely hope that your health is good. I didn't know about your transplant, and I wish you well in the days ahead.
And I've got the same prayer army as you, and I'm praying for your sister.
All right, we'll join together. I appreciate that. Also here tonight, as I said, Republican Senator James Lang.
People across the country today are observing Juneteenth, a holiday marking the end of slavery in the United States. The commemorations are being held in many communities, including Tulsa, Oklahoma, where President Trump will hold an election rally tomorrow. Some residents are upset with the timing of the visit, especially as the city is trying to deal with its long history of racial violence. Yamiche Alcindor's story was produced in partnership with PBS affiliate OETA in Tulsa, and a warning, it includes some disturbing images.
Today, commemorations for Juneteenth kicked off in Tulsa's historic Greenwood district. Christy Williams, a community activist and tour guide, calls this sacred ground.
You can feel the pain, you can feel the hurt, you can even sometimes hear the tears of those ancestors as you walk through Greenwood.
100 years ago, Greenwood spanned 40 blocks of Black-owned businesses and homes. It was known as Black Wall Street, one of the most prosperous areas in the country for African Americans.
Greenwood had hotels, architects, doctors, attorneys. It was the mecca of Black entrepreneurship, Black economics. They actually created an economy within an economy.
But starting on May 31st, 1921, a white mob killed some 300 Black residents here and burned much of Greenwood to the ground. The Tulsa Race Massacre, as the incident is now known, came after allegations that a young Black man working as a shoe shiner had assaulted a white woman. The woman later requested charges be dropped in the case. The drama of the real-life massacre was captured in the recent HBO fictional series Watchmen. No arrests have ever been made, and insurance companies refuse to pay out claims. And the stories of those who survived the violence were largely buried through fear and intimidation.
We didn't talk about it at all, Yamiche.
Tiffany Crutcher, another community activist, says she only learned about the massacre after leaving the city.
First I heard of it is when I went off to college and people would ask, where are you from? Tulsa, and they would just immediately say Black Wall Street or Tulsa Race Riot. After the third time, I went home and I said, Dad, what are they talking about?
For the Crutcher family, Tulsa's racial violence isn't just history. In 2016, her twin brother, Terrence Crutcher, was killed by a white police officer. He was unarmed, and video of his killing became national news. The next year, a jury found the officer who killed him, Betty Shelby, not guilty of first-degree manslaughter.
Terrence, I miss him so much, and I made a vow that night that I would not rest until I transformed Tulsa's police department and police agencies all over this country.
Justice for all!
For her, for Christy Williams, and for so many others in this community, the death of George Floyd has reopened wounds. Following the protests over Floyd's death, body cam footage showed Tulsa police arresting 2 Black teenagers for jaywalking, and what many saw as an abusive and unnecessary stop. Around the same time, Major Travis Yates of the Tulsa Police Department said in an interview that officers should actually be shooting more African Americans than they currently do.
All of their research says we're shooting African Americans about 24% less than we probably ought to be based on the crimes being committed.
The backlash came fast.
The issue is the culture of policing. That's what we're fighting against. Is he the voice of the Tulsa Police Department?
The comments by the local officer and the nationwide protests over policing have renewed focus on Tulsa's dark history and racial struggles.
As I always say, that the same culture that burned down Black Wall Street is the same policing culture that killed Terrence Crutcher, and we have yet to receive reparations for Black Wall Street, and my family, we have yet to receive any atonement or acknowledgement of what happened to Terrence from this city.
Meanwhile, this weekend, President Trump is planning to visit Tulsa for an indoor campaign rally, his first since the coronavirus shutdown. It was originally scheduled on Juneteenth, but he moved it to Saturday after facing fierce criticism.
And we're going to be in Oklahoma, and it's a crowd like, I guess, nobody's seen before.
In 2016, the state of Oklahoma overwhelmingly voted for President Trump. His supporters, some who lined up for days ahead of the event, say they're excited to have him back on the campaign trail.
Nothing like the Trump rally. Him and his family have sacrificed so much for our country. They have a steady hand and a stable genius for such a time as this. That is an answer to prayer. It's an answer to prayer.
But the state is experiencing a significant spike in COVID-19 cases. And this week, city officials, including the Republican mayor, G.T. Bynum, said they are worried about the rally and counter-protests.
Well, I want to be clear. I'm not positive that everything is safe. I'm not a public health professional. I'm not here to testify to the safety of anything.
Tiffany Crutcher said she is most scared for the elderly, mostly African-American workers at the arena where the rally will take place, and about possible violence in the city that's already seen so much.
We're a ticking time bomb, and on top of that, this weekend, one of the largest gun shows at the fairgrounds in Tulsa will be taking place. So we're trying to make sense of it all.
It's a distraction from what we really need to be focusing on.
For her part, Christy Williams, the tour guide, says on Juneteenth, her community needs to focus not on President Trump, but on rebuilding what they lost so many years ago.
It's a time for Black people to come together all across this world, especially in this country, but to reevaluate where we are as far as economics, as far as jobs, as far as health, as far as education, as far as housing. And we need to look at where we stand, create a plan to progress in all of those areas, and then we need to convene back in Greenwood on Juneteenth to see the progress that we've made.
To talk more about the significance of Juneteenth, the Tulsa Massacre, and this moment of national reckoning, I'm joined by Mark Anthony Neal. He's a professor of African and African American Studies at Duke University.
I'm not saying that it isn't real, okay? The numbers do not add up. It is not as bad as people say.
What if in World War II they stayed home for threat of a virus? Where would we be, man? We can't live that way.
Are you kidding? The coronavirus dies around me.
Well, alrighty then. For more, I'm joined by Dr. Joseph Fair, epidemiologist and NBC News science contributor, and Dr. Naheed Badilia, associate professor of infectious diseases at Boston University Medical School and MSNBC medical contributor. So, you know, when you hear Donald Trump supporters talk, they're getting a lot of that from watching right-wing news, which reflects what he thinks, and from what Donald Trump himself has said, because they see him as a more reliable source of news than the news. In Politico, Trump said, it's heading south, meaning it's leaving. In Gray DC in a Gray DC interview, it's dying out. Hannity interview, it's fading away. It's going to fade away. That seems to be more influential over his supporters than reality. And now let me just play you reality. Here's Dr. Fauci sharing his concerns about the rally.
The best way to protect yourself and to prevent acquisition of and spread of infection is to avoid crowds. Avoid crowds. If, in fact, for one reason or other, you feel compelled to do that, which we don't recommend, then wear a mask at all times. So when you see situations where people are not doing that, they are in crowds and or they're not wearing masks when they are outside, of course, that gives us concern about the increased risk of spreading infection.
What are the chances that the virus could widely spread in that enclosed space?
You know, you can't put a numerical risk factor on it, but it's very clear that the risk exists.
Dr. Badilia, I'll start with you on this, because a lot of Trump supporters say, well, you know, you all aren't saying that about people who are marching about police reform. Is there a difference between being in marches outside with masks and being inside an arena with 20,000 people? Is the risk different between those two?
Well, Joy, any gathering of people carries a risk, right? But an indoor rally, particularly one where masks are not required, it is the epitome of the highest risk activity. This is a lot of people, an ability to not keep that physical distancing. people not wearing a mask, and people potentially yelling and speaking loudly, all of which puts that virus in the surrounding. And what we know is that the virus actually stays in the air for a couple of hours after people have, spoken, and after you've aerosolized the virus in the air. That means you have this whole group of people that is just gathering up a concentration of this virus in one place, and they're going to all then split apart and go all over the country. And who knows how many cases that will cause. We can't put a number on it. We all hope it won't be high, but chances are there's going to be a lot more cases than if the rally hadn't been there. And the question that we're going to ask after this is, was it worth it? Was all of that worth it?
Dr. Fair, you have the WHO warning that the Americas are where we're seeing the spikes. That, of course, includes the United States. I can't imagine during Ebola or H1N1, the President of the United States, then Barack Obama, encouraging people to do the very things that would get them sick. It seems so counterintuitive. How do we get out of this pandemic if you, depending on what state you live in, what kind of governor you have, and what kind of politics are ruling your state, you either are getting safe practices or you're not? Like, how do we get out of this?
I honestly think it's come down to a point where it's just going to be our personal responsibility to take care of ourselves, because you even see the governors kind of retreating on the safety measures under pressure from the people that want to open back up completely and, not wear masks and things like that in certain cases. So I think it's going to come down to the individual. I think Dr. Bedelia tweeted something about this the other day about, consciously or subconsciously, most leaders are tending, towards a path of herd immunity for us, just letting us either experience the virus and get over it, or take our own safety measures and not get it. So for me personally, I think it's going to come down to those individual safety measures. If you see a business that is doing business unsafely and you choose not to do business with that business anymore, same with airlines, same with everything else in your life, and that's going to have to be life until we get a vaccine or until we have some kind of abatement of the pandemic, but for the foreseeable future.
And would you advise, are you
protest charges against the former officers involved in RAYSHARD Brooks' death? The latest from Atlanta. Come on.
And later taken over by the British still stand in Ghana. The steel barriers and rusted chains that bound slaves before the horrific Middle Passage across the Atlantic still in the holding cells. But as the rest of the world pulls down monuments that depict colonialism, authorities here are calling for the renovation and rehabilitation of such sites as reminders of the past.
You are here today, so you have seen it. What of those who come after you? What would they see to learn from what happened in the past? So this is critical.
But historians argue there are now different ways horrific events can be remembered.
I am not for erasing that history, because history is important, whether positive or negative. Those names should be put down in books or in a museum for people to recognize them in the past.
Last year, Ghana marked 400 years since the first slave ship sailed. This year, a policeman's knee on an African American's neck is a stark reminder of the enduring consequences of that voyage. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Michael Baleke in Kampala, Uganda.
With more and more states experiencing spikes in coronavirus cases and COVID-19 hospitalizations, the debate over wearing face masks is creating a sharp divide among some Americans. In a moment, William Brangham will talk with a doctor about the evidence surrounding masks. But first, he begins with this report.
Even though nearly everyone in the public health community says wearing a mask in crowded places can help slow the spread of this pandemic, for some, masks are an affront.
I understand the coronavirus is real.
Former Major League Baseball player Aubrey Huff summed up this view.
Hell, I would rather die from coronavirus than to live the rest of my life in fear and wearing a damn mask.
Every week, social media lights up with videos of people resisting mask requirements.
I work for Costco and I'm asking this member to put on a mask because that is our company policy. So either wear the mask...
And I'm not doing it because I woke up in a free country.
On the flip side, there are numerous stories of people engaging in mask shaming. Like here, where shoppers in a grocery store hound a woman for not wearing one. This fight is also spilling into government.
Wearing masks decreases the shed of this virus.
In Montgomery, Alabama, after a parade of doctors and nurses testified about the surge of COVID hospitalizations and the need for masks, the city council on Tuesday voted down a face mask requirement.
I think this is an overreach of government. I think to make somebody do something or require somebody to wear something is overreach.
But the next day, Montgomery's mayor passed an executive order requiring them. Some governors, like California's Gavin Newsom, require everyone wear masks in public places. But Greg Abbott, the Republican governor of Texas, has banned cities and counties from fining residents who refuse to wear them.
All of us have a collective responsibility to educate the public that wearing a mask is the best thing to do. Putting people in jail, however, is the wrong approach.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the World Health Organization both now recommend people wear cloth masks as a proven prevention strategy. But that wasn't always their recommendation, and that reversal has added to people's suspicion. Dr. Anthony Fauci recently tried to explain that change, saying officials were worried about early mask shortages for healthcare workers.
We wanted to make sure that the people, namely the healthcare workers, who were brave enough to put themselves in harm's way, we did not want them to be without the equipment that they needed.
President Trump this week suggested some people choose to wear masks not for protection, but to signal they don't like him. And with rare exception, and against the advice of his own officials, the president has repeatedly refused to wear a mask in public. Across the country, many of his supporters are following his lead. For more on the politics and the science of mask wearing, I'm joined now by Dr. Ranit Mishori. She's a policy establishment.
So the president has tweeted that Bolton's book is, quote, made up of lies and fake stories, and I understand that you are saying you agree. But then he also said this to Sean Hannity about the book. Here's President Trump.
This is highly classified. That's the highest stage. It's highly classified information, and he did not have approval.
So which is it, Ambassador? I mean, he's saying it's highly classified or it's fake. It can't be both.
Of course it can be both. What are you talking about? Life is not so simple.
There's highly classified information that the president's aware of that's made up and sitting there that Bolton put in the book?
I'll answer the question if you let me. So here is the point. There can be a nugget of classified information. There can be something in there that shows sources and methods. It can be talking about things that are classified, but then completely gone in another direction, completely made up, completely misused. Life is not so simple that it's either or. You can tell a story that has a nugget of classified information that is a totally erroneous story that goes off on a tangent and gives a false impression. I mean, let me give you one example of a nugget.
The streets. So tomorrow, I think if people are going to wait to see sort of how that shakes out to it.
All right, thank you very much, Cal Perry. And I predict the elbow bump survives the pandemic era. I think that's going to be a lasting thing. All right, up next, a deep dive into the history of the Tulsa riots and the legacy of Juneteenth. You are going to want to stick around for this. We'll be right back.
And the laws that are required, that they too could be the next people who are arrested, you know, best case scenario.
More of our fun saluting Washington.
We continue our coverage of the coronavirus pandemic in South Dakota. The Department of Health announcing 3 more people have died due to COVID-19. 49 additional cases were also announced. The state's active case count continues to drop and now sits at 801. 840 tests were processed over the last 24 hours, with just under 6% coming back positive.
You know, this pandemic has allowed the city of Vermilion to move forward with some extraordinary community projects, among them
2 more incredible murals on the exterior of the Coyote Twin Theater.
The first mural was completed in 2017. The second, now nearly complete, was led, designed, and created by a group of young new leaders and indigenous artists. And you've got to take a look at their work. Photojournalist Dave Houck brings us a story you'll only see on Dakota News Now.
We wanted to take this public art space and we wanted to honor the women in our families and in our culture, and really just pay respect to them because they've given us so much. We wanted to make this a contemporary image. We wanted to make this about contemporary women within our culture, and we wanted to have that control over the narrative again. We really wanted to value their input because they were giving their time to us and they were sharing their stories and their experiences, and we wanted to honor that and value it, to feel empowered, and for Indigenous women and our people to feel empowered and to embrace our creativity and to embrace our culture in ways that are moving us forward and allowing us to be seen and to be heard.
We've created linear designs, color studies, have painted on the wall for over 200 hours probably. So it's been a lot of time dedicated to this project, but also working with a lot of incredible artists in the community.
I think it's absolutely remarkable. I love this indigenous voice that speaks to us here, this indigenous imagery.
So I didn't grow up on a reservation or anything like that, and I would really like to be able to go to these predominantly indigenous communities and be able to create something like this with indigenous communities, because again, we're just so, I feel like our people are so connected to art.
How the voice of the community comes out here, and just the beauty, the remarkable beauty here.
Just seeing that response and seeing people just feel like this is a safe space where they can come and just kind of relax and rest for a minute and just appreciate art is such a cool thing to be a part of and a cool thing to be creating in my community.
Minnesota U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar has removed herself from consideration to be Joe Biden's running mate. Talking to MSNBC, the Minnesota senator said the former vice president should pick a woman of color as his running mate. Klobuchar cited recent national unrest surrounding police brutality and racial injustice. She said she called Biden on Wednesday and told him a woman of color should be on the ticket. Some of the top contenders Biden could pick for VP are California Senator Kamala Harris, Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, and Florida Representative Val Demings.
Okay, a pop-up drive-in showing the movie Anchorman is coming to Sioux Falls. The theater will be located at Lake Lorraine, June 26th through the 28th, at the building just south of Hobby Lobby. The sound will be transmitted through FM, so you can listen on your radio. Each viewing will be limited to 70 vehicles, and tickets can only be purchased on site the night of the event. Concessions can be delivered right to your car. In the words of Ron Burgundy, you stay close.
Have to wait until 10 o'clock to get your local news. Tune in for Dakota News Now at 9, weeknights on CW Sioux Falls.
Local decision making, and a suite of powerful business solutions designed to help you.
Join friends and support SDPB. Additional help comes.
This November, we are going to take back the House, we are going to hold the Senate, and we are going to keep the White House.
President Trump returns to the campaign trail Saturday for a rally in Tulsa. Watch our live coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN, on demand at cspan.org, or listen on the go with the free C-SPAN radio app. Vision online, or listen on our free.
Atlanta police officer Garrett Rolfe was fired from her job for being his stepmother. You first heard about it on the show last night. New developments on that story. We'll bring them to you in just a moment. But first tonight, good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. You can be forgiven if the events of the last month caught you by surprise. You didn't expect them. You've become used to dismissing the American left out of hand as a joke, because they are. Since the day Donald Trump was inaugurated, the Democratic Party has been helplessly disorganized and totally ineffective as a political party.
Is in a mood of both celebration and apprehension, depending on who you are. The Trump base comes to the city for an event that represents everything wrong with the president's leadership generally, and particularly in this fraught moment. First of all, there is the...
He actually was meaning, she says he was meaning violent protesters regarding Tulsa. That's what she says, but that is not what the president meant. And you might ask, how do we know this? Because that is not what he said. He said any protesters, lumping any protesters in with anarchists, agitators, looters, and lowlifes. The president has called his rally tomorrow the start of his re-election campaign, and what a way to begin. Encouraging tens of thousands of people from near and far to come to Tulsa, pack an indoor arena for hours, standing shoulder to shoulder with other people who may or may not be wearing masks and who may or may not have COVID. The president...
People regularly vote for the Republican Party precisely because they would like someone to protect this country from the crazed ideologues who seek to destroy it. There are many of them. We're watching them on television now. There's not really another reason to vote Republican.
Is that it's better to be outdoors and indoors, and it is better for people to be masked than unmasked. And yet, with that knowledge, with access to the CDC, right? And his own most hardcore supporters' lives in his hands, what's the president going to do? He's going to hold an indoor, no mask required rally. In fact,
the virus is not dying out there. It's thriving. Also in Florida, where new cases hit another record high today. California, also seeing record numbers of new cases, not fading away there either. Or in Arizona, sadly, which set another record today. The president has been lying about it all week, and the vice president has been telling state governors to lie by echoing the administration's bogus claims that increased testing is the reason for the increase in cases. And the vice...
Wrong thing, looking the wrong way, liking the wrong tweet, that happened. It's happening now. Some of the accused were so terrified they denounced their own families, wife, brother, daughter. In the end, they were destroyed anyway, because that's what happens in purges. You're destroyed anyway.
You wear masks, outdoor, masked, lots of people cheering you with adoration, the stars in their eyes, their love of you, making you feel something inside yourself that you can't feel otherwise. They could do all that, but they're not. They're not doing that. Right now, Donald Trump is going to set off what looks like a public health bioweapon in the city of Tulsa at an event comprised of his own most loyal, most fervent supporters.
You, and you wear yours to protect me.
And out of respect for each other, as Americans that care for each other, we need to be wearing masks in public when we cannot social distance.
We're all in this together.
We're all in this together, out of respect for each other. That's just some of the advice.
Their donors. Instead, they did everything possible to accommodate the demands of the people tormenting them, the rioters, and the people who backed the rioters. Congressional Republicans decided to make reining in law enforcement their top legislative priority. They blamed the cops. They didn't blame the rioters, they blamed the cops.
To Greenwood. There was a whistle that blew, and then the mass invasion and the destruction of Greenwood began.
When the smoke cleared in the early morning of June 1st, 1921, Black Wall Street lay in ruins.
Over here, this is where the rally will be held. It is the home of the Tulsa Oilers minor league hockey team. The Oilers in the league suspended their season in March at the beginning of the COVID outbreak because it wasn't safe for 19,000 people to be watching hockey. But tomorrow night, 19,000 people, maybe more, will be watching Donald Trump. Masks are being given out, but the masks are not mandatory. Lots of people are not happy we're here, and they're kind of following us along. But we want to give you a look at the people who've been waiting in line now, many of them all week, but there are hundreds of people here right now, and this is 25 hours before this rally starts. Now, we've asked a lot of people, are you going to be wearing the masks that are given out? What they tell us very proudly, most of them, is no way we are wearing masks. They're criticizing us for having masks right now. But other people said they, especially the...
And when it matters, they abandon you. They have contempt for you. You know they do. You can smell it. It's obvious. Voting doesn't work. But when you riot and you burn things and you hurt people, you get a very different response. When you do those things, our leaders snap to attention. They tiptoe around your feelings, as Republicans are. They give you what you want, as Republicans are. Rioting works. That's the message they're sending. Think about that. It's the most dangerous possible message you can send because it guarantees more violence.
To pick up the disquieting echo of the threats of white mob violence that hung over the slaves of Texas or the freedmen of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And at the same time, the president has been lobbying for legal leniency for his own supporters, apparently getting the mayor of Tulsa to lift a planned curfew in the city. And that, my friends, is Trumpism in a nutshell. And those two tweets: for my friends, everything; for my enemies, the law. If you wear a MAGA hat, you're outside the law and its reaches. If you're a protester, well, the baton is going to come down on your head. This entire event
that this occurred.
Anderson, I think that the president understands that his re-election hopes are tied to motivating this base, and so this has become almost his top priority right now, if not his top priority. I will tell you, when we asked the press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, about this earlier today, she said there are no reservations inside the White House about having this rally. I asked Kayleigh McEnany whether or not she's going to wear a mask. She's going to be at the rally tomorrow night. She says she will not. She says it's a personal choice for people who work at the White House. But Anderson, as you and I know,
pleasure of federal regulators. Imagine if those same monopolies censored President Obama himself. So ask yourself sincerely, if all of that happened, how do you think Barack Obama would have responded? By tweeting angry things? By effectively apologizing to the mob, meeting their demands for, quote, reform, and then declaring a new national holiday at their request? No, probably not. It's hard to imagine Barack Obama doing that. It's hard to imagine him complaining that as President of the United States, he didn't have the power to stop political violence, or preserve the integrity of an election, or protect free speech, or public art, or the nation's history itself. No, that would not happen. Instead, within about 10 minutes, you would see the Obama Justice Department indict every single person involved.
A couple of my colleagues, and they are concerned as well. And so it's just tense, and we are in a position as a city councilor where we're not being apprised of the security measures and what's going on. So that is concerning even further.
What is your, if you could get your way here, I mean, what would you like to see happen? Just, I guess, first at just the public health level, are you concerned about this as a public health event, and what do you think should happen?
I'm absolutely concerned about the public health, and as you mentioned earlier in the segment, the original Tulsa Juneteenth celebration that I'm deeply involved with was canceled last month due to COVID. And if I had my wish, we wouldn't be having Juneteenth, and we wouldn't be having a rally down about 5 or 6 blocks down the street. We wouldn't have anything. We would be at home because we are having, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Al Sharpton is now taking the stage. But we would be at home, safe at home. That's my wish as a public health professional. I've been in public health for 20 years, and I'm very torn about being here tonight.
The Trump campaign is having people sign waivers that say if you come into this rally, you give up all recourse in terms of suing the president or any of the organizers of the event, which is incredible because you're going to have people going into this rally tomorrow. You just saw on the live shot with Gary Tuchman, who just aren't going to wear masks, and they're not going to be social distancing. When we asked Kayleigh McEnany about this, she said, well, CDC guidelines are recommended but not required. Well, of course they're recommended and not required. There's no way for them to socially distance inside a crowded arena. So they're just not dealing with the reality of the situation, and that's what we've been hearing from our sources all throughout this, Anderson.
Jim McCaustin, Jim, thanks for...
Through their belief system, through politics, and they are validating their beliefs by their current actions right now. Republicans and conservatives go to D.C. because they want to have a good career and get a check. And I tell people that what you're seeing right now is you cannot defeat basically religious zealots hell-bent on the destruction of the American Republic with a bunch of careerists looking for the next paycheck. And to make my point even further, Tucker, the actions of Mitch McConnell, of Kay James, validate my point. They slander us, they sell us out, and they're doing it because they seek money and power. If you don't believe me, think about the process and how this works. Republicans seek to raise money from their corporate cronies to get reelected, to make them happy. They do all kinds of policy issues to get the next reelection check. Heritage raises money to get the next building, to get the next marble bathroom. And you realize what they're doing is building even more sinecures for ineffective people. The whole point for them was money and power, not to advance the base and not to advance our priorities.
It leaves the rest of us in a very tough spot because obviously you're not going to support what we're watching on television, which really is a political action sponsored by the Democratic Party. Let's not lie about it. This is an election strategy. It's political violence. And the Democrats
here celebrating and dancing and having fun, but they have no idea of what could potentially happen any second, and I'm concerned about that.
I mean, is there at least is there spatial separation at least? I mean, I know that there are celebrations today for Juneteenth. You're at one. There have been all day in your city of Tulsa, Oklahoma. There have been around the country. And then there are a lot of folks lining up outside that arena and sleeping outside of it. Do you think basically spatial separation can be maintained at the very least?
No, it's almost impossible. I mean, out here, it's outside. I can clearly see people are trying to make sure they observe spacing requirements, and it's easy to do that outside. You just can't do that indoors, especially when you're talking about a group of people who think wearing a mask is a sign of weakness because their leader, the leader of this country, is saying don't wear masks and wearing masks as a sign of weakness. And you berate people that do. And so I have not gone to that part of town for the last couple of days since people started coming in. I've intentionally avoided where the BOK Center is. And I just plan we hope to shut this rally down before dark so that we can get home. We're going to encourage people to go home and be safe. But yes, people are...
You know what? To really make reopening work, we got to double down on mask wearing. We got to double down on social distancing and testing and all the rest, the contact tracing.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I'd just say, as an example, again, back to our own research institute, we require everybody that comes in the door to wear a mask, unless they're in a private office or or outside, like at one of these picnic tables in the courtyard. But anytime they're inside and near other people, they must wear a mask. And to your point, the broader point about how to reopen, I'm in favor of trying to get our economy going and our society open. We're all tired of this, and it's devastating to many people for their income and so forth. But it needs to be done in a sensible way and as safe as we can make it. So we have a big coalition here in Oklahoma City called Start OKC that's designed to do just that, try to use best practices from all around.
To 8 p.m. to Black Seattleites only, so they will not allow anybody else on the grounds until after 8 p.m.
May I pause you there? So in downtown Seattle, there is a racially segregated park. Is the city of Seattle allowing this?
The city of Seattle is allowing everything right now that's happening. Right now, this entire zone, no matter what the SPD is telling you, and the chief of the police is claiming that there's no such thing as a no-cop zone. That is 100% incorrect. And the people who actually live, the people who live and pay rent in this area, they are now starting to speak up, some of them anonymously, some of them putting their name to it. Because they're saying, look, what you guys don't seem to understand is after hours, things get very dangerous.
So you were talking about all state and...
Accident forgiveness.
Pats on the back are what keep you going. But in a time when high fives are being put on hold,
the media is kind of getting pushed out, certainly in certain spots. In the back again of this...
It made it through the House and is currently stalled in the Senate over concerns from one man, Kentucky Republican Rand Paul, who is arguing over how lynching should be defined. But as history teaches us, progress comes when people who have less of a reason to care do. And there's hope that this is happening.
When we come back, the battle for voting rights with the presidential election less than 5 months away. Tonight, the young people trying to channel the protests on the streets into real voting power. And the NBA star is stepping up to get out the vote and fight voter suppression.
I thoroughly
Get
by sending her 2 hours away.
I was trying to...
Sports are apolitical, they're meritocratic. We've got football coming up in the fall. Oh, but wait. Dr. Fauci, who appears to believe he's in charge of the country, says we can't have football this fall. Huh. How should we respond? Dave Portnoy joins us after the break.
Liver and nervous system problems.
young lives.
He's a cross between MacArthur.
Here you go, the pro goes.
More than a building. For centuries, it has been a safe house for the soul. Its roots run deep to the dark soil of slavery.
We weren't allowed to communicate. So when we could get together down by the riverside, late in the evening, when the work was over, and call on our gods, it's where it all came together.
When the slaves gained their freedom, the early black church became a place of resistance. Resistance that moved from the sanctuary to the streets. The civil rights movement of the 1960s, driven by the power of the church. Reverend Calvin Butts is senior pastor at historic Abyssinia Baptist Church in Harlem, where the courage and complexities of the black church have been celebrated for 212 years.
The church provided social cohesion. It was the first place of economic development, first place of politics. And who was the major spokesperson? Generally the preacher.
Often overlooked, the voices of women in the church.
There are so many unsung or underrated black female, both clergy and lay women.
If it weren't for the women doing the fundraisers, and the women doing the praying, and the women holding up the pastors, where would the church be?
The separateness of the black church from the white church was in part dictated by segregation. Reverend King famously summed up church separation in 1960 on Meet the Press.
One of the shameful tragedies at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning is one of the most segregated hours, if not the most segregated hours in Christian America.
But today, mega churches thrive through diversity in their congregations. Carl Lentz is the senior pastor of Hillsong, New York.
I think the future is very loud, powerful black voices and white voices.
Well, we're in a different America now. You have so many churches that welcome blacks and whites to worship together, to work together.
Malcolm once said, if you got a cup of black coffee, it's strong. And if you want to make it weak, you put a little cream in it. And now, he said, too black, too strong.
You might not be wrong, because preaching comes out of passion. Preaching comes out of experience. We need all kinds of coffee, though.
I know a few years ago, you got in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
In circles when you said from the pulpit, Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm. Someone explained it to say all lives matter. I said, why would I do that? All lives are not in question right now. Black lives are. So around here, we're going to say Black Lives Matter.
What kind of pushback did you get?
A lot of white silence in every way.
In contrast to the civil rights movement of the 60s, the primary founders of the Black Lives Matter movement are not clergy or men. I look in 2020 America and the Black Lives Matter movement and others, and I hear people asking, where today is the black church?
Still here.
And still important, say young activists like 16-year-old Chelsea Morton, daughter of a pastor.
We remember all those who were unarmed and murdered while being blasted at the hands of police.
Black Lives Matter may not be clergy-led, but I do see the splashes of spirituality. I see the faith that is within the people, because that faith that drives people to hope, and that drives people to fight, and that drives people to move forward and say no more. Isaiah 1 says that we as Christians, we have to do good, seek justice, and correct oppression.
Not everybody has to be on the front lines of a protest, but with your life you have to protest this. That's what being a Christian is.
That sounds like Sunday 11 o'clock to me.
Yes, sir.
So for centuries, the black church has stood proud and in protest to promises denied and dreams deferred.
When the dust settles and the smoke clears, there's going to be one central institution that's going to be key to people of African descent. That's the church.
And coming up, from great pain comes great art. Tonight, the musicians creating what has become the soundtrack of freedom. And the artists of today showing us there are many ways to express 3 words. Black Lives Matter. We'll be right back.
Start your day out right with the news and a few laughs with Dakota News Now. Every morning from 5 to 7, Eric Thorstensen and Vanessa Gomez have the headlines you need to know. And meteorologist Aaron Doudna will keep you one step ahead of the weather with your first alert forecast. Eric, Vanessa, and Aaron. Weekday mornings on Dakota News Now.
Are you ready?
No.
Great, let's go.
New Thursday, ABC's game show Trio smokes the competition. A new Holy Moly is getting these golfers all fired up.
She is so happy she signed up for this.
Then Don't is the #1 new summer show.
Don't look back.
And it's called To Tell the Truth, not the dating game.
Number 2, would you call me if I give you my phone number?
It's all new Thursday on ABC.
Welcome back. Music and art have long been rich expressions of the struggle of black life in America. And while a new movement is taking place on the streets across the country, some things haven't changed. Born out of pain and suffering and giving life to a movement, art capturing the essence of the black experience in America. From Nina Simone.
I wish I knew how it would feel to be free.
Singing I Wish I Knew How It Would Feel to Be Free during the Civil Rights era, and Beyonce singing for freedom half a century later.
There's simply no other modern people who have undergone such sustained catastrophe and been able to respond with such profound creativity.
Where feet pounded the pavement as protests erupted from Washington, D.C. to Charlotte, North Carolina. The phrase Black Lives Matter now painted on streets across the country.
We are at the Chop on Capitol Hill in Seattle, Washington.
Artist Takia Wood helped to organize the mural here, each letter painted by different area artists.
I think the responsibility of the artist is to tell the story, to tell the truth of the time.
On the cover of this week's New Yorker, titled Say Their Names, artist and author Kadir Nelson chronicling the history of violence against black people in this country. Nelson, known for his heroic paintings of historical narratives, also creating the latest cover of Rolling Stone magazine.
They wanted something that would be very hopeful and inspirational.
The marches today standing parallel to those of the Civil Rights Movement, whose anthems asserted messages of pride and common decency. From James Brown, Sang It Loud, to Aretha Franklin asking for a little respect.
Music has always been the artistic vanguard of the Black Freedom Movement because it's been in our music that we are most free.
Music has also provided a place to process pain. In September 1963, 4 black girls were killed in an attack by the Ku Klux Klan in Birmingham. In their remembrance, John Coltrane composed Alabama, which he played on an episode of Jazz Casual. Justice would elude the Birmingham families for decades.
Up in the 60s and 70s, did a record called Blood on the Fields about slavery, and that was in the 90s. I did one in the late 90s called All Rise. That's about the time that will come after this strike when we come together. I did one in the 2000s called From the Plantation to the Penitentiary. That speaks for itself.
The struggle has essentially shaped your music from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's always in there. I mean, I've done over 130 records.
Years later, it's that same black American struggle calling 12-year-old Kidron towards music. After the death of George Floyd, he shared this video.
I just wanna live. God protect me. I just wanna live.
We belong on the earth too, like everybody else. It's kind of unfair and sad, but I still believe that there is hope and that we could change the world.
That message of hope has been clung to in what has become the soundtrack to the Black Lives Matter movement. Kendrick Lamar's All Right.
We gon' be alright.
Who would think that after 244 years, you wouldn't completely sap the spirit out of the people?
We gon' be alright.
But the black spirits continue to resist in a variety of forms.
We need a new way. So I'm happy to see people in the streets. Keep fighting, because you're going to be fighting it for a long time. There's no one solution to this, and no one person has the answer or will be the answer. We are all the answer.
And stay with us. We'll be right back.
Devin, did you know GEICO is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policy?
They were simply envious. They would make comments such as, how dare those Negroes have a grand piano in their home and I don't have one in mine. We will not forget the history of Black Wall Street or the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre.
Randy Kay, CNN, West Palm Beach, Florida.
To some extent of what was going on, how can they escape punishment? How could this be happening?
It's absolutely infuriating, Tucker. As a matter of fact,
But it's not like we're going to see lots of cases and not a lot of deaths. I actually do think we'll still see a good number, and the reason is this. First of all, we have not figured out how to protect nursing homes. We have not figured out how to protect elderly.
Way more. So you can bring your vision to life and say...
It's the cost of doing business. OxyContin brought in $35 billion in revenue from the time it went on sale in 1996. And after they pled guilty in 2007, the company went on with the same behavior except on steroids. And that's why, as you said in your lead-in, in 2015, Forbes put them on as one of the richest families in America at $14 billion. This is a company that normally takes a high profile. They've got their names in 6-foot granite letters, as you know, on Columbia and Yale and Harvard, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Smithsonian, and yet now they're very low-key because they may be able to get away with a great miscarriage of justice in the bankruptcy court. And you think, bankruptcy, how is it possible that a company with $14 billion, our family, is in bankruptcy? Well, they aren't. Their company is. Purdue filed last September, and they did a very clever thing. They went to the bankruptcy judge and said, oh, by the way, we have over 2,000 lawsuits against us as individual directors, 8 family members, and Purdue is sued. Why don't you give a stay of all the litigation against us right here, and we'll cooperate in court and come up with a settlement. They've offered $3 billion. And you know what? They might be able to pull it off because no one's paying attention to it. And if they do, they will be able to leave with billions of dollars of their OxyContin profits. The victims will be badly served. There will be no justice in this case, no final report, no account of responsibility from the Sacklers. And that's why what we need is an independent examiner to be appointed in the bankruptcy case, but I don't see any movement for it.
Sponsored by new Arm & Hammer Clean and Simple Laundry Detergent.
Oh, man, Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped. I'm free now. I see a badge. I jumped in their arms and said, never let me go.
We have all... This is serious stuff. And part of the problem, just being very clear about this.
This made me, it's the simple things. Once I...
Juneteenth, a celebration of overcoming. Live from ABC News headquarters in New York.
TJ, Lindsay, Byron, Janae, what an honor to spend this night with you. And thank you for joining us for this first of its kind primetime special here at ABC.
And while we commemorate this day, a holiday like no other.
Yes, we are all witnessing a moment in America more than 400 years in the making.
And we will be right there with you telling your stories.
The hope and the dream of the slave. For all of us here at ABC News, good night, America.
Fingers at all. It's amazing.
Coronavirus resonates so perfectly for me in terms of how I have been feeling and what I have been dreading about these few weeks in rising case numbers. I feel like I'm both mad at you for putting that in my head and also thankful to have it. That was very clarifying.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really worrying.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, my friend. I appreciate it. And thanks you at home for joining us this hour. Happy to have you here on this Friday night. It was not raining in Dallas, Texas today, but lots of people held umbrellas outside anyway. Big umbrellas, bright yellow umbrellas, painted with the names of African-American men and women killed by police.
The Oklahoma Supreme Court has rejected an effort to stop the president from hosting the event.
Racial justice in this country and the president's rally tomorrow in the middle of a pandemic in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Places we just showed you before the break saw one of the worst massacres ever of black Americans by white Americans 99 years ago. We begin with
Celebrating the end of slavery in this country. As part of this Juneteenth action today at Oakland, they shut down the operations of the Port of Oakland today. This was across the bay in San Francisco today. People holding a socially distant Juneteenth protest outside San Francisco City Hall. There were more than a dozen different Juneteenth rallies and demonstrations and celebrations just in Washington, D.C. today. Thousands of people crowded around the memorial for Dr. Martin Luther King, and also the Washington Monument, and also the Lincoln Memorial, and in Malcolm X Park, and in front of the White House. A group of hundreds of people marched in the rain to the steps of the mayor's office at the Wilson Building, demanding the mayor defund D.C. police. To commemorate Juneteenth in New York today, demonstrators crossed the Brooklyn Bridge, some on foot, some by bike, with signs taped to the handlebars. There were thousands of people in the streets of Atlanta today. That city, of course, still grieving the police killing of RAYSHARD Brooks this past week. Atlantans marched from Centennial Olympic Park to Atlanta City Hall, the small replica of the Statue of Liberty looking over them. There were Juneteenth demonstrations all over the place today, just huge numbers of people in Chicago and in St. Paul and in Denver and in Los Angeles, in Galveston, Texas today, the birthplace of Juneteenth, where General Gordon Granger first delivered the news in 1865, the belated news that all enslaved people were free, the Civil War was over. The war, in fact, had ended more than a month prior. Slavery had been illegal in America by then for 2.5 years, ever since President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. In Galveston today, they did a dramatic reading of the order today in the same spot it was first read 155 years ago. This time, though, of course, they had to wear face masks while reading it and while listening.
The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves...
Right now, 47 states and Washington, D.C. recognize Juneteenth as either an official state holiday or as a day of observance. As part of the sea change that we are experiencing and living through in this country right now in the wake of multiple police killings of African Americans and this wave of protest and outrage that has washed over the country, part of the change we are living through and making happen right now includes a renewed push to make Juneteenth an official holiday all over the country. Today, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz called on the state legislature in Minnesota to make that happen in his state. Earlier this week, the governor of Virginia announced that Juneteenth would henceforth become a paid state holiday in Virginia. Both the state of New York and the city of Portland, Oregon did the same for public employees. There's a push on the federal level, too, and it is a bipartisan one, with 2 bills being put forward, one by a group of Democratic senators, another by Republican Senator John Cornyn of Texas, both of which propose to make June 19th a national federal holiday, recognizing the end of slavery.
Well, we've taken all the precautions necessary, and we're about freedoms in Oklahoma. So I've told Oklahomans, you're free to come to this rally, you're free to stay home, you're free to protect your families how you need to. And remember, we've been open for 57 days, and we have 211 people in the hospital across the state of Oklahoma, 211. And so we're testing way many more people. We're seeing people, the asymptomatics that are testing positive. But again, we look at hospitalizations. We've built plenty of capacity. We have 5,000 beds available, and that's why we issued 25 executive orders, was really to slow the spread, and we've done that in Oklahoma.
So you have this massive crowd. You have nearly 1 million tickets that are demanded out there. People pre-filling out their applications and whatnot to come in. What are you going to do with all these people that literally could be hundreds of thousands of people trying to come, and you've only got 19,000 seats indoors? What about all those other people? What are you going to do with them?
Well, there is an overflow crowd, but it really is a testament to people are ready to move on, and especially in Oklahoma, we have to learn how to deal with this virus. It's not like it's going to magically disappear in August or September. So other states, we're several months ahead of other states. And so we know people are going to be there. There's going to be people outside. It just really underscores the fact that people are ready to get back to their normal lives, and people are excited to see President Trump, and we're excited to have him and host him in our great state.
Now, explain the enthusiasm, because my guess is, I'm just guessing here, but if Joe Biden showed up, I don't know if you can go to a high school gymnasium and fill it up. So what's the difference in the enthusiasm here?
You know, President Trump just brings out enthusiasm in people, and you can see it with the ticket sales, or the ticket requests. There's 1 million out there. Again, I'm assuming that Biden will have events like this across the country leading up till November's election. Americans need to be able to meet their candidates and see who they want to choose as president, and there's 1 million people looking to meet President Trump on Saturday night in Tulsa.
Yeah, you know, I actually happen to believe, I think it's good. I want Joe Biden to go out and try to make his case and compare and contrast. Governor, you got your hands full. I think it's going to be an amazing event, and hats off to you and the progress that Oklahoma has made, and congratulations for being able to host this. So, Governor, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, now tonight it is clear as ever.
A necessary gathering. We're in the middle of a pandemic at a time at which we have an increasing number of cases on a daily basis. We still have nearly 1,000 Americans dying. We have 4% of the global population and 25% of the deaths and cases around the world. What we're seeing is just another attempt to lull us into complacency, to make us think that a baseline of 25,000 cases per day is okay and we can get back to some type of normal life, attending rallies, doing things that we were doing before. The fact is that you're going to have people coming from all over the country to attend this rally. There will undoubtedly be people who come with the virus and a lot of people who leave with the virus. They will go back to their homes, they will infect their families, and we will continue this pandemic that has hit the U.S. disproportionately hard because we weren't prepared, and the way we responded was an abject failure.
You know, I'm sure there are some people who are watching, maybe some who are going to this rally, who would argue, well, look, you know, bad things happen to people all the time, and people die of a variety of things, and you know, there's only so much you can do, and you know, maybe this is an acceptable toll. Is it likely? I mean, are hospitals going to? You know, in New York, there was the concern that hospitals were going to be overwhelmed, and that the death toll was going to skyrocket even more because just hospitals couldn't keep up. Is that still a concern? I mean, in places where that haven't seen, you know, a peak yet.
Absolutely. Look, this virus is going to continue to roll around this country. We're seeing hotspots today in Arizona, Florida, Texas, more cases in California. In the past few days, 8 or 9 states have recorded a record high number of cases, and we are seeing hospitalizations increase in places like Texas. It is only a matter of time before the number of deaths increase and before we have a worsening pandemic here in this country. This virus cannot infect you if it cannot find you. It will find people in Tulsa tomorrow. It will follow them home. And yeah, again, it's Arizona today, it's Florida today, it's Texas today. Next week, it could be Ohio or it could be North Dakota. If we don't take the right measures to prevent the spread, wearing a mask, washing our hands, social distancing, this virus will continue to infect us in a disproportionate way, more so than it has really any other place on the face of this earth.
All right. Dr. Craig Spencer, I appreciate your time.
To them that wrote that owned slaves. Most of them that wrote that didn't even respect their own women. Women couldn't vote to 1920. That's why I'm a little puzzled when I hear people walking around talking about make America great again. Give me the date that America was great for everybody. It wasn't great for blacks when we were enslaved and then had to fight Jim Crow and then fight for the right to vote. It wasn't great for white women who couldn't even vote and was reduced to you stay in the kitchen. It wasn't great for those of Latino and Asian descent who were not welcomed here, even though you had a statue in the harbor saying, bring me your tired and huddled masses that yearn to be free. When was America great? For everybody.
Reverend Al Sharpton speaking tonight at Juneteenth commemoration in Tulsa, Oklahoma, on the eve of the president's rally there that has caused so much consternation in that city, in that state, and even around the country.
Back, unleashing riot police on them, where they were gassed and trampled. The White House press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, was asked if the president was threatening the right of people to assemble peacefully to protest his campaign rally.
That's not at all what he was saying. What the president was noting is that there were inexcusable scenes that we saw play out in New York, in Seattle, in Minneapolis, and that we would not see Tulsa, Oklahoma look that way.
Well, today, Tulsa's mayor canceled a curfew that he'd imposed for the arena around the area around that arena. He initially put it in place because more than 100,000 people are expected to be in the vicinity of it. Well, apparently, Trump pressured him to rescind it so his rally-goers wouldn't have to obey it. Even the Secret Service thought the curfew was a good idea, but Trump didn't. Trump also tweeting, big crowds and lines already forming in Tulsa. My campaign hasn't started yet. It starts on Saturday night in Oklahoma. His campaign hasn't started yet? The whole presidency has been one big re-election campaign, quite frankly. Guess when Donald Trump alerted the Federal Election Commission that he qualified as a candidate for the 2020 race? Guess when? On the very day he was inaugurated in January of 2017. Kayleigh McEnany's going to the rally. Will she wear a mask?
It's a personal choice. I won't be wearing a mask. I can't speak for my colleagues.
And why won't you wear a mask? Is it sort of a personal political statement? Is it because the president would be disappointed in you if you don't wear a mask?
It's a personal decision. I'm tested regularly. I feel that it's safe for me not to be wearing a mask, and I'm in compliance with CDC guidelines, which are recommended but not required.
So Trump and his top aides just refused to take a leadership role in trying to battle this pandemic. Wearing a mask and encouraging all Americans to do so would help get rid of the coronavirus, right? But I want you to take a look at this tweet. It's from The Hill and Arnold Schwarzenegger. The governor, the former governor of California, remember, the governor isn't afraid to wear a mask. Anyone making coronavirus masks a political issue is an absolute moron, he says. Indeed. Dr. Anthony Fauci is still trying to get Americans to wear masks, no doubt a message to the Tulsa rally goers.
The best way to protect yourself and to prevent acquisition of and spread of infection is to avoid crowds.
The president is throwing gasoline on the already raging fire of unrest in America. And let's not forget that he's doing all of this during a pandemic that is also raging in America. Since Oklahoma reopened for business in April, the state has seen COVID-19 infections and hospitalizations increase, with black and brown people at an especially heightened risk. Despite that, Trump will not require anyone at the 19,000-seat arena where he's holding his rally or the nearby 40,000-seat convention center to wear face coverings.
In dealing with keeping people safe.
Yeah, I think the police are very happy that they're there. It's not some mayor's decision. It's not some governor's decision inside that federal perimeter. It is under the control of the Secret Service, and these cops will be backed up. There'll be full support behind them, and there'll be plenty of resources behind them as well.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Chris, thank you. You know, this is a time when people are complaining politically in many instances about the nature of law enforcement. But when it comes right down to it, our lives, social cohesion exists. Because of that, it's a thin blue line, but it's also kind of an anonymous line when it comes to the kind of work that goes into making of all kinds of events. Rallies, football games, other 4th of July coming up, and the importance of that. Chris, thanks for joining me tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim.
All righty. Well, Trump supporters are flocking to Tulsa ahead of the rally tomorrow, as we've discussed. In fact, people began lining up outside the Bank of Oklahoma.
Joining us, Anthony Douglas, the president of the Oklahoma State Conference of the NAACP, and Adam Serwer, a staff writer for The Atlantic. Cal, let me start with you. Good evening to you. Earlier, you had a conversation with Oklahoma State Representative Monroe Nichols. Let's just play a bit of that.
Life expectancy here is lower than it is across town. 2 times as high black unemployment as for white folks in Tulsa. How did we get here?
We got here through systemic racism, and that's why I'm glad the conversation that we're starting to have across the country is not just on law enforcement reform, but it's how do we close the achievement gap in schools, right? How do we invest in black-owned businesses? How do we create homeowners in black communities? Because that's what was really stolen here in Greenwood, right? We burned down businesses, we burned down homes, really burned down opportunity. So really what has to happen next is that we consider how do we dismantle systemic racism and how do we build Greenwood districts all across the country.
Cal Perry, what's the situation right now in Tulsa? You've got 2 very different things going on. The celebration of Juneteenth in a place in which there was a remarkable massacre in 1921, one that most Americans have not learned about, and you got Donald Trump coming in for a rally tomorrow morning.
I think people are happy to be having that first conversation, the one that you just heard from that state representative there. They're upset that tomorrow it's going to pivot and the narrative is going to change. I think people are out here fighting for equal rights. They're fighting for human rights. They're fighting for basic rights in a city that saw a massacre at the hands of jealous white population taken out on the black population here that had just fought World War I, that was succeeding economically. And since then, this city has been decimated by institutional racism. Add to that, the President of the United States has basically forced the people of Tulsa to come out on the streets tonight and counter-program tomorrow's rally by talking about the things that the country is talking about. And they are risking their lives to do so because we are here in a pandemic. People are upset and they're worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. And I'll tell you, an eighth of a mile away, less than a mile away, is that BOK Center where people are camping out. There was supposed to be a curfew this weekend. The President made sure through the Secret Service that there wouldn't be a curfew so that people could stay there. And so people here are concerned, and they're saying, if something happens tomorrow night, if the crowd that is here goes to meet the crowd that is there, or if people come out and they start violence, we cannot say that we didn't see it coming, because we have seen it coming over the past few weeks. And that tweet that you read, I think has really affected people here a lot. When you look at the language of that tweet, he basically took the word thug out and he replaced it with lowlife. And people here are taking that seriously, Ali.
Anthony Douglas, give me a sense of the significance of this. We're trying to get our heads around why Donald Trump decided that Tulsa was where he was going to kick this off. Now, it's a reliably Republican place for him, but the significance of initially having this rally planned for Juneteenth, is that something you think was lost on the Trump administration, or do you think it's a dog whistle?
Well, I think it's a dog whistle that he attempted to have this on Juneteenth. We have known, let me first say, we're upset with the leadership of the state of Oklahoma as well as the mayor of Tulsa, who did not even inform the leadership, especially African-American leadership, that Donald Trump was going. This is not a new surprise to them, but it's a surprise to us that we were left out of the loop of being even notified. But for him to do it, to make this rally here on Juneteenth, and even to make it a day after, because in Oklahoma, we celebrate Juneteenth throughout the weekend. We just don't end on Friday. Over the weekend, Juneteenth continue on. So I think it's a slap in the face to the citizens of Oklahoma, as well as to the Tulsa race riots. But we're asking, what is he coming here for? He choose Oklahoma. We're not one of the top tier states that deliver him the vote. We only one state that can vote.
Adam Serwer, this has been a rough week for Donald Trump. This thing's been planned for a while, but in this particular week, he's had polling that indicates he's falling behind, precipitously behind Joe Biden. He's had the Supreme Court rule a few times in a way that didn't work for him. He's got continuing increased cases of coronavirus across the country, and he seems to have grown completely disinterested in battling the coronavirus at all. But this tomorrow is supposed to represent the launch of Donald Trump's campaign. It's the thing he's been itching to do, getting out there in a friendly crowd, away from the D.C. media that criticizes him all the time. He wants to set this as the beginning of his campaign for all intents and purposes.
Well, and
I think that's right. No, please go ahead.
No, and by virtue of him trying to set this at the side of his campaign, it's not doing any good to Oklahoma or anything good to the citizens of Oklahoma. So he could have went to Mississippi, he could have went to Florida, his own hometown where he moved to. But why come to Oklahoma? When we see him coming into Oklahoma, we know that a lot of people will travel across the state and come to Oklahoma, and we're asking all of our members and supporters not to go down to that rally. Let's have our own mass rally and continue our support.
And Adam, why Oklahoma?
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I think obviously the president draws a lot of his personal security and self-esteem from this back and forth with the crowds that he hasn't been able, with his crowds of supporters, which he hasn't been able to do since the pandemic started. And for some reason, they decided to have this rally indoors, which is going to increase the potential contagion risk for everyone who attends, as opposed to having it outdoors where it might be safer. But I think it's very clear that he wants to be in a space where he can bask in the adulation of his supporters, and where his supporters, quite frankly, can celebrate him. So I think this is a part of an emotional feedback loop that has been part of the Trump campaign since the beginning, and it's something he's missed, having been unable to do it since the pandemic started.
Anthony Douglas, the one thing this does...
This negative hope for, in a way of driving people through fear, really does not seem to break through our sensibility about what's possible. I think that's been a part of the American spirit for all of us since the nation started.
Yes, I'm in total agreement with you. And this rally that President Trump is engaged in demonstrates the optimism that the American public has. I mean, when you go to these rallies, all of the negative images that the media the left media tries to portray about these Trump rallies is immediately dispelled. The people there are optimistic. It's almost a love fest. And they're enthusiastic and ready to hear from their president about moving this country in the right direction, getting back on track, getting the unemployment levels back down, getting the economy back up, and getting America back going. That's what we're looking forward to, and I'm excited about it.
You know what else it says, and it's you and me sitting here as well, and Americans in general, every American, regardless of your party, regardless of where you live, whether it's New York or Tulsa or Denver or Los Angeles, wherever you are, we want the future to be good. We're optimistic people. We want that. That is what brings us together. It is the unity that we care about. Some people want us to be driven by fear, sir. Other people want us to be driven by optimism and hope. We're going to choose optimism, and I think most Americans understand that point. Thank you, sir, so much for joining me tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me. And have a great time. Have a great time there in Tulsa. All right.
On Tuesday, a lot of people are very antagonistic to us, so we'll try to ignore them as we keep walking down here to give you a look at the people down the street here who are lined up, who are planning to sleep here for this rally that's taking place. What I can tell you is the stadium fits 19,000 people. People will be handed masks when they go in, but there's no mandate to wear the masks. There is no mandate for public safety whatsoever, and that's a big problem. The health director here in Tulsa and Tulsa County is saying he's very worried about what will happen with so many people inside the BOK Center without masks. And the issue is this: the rally could be an hour and a half or 2 hours, but people are allowed in 4 hours in advance. They'll be in there for 6 hours. Now it's clear President Trump won't be wearing a mask, but he won't be standing with everybody with 19,000 people for 5 or 6 hours. The White House press secretary said today she won't be wearing a mask, but she won't be standing for 4 or 5 hours with all these people. What people here are telling us, a lot of people, is some people say COVID doesn't exist, it's made up. Other people say COVID is the same as the flu, they're not worried. Some people say COVID is a problem, but it's their personal responsibility and they want to be able to go in. When we do ask people, if you go in and you get infected, aren't you worried that you can get people sick outside of the building? Your parents, your grandparents? A lot of people say, well, I haven't really thought about that. That's a personal question. And then they get mad at us for asking that question. Either way, health officials here in Tulsa County, state of Oklahoma, and throughout this country are very worried about what could happen here tomorrow night. Don, back to you.
Short on masks, Gary, and too bad short on common sense for some in that crowd when you're there to show their support for the president and they're trying to get in the way of it. Too bad. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate you reporting. Stay safe out there. I want to get now to Dr. Bruce Start. He is the Executive Director of the Tulsa Health Department. Doctor, thank you so much. I appreciate you joining us this evening. The President told Axios tonight that he won't be wearing a mask to his campaign rally. Quote, not as a protest, but I don't feel that I am in danger should the President, I'm in danger. Should he be wearing a mask? What do you think?
You know, absolutely. I mean, we have such little tools to keep people safe. We have no vaccine. We have no clinical therapies. One of the few tools we've actually got is social distancing and wearing a mask so we can break that chain of transmission of this virus.
Yeah. Listen, I got to tell you, because the Tulsa County is now reporting the highest 7-day average for new cases. You were hoping that tomorrow's big rally would be postponed. Obviously, that is not happening. There's also the Juneteenth celebrations going on right now. Is this the making of really a health disaster, or as I should say, a health disaster in the making?
You know, my concern is that from a public health perspective, we're coming up on a perfect storm of disease transmission, and frankly, it's a perfect storm that Tulsa can't afford.
The Tulsa rally didn't come up at today's coronavirus task force meeting. Medical professionals have been discussing this. Should Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci have brought that up at this meeting?
You know, I think it's something that we need to talk about. We need to be aware of. We need to have conversations about what it is we need to do to stay safe, and not having large gatherings is probably the #1 thing we need to do to stay safe until we do get vaccine and therapy.
Doctor, wearing masks at the Trump rally tomorrow obviously is optional. You heard our Gary Tuchman reporting many there saying that they didn't believe it was real, that it was a hoax, and so on and so forth. They weren't going to take any preventative measures. How big of a difference would it make if everyone wore one?
You know, we think one of the reasons behind the spikes here in Tulsa County is that people have quarantine fatigue. They're extremely tired when we were sheltered in place, and they went so hard to resume their life pre-COVID, and they now are going out in public. They are gathering, and they're gathering without wearing masks, without social distancing. And we think that's part of why we're seeing the spikes in Tulsa today. So social distancing and wearing a mask and hand washing and hygiene really are the 3 most important things people can do, and I think we're starting to see a little lax in that movement and that action, and unfortunately it's resulting in spiking cases in Tulsa County today.
Our Dr. Sanjay Gupta here at CNN, he's on earlier, and he broke down the numbers of potential infections this way. Watch this.
If you look at the incidence of the virus in that area right now, you'd expect about 100 people, roughly, would show up at that event already infected. Maybe they don't know they have the virus, but they have.
Congratulations to Richard Engel and the On Assignment.
When they suggested the tearing down of statues was a slippery slope, and you could see George Washington on the chopping block. Well, that fear was just validated last night. We'll have those details next.
So 800 to 1,000 people could get infected based on the modeling, and those people could go on to spread it in other places. I mean, this is a type of super spreader event health officials really have been warning about for months.
Absolutely. We actually ran a similar model of what a large indoor gathering would be, and we used our R0 figure, or the figure that we think that one person, how many people that they can infect, and we came up with a similar model, very close to the one that Doctor just expressed. And so we know that the risk of disease transmission is high, and the risk of that transmission going throughout the country from here is high as well. So we're not only afraid for Tulsans and Oklahomans, we're afraid for anyone from outside the state who attends this rally.
Okay, having said that, people are coming to Tulsa from all over. When they return home, okay, should they get tested? Should they quarantine? Should they hold off on visiting grandma and grandpa and people who may have underlying conditions or pre-existing conditions?
Absolutely. You know, in all honesty, to be truly safe, they really should quarantine for 14 days. At a minimum, they should at least self-monitor for 14 days. But we will recommend that when you think you've been in an event where you've been exposed, minimum, when you leave your house, you wear a mask. You're out in public, you wear a mask. You continue to socially distance. But it's important that at some point, I mean, because we do know that there's going to be people probably who are incubating or infected at this event, you should plan to be tested at least a week after you've gone to this rally.
Doctor, I have to ask you, because there are concerns with the Juneteenth celebrations as well, but there is less risk being outside than inside, right?
You know, there is, and you know, we've expressed that we're concerned about any large gathering, whether it's indoors or outdoors, because people come together and they stand close together, so the potential for disease transmission is there, but the risk is less. I mean, you're moving around, you've got air movement, and hopefully your mask at our Juneteenth. I've gotten calls from people who have attended our Juneteenth celebration, and they expressed that many people were wearing masks, so that's great. That's going to minimize risk somewhat, but outdoors is safer, although, you know, as we said, our biggest concern about infection is any large gathering where people come together, whether it's indoors or outdoors. So you can pick your poison, but either way, it's important that you be safe. You follow the recommendations that the CDC has expressed around social distancing and wearing a mask, and take your hand sanitizer with you, especially to these rallies.
Right. Dr. Dar, thank you. I appreciate your time. Tulsa, Oklahoma, one city showing the big ideological differences happening throughout the country. Juneteenth celebrations, meet MAGA rally. We're going to talk about that with Anthony Scaramucci and David Swerdlick. There they are. They're next.